He remembers this feeling, his life ending. The young man opened his eyes. He stood in a vast hall, a door dead center. He scanned his surroundings, utterly lost. He's certain he died and became a slave, but that's impossible. Suddenly, he spots a rainbow ball. He wondered what it was, so he touched the ball. Shocked, he screamed, clutching his ears in pain. Pain dropped him to the floor, gasping. Wings erupted from his back. He knelt down, finally understanding it all, and called out, "Menu." A system window popped up. He reveals his status, Yuki, a level 1 archdemon and demon lord. He's got Manhwa, language understanding, an item box and analysis, plus the title, Otherworld Demon Lord. Yuki analyzes the text. He's now an archdemon, no longer human. His luck is abysmal, but his dexterity is unmatched. He's in another world, and he's the demon lord. Clutching his face, he realized his old life was over. He'd been reborn as a monster king. This world has several dungeons, and demon lords are simply the dungeon masters who rule them. A dungeon is a living being. Newly appeared ones are weakly protected, easily destroyed. Its core fills with immense mana. Humans and monsters swarm the dungeon to seize it. To survive, the dungeon summoned a master to control it, the demon lord. Destroy the dungeon, the demon lord dies. It also works the other way around. Using this thing's info, they built him a game menu for easy use. Their lives are now linked. The higher his analysis, the more he sees. The item box capacity depends on his mana, and language understanding is consistent with its name. My racial skill, Mana Sight, lets me see the enemy's power. The hero knows this skill is useless with no target, but all his skills are maxed at level 10, so he heads to the DP catalog. A shop window popped up, selling everything for dungeon points. He was stunned to find gacha mechanics and even monster summons. Something clicked. He checked the mirror, baffled by his new wings and red eye. This world felt wrong. This orb gave him life and will protect him. The dungeon core is his second heart. The next day, the hero woke up, his wings retracting. He stored the bedding in his skill item box. He grabbed breakfast from the DP catalog. Since DP buys everything, food won't be a problem. His main goal is farming dungeon points for the gacha. But how? By hunting the wild monsters invading his dungeon. The dungeon devours fallen intruders and monsters to heal itself. After studying this information, the protagonist headed outside. Stepping out, his jaw dropped at the stunning landscape ahead. His analysis skill revealed exploding white fly agaric and shelmy, a potent medicinal herb. The hero hopes to fly someday. Just like that, his carefree exploration was over. One blow from the powerful dragon could end his life, so Yuki freezes before the massive white beast. Yuki tries to talk peace, but the dragon refuses, demanding to know his class. Yuki's shocked. The beast can actually talk. He calmed himself, thinking even dragons have status bars, and in his second life, no weak dragon could beat him, but skill analysis revealed it was an ancient high dragon. The dragon is level 987, but Yuki is level 1. Confused by this weird game, the dragon names Yuki's class and demands to know his power. Yuki ignores the ranks, claiming he. Yuki watches, his face unnervingly calm, but he's clearly panicking. The dragon ignored the demon's power, ready to banish any intruder, but the boy stopped him with a deal. The creature questioned Yuki's silence. Yuki knew his power couldn't win, but refused such a death. What would the demon offer for his belly? The hero handed him chocolate. The dragon sniffed the object, asking about its magical aroma. The young man laughed, saying the dragon clearly loved sweets. It smelled of honey, like that yellow bear in a red shirt from the book. The dragon doubted the bear existed and wouldn't raid a beehive for food. Realizing the dragon couldn't lie, the boy made his move. He opened the chocolate for the creature. The dragon's eyes went huge. 100 times better than honey, the dragon marveled as it melted in his mouth, stunned such a delicacy existed. Yuki raised a hand, offering a deal. Spare his life, leave his cave, and he'd get unlimited chocolate. A tempting offer. Intrigued by the offer, the dragon asked for an endless feast. Hero replied he couldn't cook enough for her massive body, making dragon question mutual benefit. He called it a win-win since no one else gives him chocolate, and the dragon spared him. The dragon whipped toward the girl. The girl was naked, so the hero looked away. She asked what was wrong. He looked dumb and said he was surprised she could look human too. She said turning human wasn't hard for her. Satisfying her is easy. He promised chocolate, so he has to deliver. He agreed and told her to stay quiet, stripping off his shirt. He told her to wear it so he'd know where to look. The dragon agreed not to attack her in this form. He took her home and decided to buy her fresh clothes. She thought he only had dungeon chambers, so his class must be new. The hero confirmed it appeared yesterday, adding he had no parents, though he wasn't sure. Demons spawn in high magic zones, mimicking living things with a central core. A demon lord's innate power lets him rule the dungeon as its core, flooding the area with maso. He never knew demons were this bizarre. She explained they're born naturally now, then demanded he hand over the chocolate. He served the chocolate and told her to enjoy. She grabbed it eagerly, dying for a taste, but couldn't handle the juicy sweetness. She warned him not to call her just a dragon. Her name's Laficios. He called her Leffi, explaining Laficios was too long, then offered his own name, Yuki. No one had ever called her that before. He was a strange demon, unlike the usual arrogant, violent scoundrels. Leafy's boredom-crushing dungeons led her to a strange demon offering a deal. Yuki knew it was close. If not for her sweet tooth, he'd have died day 2 after reincarnation from boredom. She said it already happened, so don't misunderstand. Licking her fingers clean of chocolate, the young lady liked the place, so she would also live here. He's shocked as Leafy calls these rooms way better and cozier than the ones she trashed. It's perfect, since her old nest was getting too uncomfortable. Nervous Yuki told her not to rush, unsure if she'd like it, urging her to think. Laficios pressed her hand to his chest, tearfully begging to stay. Crushed by pressure, the hero agreed. 2 days into his reign as the demon lord, a high demon is already freeloading in his dungeon. Leafy crashed on a floor mattress. Reborn, Yuki faces a world he can't wait to explore. Time to master the dungeon menu. First, he claims the cave as his territory. Space expanded, shocking the hero. He expands the dungeon to feel the atmosphere shift, but he's out of DP. He recalled the intruder point system, thanking Leafy for counting as one and earning him bonus points. He attempts a summon, buying the cheapest monster in the catalog first. He pressed buttons, lights flashed on, he gasped. Suddenly the first monster appeared, a slime. Yuki recognized the legendary slime he'd only read about, immediately poking and stroking it. Finding it cute, he named her Shia. The hero looked up Shia, a slime no class level 1, but her luck was higher than his. He fell to his knees, cursing luck worse than a slime's. She approached and touched his leg, trying to cheer him up. The protagonist hugged Shia, calling him sweet and offering to adopt him. Suddenly, he heard something. Suddenly, a level 32 Cerberus spawns. The young man recognized an intruder standing before him. He shielded the master. He felt confident. High levels didn't matter. His Pokémon were weak, but his skills would bring the pro back to Earth. Cerberus lunged, slamming her into the wall. The hero charged, screaming at the beast for hurting his cuteness. He smashed Cerberus's head, blowing it clean off. Blood soaked the hero. Cerberus lay in pieces, leaving the boy stunned. They're 30 levels apart. His stats are insane, and he just leveled up. Hero unlocked martial arts. Was it Yaka's strike? His luck didn't budge. His stats are high, but dragons are even higher, yet he still pales next to the super monster. Hero realized this was no time for thought and ran to Shia. Words S3, it was thanks to the regeneration skill, 7 words. Her regeneration skill saved her 5 words. S4, the slime said that she was okay, 7 words. The slime confirmed. He composed himself. Kai was his pet. She shouldn't fight monsters. Pets exist to love. Only I should fight. Hero studied the system while Leafy poked Shia. He faced her. He asked her to teach him magic. He's in another world. Time to learn the magic he craved. Yuki begs Leafy for magic lessons, thinking his high stats make it easy, but he fails. Now she finally gets why he was acting so weird. He thinks it's easy after checking his status. Plus, he's got an analytical skill. Hero asked if she had this skill. Eeyore confirmed, adding that mastering it lets you learn any life form. He didn't get why she didn't know he was the demon lord when they met. The girl asked if he really meant she checks every insect she finds. He agreed. Leafy demanded more chocolate, but the MC warned she'd get cavities. She laughed, claiming ancient dragons are immune to tooth decay. Carrie's presence surprisingly tanked his status. He tossed her something. She caught it, claiming it wasn't chocolate, and demanded to know what it was. Yuki handed her cookies and told her to unwrap them. She asked if these clay lumps were even edible, then took a bite. She blushed, delicious, sweet, crispy, it melts in your mouth. Moving here was the right call. Soft beds, an intriguing man, and a hero flexing his massive magic stats. Leafy claims he's stronger than any monster in the southern forest, but many creatures are stronger. Still, it's under her 12. The girl ate all the cookies. She agrees to teach him magic, and he hands her a pack of cookies as payment. This proud dragon will forge the world's greatest magician. She tells the boy to grab her hands and feel the world's mana. Light exploded around them, shocking the guy. Mana surges from Lefi's hand through his body, but it's nothing like the dungeon's air. This energy feels like a muddy stream. She saw he survived, but he was shocked she called this okay. She deforced his mana to awaken, and if he couldn't handle her power, his head would have exploded long ago. He imagined it, panicked. He asked why she'd do something so cruel, but she claimed a high demon like him would be fine, daring him to try it himself since he'd easily succeed. He starts circulating mana his own way. Lefine sensed Mano, magic's core, activate. She told him to imagine her words in perfect detail, then repeat them. Imagine a lonely flower on a distant plain. He picks the flower, holding it in his hand. Opens his palm, says Kukaneda, a sa, and a flower appears. He notes its beauty, then throws it away, asking, what nonsense? Why start with a flower? It's all she has. Lefa calls it a beginner trick, but now he must imagine fire without a spell. He visualizes fire through mana. Like his lighter, Flint sparks gas, hitting the wick to ignite the flame. His finger ignited and he called it cool. The dragon claimed she awakened his magic, surprised by its ease, likely due to his higher demon status. He thinks fire magic is epic and dreams of becoming a human flamethrower. Suddenly, fire blasts from his hand. The hero asked Lefa for the answer. She told him to cut the mana and halt his circulation. He had to reverse the flow he felt. He succeeded, stopping it dead. Luffy loves surprising her. She tells him to regulate his power, as mastering magic requires efficient mana use. Letting it in means agony. He thanked her for the basics, but he had to remember the key. Magic is pure imagination, and spells just make it real. People and demons misuse mana, only casting spells, but the hero's imagination creates beyond basic flowers or fire, limited only by his own power. He's got earth and fire magic, but the rest are a mystery until he tests them. She tells him not to worry, she's got his back while he experiments. Warm bathwater, warm breeze dries hair, but for anything else he feels nothing, unsure if he lacks the urge or just doesn't realize it. Lefia assumed his magic was normal, but he can't use it, it just works that way. Hero believes he can use water magic inventively, but this world's magic demands a rich imagination. He visualizes it by recalling a technique from his past life. He floats water magic, a trick I want to try. I only make bathwater and water dragon drawings, so I asked what he was doing. He was washing his hair with a new bathroom set, a wooden bucket, shampoo, conditioner, soap, sponge, and towel. Kai sat in the bucket, prompting the young man to ask if he could eat the bubbly water. She just ate a cookie wrapper, but she likes it, so it's fine. Lefi asked her to soap her head. He agreed, since she taught him magic. As he scrubbed the dragon's head, she told him this wasn't the magic training she promised. Her eyes stung, so he reminded her to keep them shut while he rinsed the soap and wind-dried her hair. A girl fled through the forest, a chasing man quickly tiring. He warned of danger as she ran into the cursed forest. Lose the goods and they'll suffer, but follow her and they'll die. The ancient dragon is finally awake. The girl sprints. Where's this girl heading in the forest? Hero left Lefi guarding the house, allowing some asterisk food, not all asterisk. Lefi confirmed she knew. So what's Yuki doing while the high dragon guards? Shai agreed to Yuki's request to guard the house with Lefi. The girl lay playing a game, calling it interesting. He never expected a high dragon to obsess over a Tamagotchi, but he only summoned her because she was the cheapest. How to row DP since no one's entered their dungeon. Maybe it's all Leaf Ice territory. Animals and monsters roam here. Most ways to earn DP rely on invaders. He plans to fill the map, expanding the dungeon. With Lefi around, he can skip buying traps and monsters. He'll use her DP to expand the dungeon and grow his base instead. With more DP, he'll build a real dungeon. It's like a sandbox game. The hero plans his castle, but a sudden chill hits him. He triggers stealth and enemy detection. It's close. He's lucky he learned them. To learn a skill, practice it. Infuse a skill scroll with mana. It's magic pattern transfers, teaching you the skill. Luckily, the DP catalog's packed with scrolls, but then the hero spots a dangerous tiger. Given their level difference, he'd sense it approaching, so no fighting today. The hero noticed strong monsters. Had he already left Levi's territory? The dungeon's fully expanded. He's broke now, so all that's left is mapping it out. The boy climbed into the new fridge. Meant for a week's meat, it was empty. He yelled Lefi's name. She knelt before him, and he asked if she had something to say. She claims he's wrong, insisting an unavoidable reason justifies her. He demands the truth, offering forgiveness if she can explain herself. Leif devoured all the delicious meat. The hero called it a bad dragon. She asked why he called her bad. He replied that despite her age, she still acted childish, yet called herself a higher dragon. She needs a conscience. She screamed she was a supreme dragon, a beast who brought disaster at will, but she wouldn't get her way. Today, he'd learn how the sky falls. The hero caught on to her game, vowing he'd never make sweets again. Never, the girl hung her head, deeply sorry, begging forgiveness. Out of DP, the boy's starving. His stomach growls as he regrets skipping the item box, but Lefi promises to find a way. She ran off, saying she'd be back in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, a monster mountain lay before them. Leif said it'd be enough points, leaving the hero stunned. He told her it was enough. She'd crushed everyone for his points, but he was the first in centuries to smack her head. Hero declared everything has limits. He pointed to the blood pool. What about this monster pile? He realized he could turn bodies into dungeon points. Leifai called the hero spoiled. Yuki agreed it was his fault. He stroked her head, promising the pain would vanish. Does he think she's an idiot? He forgives her for now, but he can't spawn food forever. She asked if he ate so much, why not hunt themselves? He replied, limits exist. Why expand the dungeon if creatures around it die out? Leif promised to hold back next time. Next day, Yuki shredded the monsters. Today the dungeon expands, the map fills. He realized warriors need stamina. He'll try new skills while leveling fencing. His mana eyes red mana flows to predict spells instantly, should he specialize in magic. He lost fire magic that day. His mind deemed it too dangerous. Now he must train water and earth magic. Dungeon points tripled with Leaf Eye gone. Things went great. Then he spotted tons of blood, figuring it was a monster's body. Closer he found an unconscious girl, her back wounded. He rushed to her side, checking her vitals. She was still breathing, but her wounds were fatal. He grabbed an item from his storage. He poured the high-grade potion on her wounds. They healed. Yuki's glad he brought Leifai's potions, but he refuses to leave the girl behind. He brought her to his and Leifai's lair. The dragon mocked his taste in little girls, but he snapped back, too busy for her games. Leifai called the girl a vampire, and the boy agreed. Aruna, a level 3 vampire demon with unique skill bloodsucker, noticed the guy brought something rare again. For decades, humans have hunted vampires and succubi to near extinction, enslaving the survivors. Now, even forest-dwelling elves are being slaughtered as humans wage war against demon humans. I saw Aruna open her eyes. If she felt pain, the vampire looked horrified. Yuki tried to reassure her he was harmless, wouldn't bite, but the girl backed away, then noticed something. She jumped on the owner's shoulder. Surprised, the parquet offered Aruna the slime. She touched Shia, who lunged into her arms and started tickling her. Yuki introduced himself, naming the slime Shiwai and the dragon Laphysios. The dragon snapped at being called a thing, so he asked the girl her name. She smiled, her name, Aruna. Yuki asked why she was deep in the forest. She said scary people chased her. Yuki asked if she knew her way home. Aruna fell silent. She said her home was gone and her entire family was dead, breaking down in tears. Yuki calmed her, saying it'd be fine, but Leafy noted the area was too far from villages for a child. She fled something horrific, but the man promised she was safe to stay as long as she liked. Aruna sobbed that her captors told her she should die, blaming her for her parents' deaths. Anger burned on his face. He raged they told her that. Leif saw his expression, and the guy quickly denied it, sure she was bullied only for being too nice. Overjoyed she's alive, he convinces her life is worth living, and Yaruna finally calls him brother. Her stomach growled. He asked what she wanted. She demanded her brother's blood. Panicked, he asked if it would wash off, forgetting she was a vampire. Aruna agreed. Lefi asked if he was sure. He asked, what's wrong with that? The dragon didn't mind, letting him do whatever he wanted. Aruna's stomach growled. He sat, exposing his neck. The girl gulped his blood. He couldn't grasp what was happening to his body. He struggled to calm down, but Lefi knew. He liked little girls. Aruna finished her meal and thanked her brother. He told Lefi to take her to the bath, but she refused to work for free. He offered 2 packs of cookies, so she demanded 3. He threatened to quit making sweets, so the dragon settled for 2 packs. She then called Aruna to explain the bathroom. Girl thanked Lefi-chan. The dragon hated the nickname, demanding respect and suggesting Sister Lefi, which she accepted. Hero laughed as the dungeon grew livelier with its new resident. Sweet Aruna's arrival improved dungeon life. She asks about a toy, so her brother tells her to slide the sword into the barrel's holes. The vampire gasped as the doll popped out. The young man said these dungeon points, if unspent, would last them a while. So time for gacha. He bets 1,000 points since the higher tiers are too pricey. No item list or drop rates are shown, but he isn't shocked. He turns the key. He scored a magic revolver that fires mana instead of lead, power scales with mana, and with a 7-round limit, he hit the jackpot. Yuki beamed. This gacha had the highest drop rate. His golden age was here. He tried again, sensing the next one would be huge. The hero lost everything. He forgot crucial memories. His luck is worse than a slime's, the weakest monster. Aruna asked about the transparent board. He explained his menu, asking if she saw him too. She confirmed, then asked to try his object creator. Yuki let her try with his last points. Yoruna hopped on his lap, and he pointed where to click. This is huge. A white wolf suddenly appears. Boy stares. She's got Fenrir. She dashes toward the animal. Hero yells, "Don't rush in." Aruna insisted everything was fine since Mr. Wolf didn't smell evil. Yuki wondered where she got those sharp instincts, but he was actually Fenrir. Lefi asked if the hero summoned another monster. Boy asked what Fenrir meant, sensing its strength. The girl replied it was beyond imagination, yet he, a child, would one day become a legendary monster like her. She fought Fenrir once, never again. Leafy thinks he's strong, but she knows he's a monster, and despite his size and stats, she calls him a child. What a creepy creature. He asks if she sees his dungeon menu. Lefi notes it's not a status bar, but she sees nothing. He followed Iluna's gaze, and the dragon finally understood. He wed the young girl. Iluna sees it as family, but she's an intruder. Yuki pressed her for wedding ritual details. Blood powers their bodies. For vampires, human blood is less a meal, more sex, though animal blood quenches thirst. A vampire's blood drinking is a wedding ritual. He demanded why she hid this. She knew the girl also craved him. The hero calls Lefi a bad dragon and bans sweets for 3 days. She protests his tyranny, but he ignores her and heads outside. Time for the main dish. He loads 10 mana, aims at the rock, and fires. Manatech scratched, 100 dented, 500 pierced, 1,000 ripped half a stone. With 5,000 mana, he shattered the stone. This revolver erases his gacha losses. He loads varying mana cartridges. No leaks mean foes can't sense him. Hero spots Fenrir. They finally left him alone. He apologized for the inconvenience. Meet Mafurir, named by Aruna for its fur. The boy apologized and tried renaming it Fear, but the beast shook its head. Yuki told Fenrir to flex his unique skills. Divine Speed, a unique skill granting supersonic movement for a moment. Chain of Eternalization summons and controls targets, while Body Transformation changes the user's size. The hero shouted he was too cool. Fur wagged his tail in joy. An idea struck the hero. He told Fur to catch the plate, and he snatched it perfectly. He was thrilled, but then reality hit. Boy throws another. He boasts he's good. Fenrir rejoiced. Fenrir's power is insane. He's too proud to accept this, but who cares? He had fun. Now he just follows his instincts. Yuki asked if he felt the dungeon's mana. Lefi controls the mountaintop, but his dungeon covers the bottom, so he can live there as he wants. He can change size, but the throne room's cramped. Everything he catches in the dungeon becomes dungeon points, so he's fine. This is his home now. He can visit any time to play or hunt with us. In the throne room, Aruna demands Mafur, whining it's unfair she can't play. The guy apologizes, promising they'll all play next time. Hero sprang from his throne. Aruna turned as Yuki revealed his discovery. Raising his fist, he laughed and declared he's no longer human. The young man tried to fly with his wings, but crashed. He can't fly and he's baffled. He knew wings alone weren't enough, so he bought a skill. It failed. It costs 10 times more than normal, and he just blew 2/3 of his points on this useless skill. He kneels before the dragon to beg. She mocks his humiliation, but he still asks to learn how to fly. His pathetic state disgusts her. He remembered her despair, unfairly banning her sweets for 3 days. Yuki offered her 3 premium donuts, which interested the dragon. She opened the box and froze. Every donut was covered in a different glaze. She offers bonus casella if he agrees. Lefi sees their sincere passion, ready to make him a demon of heaven. This pains the hero's conscience, seeing her easy manipulation. Yoruna griped only her sister got sweets. Leafy explained it was Yuki's teaching reward. The hero calmed her, promising dessert for helping with dinner. Stepping out, the sun blinded her. He realized she lived in his dungeon. Why isn't she guarding her nest? She built it for the honey, but now she ignores it entirely. He asked if expanding the dungeon carefully would have touched her. Leffen spots his stunning wings, but he hides them because they're a daily hassle. Dragon touches boy's wings. She's shocked he hid such magnificent wings. What a waste. He thinks her dragon wings are more beautiful. She blushed, warning flattery wouldn't help. The hero realized praising dragon wings is a total pickup line. Leafy saw him as a plain donut before, but his majestic wings turned him into an irresistible frosted cake. He was decent for a lower dragon, the boy thanked her hesitantly. Leifai praised the hero to boost his pride, then got to business, telling him to use his Manai and watch closely. Dragon's wings unfurled. He thought they were her dragon wings, but she denied it, explaining they were monocrafted fakes. Leifai offered the boy the first word, and he agreed. He called her wings beautiful, like the moon piercing the night. Leifai entrusted her to him. She spread her wings, charged her mana, and soared high. Hero surprised, she hopes he gets it, then tells him to fly after her. Yuki knew his next move, gather his sauna, direct it into wings. He followed through. Yuki finally flapped his wings, and the girl screamed to hold that form and fly hard. He takes flight, yelling to Leifai he can't stop. She warns he's overloaded his wings with mana and tells him to relax. The young man followed her advice, and a beautiful landscape unfolded. He gaped in awe, Leifai just as impressed. The hero stared at the sunlit girl. Leif questioned him, but he denied it all before she revealed true flight. Inside the Alfiro Ghost Town Guild, an urgent message arrives. The employee confirmed, adamant-tranked adventurers were busy, so the mithril ranks got the cross. The adventurer demanded answers. The adventurers recap events, realizing they must accept this fate, as refusing a direct guild quest ruins their reputation. He heard rare monster sightings are increasing, but why are ghost forest monsters acting strange? She saw his cowardice and prayed he'd never face this monster. He runs through the forest, realizing why monsters keep appearing. He yells to shut up and run or die. The girl knows something went down in these woods. Horned tigers belong deep in the forest, and she has no clue what's happening to the woods. The man stopped, realizing they had to fight. Fenrir lunges out of nowhere, slaying the horned tiger. He examined the man. He thought his life was over, wishing he'd asked Cairo from the bar on a date. Fenrir turned and walked away, leaving the man confused. The adventurers stood silent until one realized they were saved. They fled this forest. This wolf's a disaster-level monster, and it wears a collar. Someone tamed a calamity monster. Leifai asks Yuki for chocolate donuts for dessert. Yuki rides Fira, its speed insane. Fur is hunting. The hero blew his points on flight, so now he's restocking supplies. The cursed forest has 4 zones: Leafeist north, the strongest monsters west, the weakest south, and mid-tier threats east. Spotting a horned tiger, the hero activates stealth to catch it. He trapped the creature with targets, flew up, and powerfully stabbed its back. The hunt was easy until his blade shattered. He needs a stronger weapon. As a demon lord, he'll specialize in magic but still wield a sword. He grabs a steel rod, hoping it's enough. The hero flees a giant ant horde, cursing their speed and massive numbers. Anyway, he's too fast to fly away. No, final. Yuki checks Fur and tells him to get off, but he refuses. The hero says Fur's too fast to fly away anyway. He immediately unleashed his training on the monsters, summoning a water dragon that charged the ants. Hero mocked the ants, but they struck back with acid. Yuki regretted his words. He knows the ants won't stop. His mana isn't enough against their numbers. He needs a plan fast. He raids his item box, searching for anything useful. He tossed the monster meat to the ants, ordering them to feast on the Wagyu quality flesh. He needed a new plan while they were busy, but looking up, the chase had stopped. To his shock, they'd actually quit just to eat meat. Sitting in the throne room, the hero wishes his useless skill could somehow influence the handling of weapons. The club's easy to use, but a demon lord swinging one looks totally wrong. Sword seems fine, but long and light. The hero doubts it'll last. Aruna ran up, asking if he'd do another trick. He claims he'll become a creative demon lord. No weapon, he'll just forge his own. Leafy questioned his nonsense, but he shushed her, firing back insults. She has no idea he's the master of the supreme dragon. He tamed a dragon that can bring the world to its knees. The young man lists key weapon factors: material quality, imagination, user's mana, and skill. It's his perfect skill. His magic enchantment skill carves patterns into gear to create magic items, perfectly blending magic and steel. That's the demon lord he aims to be. He turns catalog iron into a sleek, all-metal military combat knife. The hero triggers weapon creation. Aruna's shocked as Yuki sees he did well. He finally claimed the demon knife. Its edge is lethal. Now, finishing it takes pure skill. Leffen saw the sword's good quality, asking if it was mountain blacksmith magic. The youth replied it wasn't finished. He made the knife bigger and double-edged. He knows magic's effect depends on the object's shape, so he streamlined it for his water magic. Aruna saw he looked exactly like her. Leif asked what it was, and he confirmed it's a weapon. She wanted a demo, so he told her to grab the handle and strike with all her might. The girls snarked they faced a powerful weapon. The guy blushed and chuckled, glad he wasted no costly materials. He tried working with material from a giant rhino beetle, pulling the horns from the box. He focused, searching for a simple plan. He failed last time by overthinking. Forget magic, he needs to focus on weight and sharpness. No complicated design, just a double-edged blade and handle. Then, Leafy whispered flower from behind him. Yuki forged the Demon Lord Greatsword, a weapon as stunning as a blooming flower. The hero angrily asked what she was doing. Lefi laughed, admiring Yuki's beautiful flower. He asked her plan for the final scrap. Lefty loved it, certain it could slay any monster. Yuki aimed her weapon. The dragon laughed at the cute weapon. The guy stopped her laughter and scolded her. They squabbled. The young man declared her taste unfit for a mistress supreme dragon. Aruna watches, tells Shia his siblings are fighting again, and suggests they go play. Days later, Yaruna thanks her brother for lunch. She only drinks blood weekly, eating like a normal human otherwise. The girl smiled, lucky to drink her brother's delicious blood. She ran out to play. He warned her, return before dark. Night fell, but Iluna never returned. What happened to the sweet girl? Iluna vanished. He sat on his throne, head in hand, until the door creaked and he looked up. Farapoit arrived and the hero asked about Aruna. He growled, reporting human scents in the forest and carriage tracks nearby. She wasn't taken by a random monster. Aruna was taken as commodity. This summer is deadly. Yuki asks for the nearest town. Liffy points southeast, 3 hours by air. They head out immediately. Hero asked Gleefy to join. She replied, of course. This little girl became her family. Heroes stepped out, dragons filled the sky. The boy asked what it was. Leif replied they were her followers, ready to crush fools with numbers. She turned to him, ready to show everyone who they were dealing with. The young man saw she was good. The girl laughed, suggesting they save their sister. Aruna woke near a cage. She remembered everything that happened to her. Then she noticed many cages with beastmen. 2 men entered, relieved she survived so they wouldn't be fed to monsters. Seeing her awake, Aruna realized they were her parents' killers. He bashed her head with a stick, calling her nothing but trouble. A man warns the scar lowers her price, then reveals Aruna's dark future. But the girl found hope. Aruna has a little brother. She feared him at first, but his warmth won her over. Now she loves his company. His sister is lazy, but she's reliable in a crisis. Her parents are gone, but she believes Lefi and Yuki will save her in their place. Until they arrive, Aruna fights. She begs the Earth Spirit for power. As everything glows, she gains the Spirit King's protection, Agia Drago. A tiny Earth Spirit pops out. The girl begged Erwin to unlock her collar and cage. He obeyed, and she thanked him. She asked him for invisibility. The soul has 6 elements: earth, water, air, fire, light, darkness. The girl vanished. Lost and unable to reach the forest alone, she hides and waits for her brother's rescue. The girl reached the door, saw other cages, and told them to wait. She'd save them all. Someone shouts urgent news at the Lord's estate. He jumped up, asking what happened. The soldier yelled that 100 monsters were charging from the cursed forest. The Lord called them wyverns. The knight scried the flock, revealing they were adult dragons. Shocked, he summoned every soldier and adventurer to evacuate the citizens immediately. The Lord jacketed up, ordering citizens to leave safely. He couldn't fathom why 100 dragons would attack. They can destroy this kingdom. Yuki spots the city. He wished he was here for a different reason. I called him Leaf. She warned a pogrom would destroy the city and Aruna, so she entrusted him with her salvation. He ordered her to control the dragons. Soldiers and adventurers charged the monsters. A dragon fell. The hero raged. Residents stand shocked. Fur erupts. The hero asked if he sensed Aruna, and with a bark, the boy hopped on and ordered him to run. The soldier stood stunned as the boy fled on the monster. Merchants rushed the girls away, shouting to save their goods from the incoming dragon horde. She buckled under pressure. He cursed her out, vowing to ruin her, then sell her. He faces the door, knowing Aruna's here. Man shouts demanding obedience, then a crack. The hero bursts through, smashing the door to pieces. Shocked, they demand his identity. The girls stare in horror. These guys annoy the young man. Arun's missing. The hero knew rebirth stole his humanity. A man screamed to attack. Yuki won't leave these people alive. His expression shows malice and contempt. A bandit lunged with a sword, but the guy didn't hesitate. A second later, he sliced the man's head off. The others froze. The hero crushed one foe after another. A man with an axe rushed the guy. Firm neutralized it. Scarface shouted the hero had a familiar and demanded an item. A strange object arrived, leaving the boy confused. The object flared and the fur bowed his head. Yuki approached, stroked him, asking how he was. It's a suppression crystal, disrupting nearby monsters' mana and slowing them. Its power varies with the monster's strength. Hero realized how they reached the cursed forest's depths. Only 3 men remain, He, Sudan, and Nadine. The heroes, with crazy smiles, said it's hard for them, being so weak. A man noticed the boy's arrogance, claiming familiar masters are weak and numbers would crush him. Fed up with the chatter, Yuki unleashed his water dragon at the pathetic man. Just bloodstains remained. He realized mosquitoes were tougher than them. Yuki asked Fear to track Aruna, but the blood masked her scent, and asking the words would take too long. She asked the estate owner. The hero uses her pleasant interrogation methods, demanding Aruna's location. He had no clue. Suddenly, she was gone from her cage. He locked her in advanced shackles and posted a guard, remembering she's escaped before. This girl is way too smart. A man yelled he brought reinforcements, so the Lord ordered the boy killed. With the robbers defeated, the young man sought Luna. She hits the street, sprints down the alley, and collapses, crying out for her parents. She remembered the city burning and her mother calling out. She hugged her daughter, told her to run live, as the girl cried bitterly. Leaving the estate, the hero found knights and adventurers already waiting. He loved the grand reception. Aruna sat trembling, desperate to hold her again. She longs to play with her brother, nap with Moe Furrier, and chat on his lap. The hero finds it annoying. The girl sobs, begging not to be alone again. He roared Aruna's name, and she heard him. Tension spiked. Lefi, flying with the other dragons, also heard this desperate cry. Aruna ran around the corner, yelling for her brother. She lunged into her brother's arms as he held her, saying she did enough and it's finally over. Aruna smiled, she gave it her all. He stroked her head, telling her to flee the city with fur, it's too dangerous. Aruna reveals many more captives are trapped here. She offered salvation. He stared, surprised, then smiled, trust her little brother. The hero reassured the girl as the wolf and Aruna vanished. The crowd noticed but didn't care to them, it was just one less problem. Yuki saw Aruna's bruise, enraging him. People shouted to stop and drop his weapon. He ignored them, vowing to kill them all. The main character violently threatens others. They collapse as one man senses the demon lord's insane power. Yuki's done, this race needs to die. He started to step, others tried to stop him. Someone ordered him to calm down. Lefi told him his goal was met. Aluna was safe, her attackers were punished, and she pulled him into a hug. She whispered in his ear, let's head home. She touched his cheek and told him he was finished. He whispered her name. Lefi perked up, starving and demanding a feast worthy of her efforts. Yuki smiled, promising her the best meal. She hoped it met expectations. He claimed it was so delicious she'd never want normal sweets again, so she decided to save it. Someone cut them off. Raylur, Lord of Lovria, appeared. The hero asked what he wanted. He realized they came because his people kidnapped their relative. As city leader, he was terribly sorry and invited them to his estate. In the living room, the Lord apologizes deeply and vows it'll never happen again. He apologized, then confirmed to Leif he knew her, as she reminded him of her pact with his ancestors. Hero recognized the old man's analytical skill. No wonder he knew Lefi was a high dragon. He asked what pact. The girl said she hadn't told him yet. In a world obsessed with strength, vain warriors challenged her until she attacked their home nations to end the cycle. Panicked, the ancient king swore his kind would never interfere again, sealing a non-interference pact. This pact still holds today. But the kidnapped girl was family. Their sins demanded atonement. Raylur promised to meet her demands if she kept the pact. Lefi demanded his real motive, shocking Yuki that she noticed. He wondered why she'd followed him in silence. Despite Lefi's displeasure, he still saw her as useless and lazy. She only proved she deserved her title. Yuki's face hardened. He didn't care what they did, but if it happened again, he'd kill them all. He vowed to seal the cursed forest and demanded every servant in the estate. The Lord slumped back, stunned. The high dragon was a beautiful girl. This demon lord's power is terrifying, so he must stay far away. The man says top leaders now want to invade the cursed forest for its rich resources, using this incident to send an army and take revenge. Seeing the freed servants, Yuki asks Leifai what to do with them. She saw he ignored the consequences, and he admitted he only helped because Aluna asked. Hiro asked the girls about their homes. After some talk, one revealed many were kidnapped far from home. Even the kidnapped have a home. He asked how she recognized him, and she said his bounty gave him away. He asked Leffe for Dragon's home, and she easily agreed. Yuki assured the girls he'd get them home. Dragons are smart, just give them directions, they'll fly them back instantly. The girls cheered, but one asked if he'd really send them home. He promised to look after anyone with nowhere to go since he brought them there. Most girls thanked him, then flew home. Only Layla, the horned sheep demon, and Lunjaloo, the battle wolf, remained. Leela was raised to repay kindness and gladly serves the hero, while Leo asks if that's Fenrir nearby. He confirmed it. She begged him to stay, promising anything, but he assumed it was just the fire. Leo revealed Fenrir was a god to werewolves. Serving Fenrir meant she could boast, making leaving the village worthwhile. Yuki turned to the Furu, declared himself a god. The beast bowed as he introduced the girls to everyone. He said someone else was inside, but he'd introduce them tomorrow. For now, they needed rest. Lu and Layla thanked him. Fenrir led the girls inside while Leffen Yuki stayed behind. He turned to her. He thanked her, admitting he couldn't have survived alone. She figured he meant her childish hug, but he told her to forget it. Leifai told him she'd been alone forever. The world was gray, and she'd accepted endless boredom as her reality. But a fateful day, she met a man. He painted her world with unfamiliar colors. She held his fresh, pleasant sensations in her heart, but vowed to stop him if she grew angry. Leffy touched his face, asking if he'd keep her world colorful. Aruna's glad her brother saved her, but he must take concubines. Yuki didn't get Kankubine's words. The vampire added she'd accept Leifai's sister, but no one else. Hiro figured Lefayette spoke strangely. The dragon asked if that's what he meant about the maid. Leo vowed to serve the master who saved her and Fenrir. Leela asked for the night shift, making Yuki scream that he didn't mean it. He wanted them to do chores, but annoying, he did them all himself. He offered to explain the strange items and told them to use yesterday's room. Yuki sees the demon lords true, burden through the king's eyes. She sees demon lords as mere dungeon masters, just beings the dungeon modifies to fit. He clarified modified. If a dungeon crowns a goblin demon lord, he gains power beyond his species. The boy thanked her for the info. Mission: add the plains area. He noted it added a dungeon floor. It's vast with an open sky. He soared to max height. He adds a river and mountains, drops a bridge and Sakura nearby, and builds a Japanese-style hotel. Yuki relaxed in his custom bath, calling it pure bliss and wishing everyone could feel it too. Aruna entered the bathroom, asking why she wasn't with everyone as he'd told her. The girl wanted to bath with her brother, asking him to wash her hair. The hero suggested a picnic for everyone on the plane, but Aruna asked what's a picnic. He promised they'd eat outdoors and play all day. Lefai entered the bathroom. He spoke her name and she asked, "Not happy to see me." Aruna figured her sister wanted their brother too. We're picturing him washing her hair again. Yuki sent Aruna to the bath first. The forest dragon took a seat before the hero. Looking away, the hero washed her hair. The young man steels himself. He dismisses it as Lefai, a useless dragon. He tells the girl he's done. Lefai leans on him, saying it feels good. Didn't his breathing falter? The girl slid her hand over his knee, sure he was turned on by her. He leaped up, fuming at her words. Aruna and she watch Yuki and Leafy fight. She calls them for bath. In the tub, Leafy says it feels amazing, never expecting hot water to feel so good. The girl agreed. Yuki's thrilled, asking Lefai the title requirements. She's not sure, but he'll earn it after a massive feat. Some think it'll just happen, but nobody knows for sure. The hero's shocked this world lacks a god, but she admits she's never seen one. Checking his menu, he saw his weird new judge title and asked about others besides Supreme Dragon. She hides her titles and status at will. The guy will search for this skill later. The boy sees 0 skills in Aruna's status. He vows to unlock their full stats, but Leifai says he must match her strength first. He spent centuries getting strong, sure he'd die of old age, but the girl reminded him he lives for millennia. Mana-bodied demons live long, absorbing atmospheric mana by breathing. Stunned, he learned he's immortal while mana exists, unless someone kills him, so Yuki asked about Leifai's age. Dragons naturally live for ages, and her body is now mana-adapted and incredibly strong. She believes that as long as mana exists, she'll never die. He said all was fine. With her, he'd never be bored, even with an eternal life. I blushed, the hero noticed. He carried the sleepy Aruna to bed, but seeing his master of the highest dragon title, the dragon began scolding him. Liu's exhausted. She notes Leifi-san irritates easily. Layla told her if she doesn't change, her clothes will wrinkle. The wolf backed her at 538. She changed and asked Layla why she stayed. Layla claimed it was to pay her back, but she knew it was a lie. Her sheep's horn tribe is pure curiosity, so it's hard to believe any would stay here just to repay kindness. Leela thanked him for the rescue. She'd rather die than serve, but this demon lord was actually sane. She explores the dungeon to find the demon lord. She hopes he lives a normal life, unaware she watches over him. Leo wouldn't be mad if he found out, and Layla kept his elite werewolf status a secret. She heard the chieftain's daughter ran away, but Leo swore her to secrecy. She says she doesn't mind, but wonders why she hides it. Leo asked if it wasn't strange the chief's daughter was so wild. Layla called Leo sweet and feminine, leaving him flustered. The hero's picnic. Aruna says they eat outside and play together. Lefi thinks she'll sleep easy, but he warns her, don't underestimate this master of games. Yuki and Aruna rocket downhill. The girl called it cool. Liu and Layla loved how fun it looked. He suggested they try it, so they got on the sled. Layla lunged, clinging to Liu. The girls sped down the hill. The girls sped down the hill. They loved the trip. Yuki was glad they both enjoyed it. Lefi's turn said she was done, so he hoisted her onto his neck and hiked up the hill while she begged for release. Yuki hopped on the sled and told the girl to hold on tight. They raced down the hill. Suddenly, the girl realized they soared. Young man activated wind enhancement. Hitting the ground, her soul escaped. He was confused since she'd flown faster, but she refused the comparison. Yuki laughed that a supreme dragon fell so easily. Lefi spread her wings, hugged him from behind, promising a truly interesting course for him, just for her. Lefi forced him to taste her resentment, while Rune told the girls her siblings were incredible. Food served, and the girls' eyes light up with delight. He called the Supreme Dragon's course amazing. Leafy couldn't grasp his carelessness. Aruna spotted piles of carriage, and Leela revealed its stone bird meat. Lefi praised the bento, but the hero had it all covered. He assured her she had nothing to worry about, even making dessert. Liu praised their delicious desserts. Dragon said they'd only taste them here. Wolf questioned calling Lefi, Sama the Supreme Dragon. He names Lefe the Supreme Dragon, leaving her stunned. Liu froze and listed dragon traits. Leaf told her to speak her mind, but the guy begged him to stop the threats. Wolf asked what Layla understood. She replied she commanded the dragons when they first met. Surprised Leo didn't guess, she explained her focus was on Mafruderi. Yoruna suggested badminton with everyone, which the hero accepted. The girls are shocked Aruna pampers Yuki and the Supreme Dragon Lefi, but Yuki reveals he's actually the weakest of the four. Elena's king attacks Gloria Elena, telling her she can't. Prince Ria de Glorio Alicia is baffled her father let the invaders escape. They attack the kingdom, and she wants to strike back immediately. The king denied the cursed forest raid, claiming damage was minimal and they'd only wiped out a criminal syndicate. He said the harm they caused doesn't matter, it's about the country's dignity and the forest's resources. The man sighed, begging his son to obey the royal decree, and Ryuto agreed. A guy asked the prince to execute the plan, instructing him to gather soldiers. Yuki and Lee play checkers. She asked him to wait, but he refused. Suddenly, his menu appeared. The girl demanded answers. He warns they have uninvited guests. Weak gear, they look like regular soldiers, 500 strong. Lefi figured they were city big shots, and she fumed soldiers dared be so rude. The dragon lunged to finish them, but Yuki stopped her to test a plan, keeping her as backup. Insisting on warning the invaders first, he said goodbye to his friend, Laficios agreeing to wait. The dragon warned Yuki to hurry back or she'd take over. Now, he had to deal with the uninvited guests. Like the criminals, these soldiers used monster artifacts, but the system warned that stealth fails against equal opponents. The demon slipped past soldiers into a tent, but someone spotted him. Surprised he was spotted, the boy watched the soldier prepare to strike, only for the man to freeze in shock. The demon warned, one noise and he's dead. The terrified soldier nodded as Yuki coldly asked if he led the group. The man wasn't the leader, confusing the protagonist who was sure he was right, given the warrior's highest level and experienced look. This guy's a leader, his tent is way too nice. The demon orders him to deliver Yuki's message to the boss and remember every word. The guy doesn't care why people are in his territory. This is the demon lord's land. If humans stay, Yuki crushes them all. The young man ended it. The warrior didn't get why the demon warned them. It could easily destroy them. Annoyed, he's ready to crush these pests, but it had caused too much trouble. Inside the dungeon, Yuki tells Leify the experiment failed. He retreats with his squad after reporting, and now the other warriors refuse to obey. The girl whirled on her friend, demanding why he returned so casually. He claimed he only went to warn them, but she wasn't buying it. The indignant dragon rejected Yuki's answer, ready to wait all night for his return. Moved by her feelings, he confessed and showed her something special to apologize. The demon reminded the girl he'd given her access to his system window. Leify forgot her worries and saw the violators on the map. The guy wanted to test traps on soldiers entering their dungeon, actually their home. The system reveals the Golden Eye is a golem monster that broadcasts live video using dungeon mana. One man scanned for Dawn while his crew joked around, hours from finishing their shift. A soldier attacked his own, claiming enemies surrounded them, while others descended into madness, seeing spiders everywhere, houses burning. A confused commander burst out, demanding answers, but the soldier stammered he knew nothing, everyone just shooting wildly, until the commander saw a horrifying sight. Screaming enemies, a soldier charged the commander mid-call for help. Leify assumed he hallucinated, but the demon relished her correct offer. The system identifies the Rausch hallucination tree, spreading mana that forces everyone nearby to hallucinate. The tree is a trap you can fuel with mana from deep inside the dungeon. Humans fall to this magic, but Leify and Yuki's massive mana makes them immune. The dragon doubted this trap alone would destroy them. The guy suggested waiting, knowing a witty demon wouldn't just let them go. The girls joked that people who call themselves witty are usually useless. The boy clarifies he's never lost a board game against Leify. The dragon justified it, citing the young man's experience and their unfinished game, demanding a quick rematch. Yuki agreed, telling her to wait. A soldier shouted for everyone to flee the mana, but something blocked his path. His team didn't recognize the vine, but the place was a nightmare swarming with monsters. The soldier panicked, his monster-repelling artifact useless. His comrade focused on saving the madman, while another just wanted to run. Suddenly the swamp shakes and heats, sending people into a panic. Their commander, seeing the chaos, mumbled nonsense. The commander kept everyone away, then laughed heartily. Yuki's test crushed expectations. The dragon thought it was over, and the demon confirmed it. Everyone's depressed, but the trap worked perfectly. Leify happily suggests ending the game. Dawn was near, and he's shocked she wants to play, but she insists since her late nights mean she isn't tired yet. He mocks her as a lazy supreme dragon. She retorts a talented dragon saves power for when it counts. At sunrise, Leify loses and Yuki heads for bed, but she demands a rematch. Days later, in the border town of Elfiro, the man furiously demanded his interlocutor repeat himself, but he refused to tell Knight Captain Gamdi Loston. Gumbia got dismissed, losing his captaincy. The army didn't need a man who fled battle. Loston was furious they couldn't fire him, but Prince Ryudo personally gave the order. Soldiers in the Cursed Forest are silent, but the mission won't stop. They're just sending more men to their deaths. The stranger noted the knight's agitation, which he confirmed, accused of fleeing the enemy, instantly fired, and denied explanation. Outraged by their greed, he sent troops to a monster's lair, yet wondered why the king sent soldiers into that forest. The old man listened to the knight, sensing something happening beyond their reach. The knight recognized the stranger as Lord Rayler Luvia. Rayler told him to ignore the crowd's opinion for now. The border lord tried to hire the jobless soldier, offering to pay his bar tab and listen to his complaints. Gumtia warned that anger wasn't enough. Luvia laughed, staying until he calmed down. The plan was finally in motion. Yuki enjoyed her perfect walk. Aluna cheered on her friend. Mafuria silently whined, and Lephezios painfully yawned. The dragon saw Fenrir struggling, but even a legendary beast must endure being treated like a common pet. He noticed Leify wanted the leash, but she had to wait. She denied it, but he was clearly right. Ilyunin says walking rear with clones would be impossible, and the demon agrees. They took rear for a walk because Yuki told a bedtime story, and the girl wanted one too. The boy couldn't refuse the vampire and apologized to the wolf. Iluna asked the demon if Yuki should let his pet run wild on their walk. Pets exercise outside, but Fur always ran the mountain alone. The vampire understood Leify, letting the wolf go to its favorite spot. The protagonist urged him, the wolf just whined. The dragons joked Fenrir would kill the demon, but the boy knew the wolf was too smart to destroy the dungeon. She noticed Yuki staring, assuming he was fascinated. She claimed her looks were her only asset, but an offended Leify demanded to know why. Iluna walked with the wolf until Rear spotted something and led her siblings toward it. Lefin's friends buzzed with energy. Iluna stared at the huge cloud. Yuki nodded. The vampire eyed a massive tree. The boy marveled, noting even the three of them couldn't wrap their arms around it. The demon guessed the tree was 1,000 years old, maybe older than Lefi. The dragon couldn't argue. Most trees in the area predated her birth. The girl admired a giant flower the boy feared could eat his head, but their companion warned them off. This beast swallows heads whole, yet they pushed deeper. The group finally reached a breathtaking spot that stunned everyone. Iluna praised the wolf for the beautiful spot, but Yuki doubted the wolf found it alone. Lefi found it amazing. The lake pulsed with dense mana. When a dragon sees a mother this dense, something new awakens inside her, and it feels good. After hearing everyone out, he suggested a break by the lake. Hidden in the forest, friends lay, leaning against Mo career. They relaxed together. Lefi loved the wolf's soft fur, but Iluna's request for a blanket was shut down fast. After resting, Yuki taught the vampire to play with Fenrir. He showed her a frisbee, checked her stance, and shouted, "Catch." Wolf's sleeping trick impressed the girls. The dragon asked how the boy taught it that. Iluna, eager to play, the demon taught her. He invited Lefi to play frisbee too, but she refused to crash the kid's game. Demon couldn't believe a girl who'd ruthlessly beat a kid at a board game said that. The dragon sheepishly insisted it was war, not a game. Yuki faced his friend, but her question made him rethink. Curious, she pressed him for answers. He relented, suggesting another game with the group. Iluna cheered her friends awake, announcing the morning. Next, they woke Lefi, who was mumbling about sleeping for 17 years and 24 days. Vampire thought her brother was cooler, but Yuki wanted new toys. Yuki flat out refused. Shia backed her up. Liu backed the girl. The master's mood shifted. He claimed he played games with the dragon until late. Layla greeted me, but froze when she saw the guy. She thinks he evolved, but he's clueless. His system reveals the truth. He's now a demon lord and the enemy of humanity. The menu reveals race evolution. Hit a high level and you'll evolve into a stronger form, though it's mostly for non-humans. The demon thought his trap wiped them out, but he felt no change. The demon lord rapidly evolved demons. It fascinated Glayla. She realized the dungeon itself is a living monster, forcing the demon lord to protect it. MC tensed from her intense gaze. She apologized, lost in thought. Lefi needed to wake for breakfast, so Iluna woke her again. The dungeon list updated, growing alongside the demon lord. Leafy arrived and instantly sensed Yuki's new mana. He wondered if she'd evolved, but ancient dragons are already the strongest. He realized ancient dragons are born strong, regular dragons evolve. He thought she'd evolve at level 1000. She scoffed. Her level barely moved in decades, meaning a millennium. Leafy was confused why Yuki looked identical after evolving. Monsters usually grow horns, and humanoids change hair or eye colors. Some demons grow weird tentacles. Suddenly, the guy remembered he hadn't checked something. He sprouted his wings, revealing a second pair, but he wasn't exactly thrilled. The dragon loved her new wings and lunged to touch them, scaring the demon. He made a deal. She could touch his if he touched hers. They admired each other's wings, exchanging compliments. The wings were so soft Yuki wanted to sleep on them, but the girl told him to stop squeezing. His apology for rudeness left awkwardness between friends. The couple froze in awkward silence until Layla walked by, scolding them for their public behavior. She totally misread the situation, making things even more embarrassing for her friends. Yuki's wings still throbbed from the impact. To distract himself, he used a new post-evolution function. The system builds anything he imagines, with DP costs scaling by size. He realizes he could build a massive castle. It's expensive but cheaper than buying a castle from a catalog. The problem is magic power and imagination. Burning with determination, the boy immediately started creating an earth magic miniature. Finally, his love for sandbox games pays off. Hours later, Liu approached and spotted his masterfully crafted miniatures. Yuki's efforts weren't in vain. The she-wolf asked why he lay down. He replied the demon ran out of imagination, but she didn't understand him. He was hyped to recreate a castle, straight out of his favorite game. Leo admired his drive as Layla arrived. She loved the dollhouses, but she was only there to help the she-wolf with laundry. Lewin justified herself with the model. The D- demanded to know who made them. Yuki boasted about his creations, even painting the roof with earth magic. The protagonist and dragon wield high magic easily, without reading. Lyle doesn't know that magic. He's shocked his magic is so unusual. The demon explains casting without reading means he wields primordial magic. Primordial magic persists today. fewer than 100 people worldwide use it. Yuki didn't expect its uniqueness. Modern magic reads to build a core, then charges and activates it. Rare magic users imagine things true. Few true demons can. Lefi explained magic. Natural birth grants it. Lineage demands learning. Layla groaned. The clothes needed rewashing. Lua apologized. Yuki admitted his ignorance of this world, wanting to explore the outside himself. The demon questioned Lefi, instantly sparking her curiosity. The boy wanted more magic without leveling up but didn't know how. He had a mission, but the demon warned his power was too weak. Lefia assumed he wanted forbidden magic and didn't understand why he needed more power if she was already strong. Dodging an answer, he said his business didn't need such danger. Result, the dragon didn't understand his plan, but she shared her mana. Like their training, Lefi pumped her power into Yuki instead of through him. Wait talked. But the demon couldn't. He needed perfect control to store and unleash his magic. Yuki needed the dragon's help, but Lefi agreed only for donuts, suggesting a plan that required Yuki to drain his magic. It recovers slightly stronger. Use water magic to train your magic control. The demons thanked her for the plan, and she awkwardly agreed. Leifsios helped her friend, demanding answers after seeing his state. He sheepishly admitted the dragon's charm was off the charts. Days later, Lefi woke up. The girl yawned, opened her eyes, and cautiously asked Yuki what he was doing. He only answered he sought inspiration. My question wasn't if the main character finally awakened to a new world. Leifi asked again. The boy still lacked imagination for the demon castle plan, but he believed he'd gain enlightenment by looking like a real demon lord. Yuki needs a castle, asked Layla. Her knowledge dwarfs Leifsius, and as a sheep demon she knows construction and art. The demon's unique magic left the girl staring blankly. She couldn't understand buildings, and the dragon dejectedly pictured the scene. Lefi burned the demon lord's castle, saw the human one, and admired the beautiful miniatures, but one exhibit confused her. Meet the transformable Mafia 20. The girl stunned by its insane versatility. Yuki laughed sadly. No way this toy could do that. Levi blew the transformer, plunging the guy into despair. He couldn't understand why she did it. Awkward, the girl faced the demon, explaining his face infuriated her. Realizing her mistake, the dragon apologized, offering to do better now. Inspired, the creative demon lord Yuki won Leafite's reluctant support and magically forged a new transformer. Leifsios 20, super transforming, docking. Add a dark aura and fangs for a beastly version. She begs him to stop, blowing up the toy again. Yuki wouldn't lose. He had to prove his art beat the art of explosions, so he created 3 more versions. Luffy blew up her models. She screamed to stop, so he built 3 more just for her to destroy. After a brief clash, tired friends truced and decided to start over. Days later, prep was finished. Only the dragon knew why he invited them, while his weird behavior baffled the girls. The demon drank the potion, gathering will, magic, and mind. Then he asked Lephite for help, just in case. 3 words cut, active voice, yes. Simple words, yes. No filler, yes. Single line, yes. Yuki scanned the layout and triggered the build. The demon quickly ran out of mana, keeping the castle in mind. He asked Leifi for help, and she gladly agreed. The creature's rumble shook the ground from afar. The girls sensed its incredible magic, grander than any large-scale spell. Yuki finished the spell and admired his creation. He finished his project, and the girls gaped at the massive castle. The new house finished, girls picked any room from many. As others admired the castle, the demon checked his strength. Lefi interrupted his thoughts, wanting to eat and sleep. A girl asked Yuki where the living room door was. After the castle, Layla tasked Leo with dishes, and she agreed. The girl offered to hang her futon on the dragon. Leafy agreed, and Aluna took Zai to explore the castle. The guy looked sullen at one point, the castle unused. The demon muttered in defeat. This massive castle was a maze of endless halls. The kid was living the dream, and he'd easily scare off any scouts. Lefi's praise for the castle failed. The guy goaded the dragon to admit failure. The girl worried for her friend. He's rarely this bleak. Leifsio hops onto the demon's lap, leaving him terrified and confused. She explains he makes her life fun, so she's just trying to cheer him up. He pressed her motives again. Lefi just wanted to lift his gloom. Wanting him happy, she acted more delicately than usual. The dragon laughed when the demon messed up, thanked the girl for her support. Aluna rushed out, wanting her brother's lap. Lefi didn't mind, but the young man refused. Furious, the prince was lost. To win, he needed more troops, but sending them would expose his plot to the king. Past mistakes made covering nobles impossible. Ryudo lost their trust and all respect. Suddenly he had an idea: send strong adventurers, not an army, but it wasn't enough, they had other plans. Next, they'd seize the church's heroes, but the stranger warned they're heavily guarded during training. The prince offered the church a massive payout for their help. They act like saints, but they're actually starving for cash. When asked about the money, Rudo mocked the churchman for trusting a verbal promise. Walking through the forest, a bird suddenly frightened the stranger. Confused and terrified of the dark forest, a system window suddenly revealed the truth. This girl was a hero named Nil. Nell, human hero, uniques, barrier magic, fast feet, skills, holy magic, fencing, searching, threat detection, titles, holy ball owner, transferred 1. Decorating his castle, the protagonist learns a hero invaded his territory. Yuki never expected heroes existed, and her status far exceeded anyone he'd met. Judging her weak, he flew back to his friends. Warning that the hero was near, he rushed the girls to the throne room. Lu panicked because heroes killed non-humans in cold blood. The wolf's reaction intrigued the guy, unsure how evil spirits reacted to heroes. The girls rush to the castle, while Yuki rejects Lefai's help. The guy told Lefai to relax and test the castle's defenses, while Nell stood before the cave, unsure of her path. She was warned enemies in the cursed forest are powerful. One is rumored to be a dungeon-born demon lord. Their base sits right outside the Supreme Dragon's territory. If she struggles, she can use her grimoire to escape. Nell reached for the dungeon door, but froze in terror. Doors opened, revealing a massive castle. Liefa hated the demon's smirk. He denied it, watching the hero stand stunned before his castle, Luan Fienal. Girl uneasy Yuki wouldn't kill the hero. He couldn't kill her, she was the dragon's age and her death would haunt him. Leif let her go. In the castle, the girl calmed herself. She couldn't tell reality from imagination, sensing no monster. Nell panicked, she sensed no malice, but she knew that armor moved. She walked straight, yet ended up back where she started. The door burst open. Her search skill sensed nothing, leaving her confused until a head suddenly appeared right in her face. The demon grinned, watching the hero stumble through traps, finally understanding game demon lords. Yuki saw the demon lord gloat over a human triggering the trap thrice, then congratulate the tired hero for coming so far. Dungeon ghosts set these traps. Lu masters mind magic, Rei uses telekinesis, and Rui creates illusions. They're impossible to find. Haunted house mode is a total success. Yuki's already thinking Schurfer killing mode and destroying mode. He especially likes this game part. The girls scolded him for teasing the hero, leaving the demon confused why they'd protect their enemy. Seeing Nell crying, Lef and Aluna pressured Yuki to stop his jokes. The guy finished the farce. Embarrassed, he made the girl cry. He spoke carefully, but she, still scared, thought he was a ghost. He calmed her, assuring he was alive if not human. Terrified by ghosts, the girls are sent to design another room and thanked for their work. Girls saw the monster submit to the guy, realizing he's the demon lord. Nell introduced herself and asked if Yuki was ready. Her eyes were red from crying. She tried to justify herself, but the demon said it's insane to pull a gun on a stranger in your house. The girls an uninvited guest. No one expected Nell to just break down. The hero insisted Yuki wasn't crying, then backed pity and told her to leave so he could finish his laundry and decorating. She stayed to stop the demon's rampage, while the boy only killed his family's kidnappers and the soldiers hunting him. No tried to object, but the guy warned he didn't care what she heard, only if she'd truly considered her actions. Yuki doubted she'd believe he never started the fight, but he showed his enemies no mercy. Heroine thought the young man would kill her, but he couldn't. She was just a little girl. His words hurt her, but the demon, done fighting, said goodbye to Nell and left, only for her to abandon him. Awkward, the hero's hips wouldn't obey. She wanted help. Soaking in the hot springs, she replayed everything she'd been through. She needed to fix her mistake. Nell relaxed in the bath, but in the demon lord's castle, she had to stay alert. The heroine hadn't bathed in forever, so the demon lord carrying her to the water and offering a bed felt totally bizarre. The system only activates search with hostility. She realized he never saw her as a threat. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Iluna ran, seeing the girl crying over her brother. Nell hated this about herself. The vampire explained her identity to Yuki, who thought she was kidnapped, but Iluna clarified her brother saved her, and she adores him, even his dumb moments. Nell was stunned by the girl's respect. The demon lord rumors were clearly true. Talking to the girls, Nell realized she knew nothing about the demon lord. The heroine overheard Yuki, insisting the girl had no hidden motives. Night fell, fighting impossible. With many free rooms, he offered her to stay, eager to learn about people. Lefai fumed, certain this was a scheme to pick up girls. She didn't know what was worse, the plan or him hiding 3 new ghost girls. He explained the ghosts by claiming his gacha pull dropped 3 girls at once. The dragon spots the hero, who thanks her for the bath. Leif realizes she's the same whiny girl, and Nell fears the nickname will stick forever. Layla was relieved the hero defeated the bathroom vampire, but his words awkwarded her. Iluna said goodnight as Lou sought Layla's attention. The boy tried to slip away, feigning hospitality, but Leifija stopped him. He'd stay with her. The night was just beginning. Nell stared, unsure how to react. Next morning, Yuki met the hero, explaining the church sent her here. A demon killed many, and she must destroy it. Nell's intel ran dry. He blasted her for being careless and gullible. He developed his theory, investigating the army's church connection. The Holy Knight's captain was a suspect, but he wasn't convincing. The hero feared he'd punish the target, but the enemy's next move repelled the demon. She must warn her employers. The demon lord punishes all who trespass. She'd barely been at the castle a day, but she already saw the demon didn't use terror to control the girls. He claims revenge only when attacked. Nell can't verify it, she knows nothing. He's actually easy to talk to. He didn't kill her and even showed kindness, but the other girls have their own doubts. The girl attacked the castle monsters, pressured by the people, yet doubted her hero worth. Yuki snapped her out of her thoughts, and she had a question. Nella pressed him on the silver-haired girl. He had no answer for her provocative question. Yuki admitted the dragon was his equal, so he wouldn't treat her childishly. Heroine mocked the guy, confusing him, but then said he needed to think for himself before concluding. Sending the hero solo is odd. The army was small. Who's behind this? The country didn't openly order the infiltration. They control the army and the church, likely someone deep in the government. Guessing is useless. It's faster to just ask. Yuki asked Nell for a favor, but she awkwardly shut him down. The protagonist inspected the city. Yuki's emotions confused him, but the dragon urged her to give in. That's just him. Last time the demon saw nothing. The girls guarded the house while Leifsios watched the master. He just wanted fun. Knight stops Yuki, demands ID. Nell intervenes. The hero told the knight to prepare temp IDs for her companions. The knight, shocked by her ring's sign, obeyed instantly. The demon eyed the special church pass she showed the man, meant for the hero to bypass borders. Nell reminded them to keep her hero identity secret, and they agreed. The knight thanked them, then warned, no problems or their temporary passes meant expulsion. Looking around, the main character already knew what to do instantly. He suggested a group meal, so they hit different shops for their favorites. The meat was tasty like Layla's, and the soup even better. Suddenly, demons noticed Leafine looked ordinary. Yuki wondered if always hiding her horns and tail was easier, comparing her strange feeling to a man losing his limbs. He spotted a magician in the square, but the girl was too short to see, so he hoisted her up. Leafy now saw clearly, making him happy. The dragon teased and embarrassed her friend. The hero awkwardly watched them. Nell saw they clicked, so the girl suggested hitting the guild after the show for their IDs. Adventurers kill monsters and other races. Yuki looked forward to the guild, but Lefi's comment revealed he was also a target. Adventurers hunt monsters, but they also guard people and gather herbs to avoid constant killing. Adventurers once swarmed Leifsios, mistaking the girl for a monster. The dragon offered to crush the invaders, but he was told to stand down. The system shows the guild matches workers with jobs and issues ID cards. The counter girl greeted guests, asking how to help. Hero asked to register her companions. Girl asked if the young lady needed it. The boy teased the dragon as a young lady, so Leif signaled him to shut up while Nell negotiated and grabbed the license forms. Leify only wrote ancient script, so Yuki filled out her form. They wrote their names, then their class. Revealing their true class meant war, so the demon played dumb to stay safe. Class dictates your battle role. Pick your best fit on the questionnaire. Check your class with analysis or the guild crystal. The system confirms it reveals status and all class types, but the boy instantly refuses. Yuki realized magical tools meant he must hide his status, like Lefi. He asked his friend what status fit him. The dragon suggested the baggage carrier class since he was weak. The boy agreed, but the hero warned that non-combat roles weren't for him. The main character suggested he's a swordsman, his girlfriend a mage. They argued, but Nell kept filling out applications. The last point is your best skill, and it must be an attack. For Yuki, it's magic. She didn't get the sword's role, so she made him a mage. Leif chose breath, a skill firing city-leveling mouth beams. Terrified, Nell just wrote magic to hide its power. The administrator registers the couple with their info. They just need to put their hand on the magic instrument. Registration complete. This plate is your ID, don't lose it. Demon surprised by the process's simplicity, the girl explained harder registration deters people. Yuki then told the dragon it was finished. Entering the city, the boy asked if he could use the guild's item box. The girl replied storage magic was rare, but some could, so it was fine. Ashamed she's paying, he hears the guild buys monster parts and hunts some easy loot. Yuki flexed her massive power at the guild, but Leafy ignored her weird face to find food. Neldon thought she'd keep Demon's money, but he explained it was for her food, exactly half the monster profit. He asks about the map's pattern, which is actually a magic crest, a unique ID fueled by his pulsing magic. He cast magic into the card, it glowed. Only the owner makes it glow, preventing impersonation even with a stolen card. He then countered, what about those without magic? Nell's shocked everyone has magic. Some struggle with mana flow, earning special certificates. The young man realized his question sounded strange. Only their city and the capital required these certificates, whose pattern revealed the user's strongest element affinity. Lefi's best at fire, but she hides it because it lacks versatility. It only sets fires. Yuki loved it, certain her fire burned with amazing heat. Suddenly, people surrounded the heroes. The boy wondered if the bandit was ever taught pointing blades was wrong. He only learned the weak must abandon all and flee. The demon is strong enough to slay those monsters, but the man claims he just stole the loot and ran. The system window shows Dorga, an experienced axe fighter. This guy's strong for a human, but the rest are fodder. Yuki decided to slaughter them and hide the bodies in his box to erase the evidence. The boy wanted to continue the tour, but witnesses meant exile, so the demon kept it peaceful. Suddenly, the man revealed the boy and gray-haired girl were monsters. The magic tool blew their cover, and if they're caught, they're finished. Demons are enemies. Bandits harm them, no one complains. If demons attack, soldiers instantly respond. The man demanded, for silence, they must give all money, the woman, and then vanish. The bandit mocked Lefi and laughed, but suddenly groaned in terror. Yuki hoisted the bandit and demanded to know what he said about his girl. As the demon tormented the enemy, Lefi's emotions raged. The dragon woke to find the hero, and Yuki finished every bandit but the leader. Dogra warned they'd regret forcing his hand, as his stats suddenly skyrocketed. The demon was baffled as the enemy's power surged. They wielded a demonic weapon. This cursed axe has claimed countless lives. As blood soaks the steel, the victim's hatred fuses with the weapon, driving the wielder mad as their status skyrockets. It's an axe called the Demon Blade. The heroine panics while the demon watches, so Yuki reveals his ace. The hero's holy sword is an enchanted blade, a weapon infused with magic, but Nell's never seen such immense power. The Fortress Destroyer, Yuki's pitch-black blade is so heavy no mortal can lift it. Rank A+. Harder, sharper, heavier, this sword can't be enchanted, making it a purely physical weapon. He taunted Dojar, and the beast lost it. The demon deflected the bandit's strike and ready to counter. Yuki strikes, landing the direct hit his enemy missed. They parried attacks, but the attacker was weaker. Desperate, he cheated, releasing a smoke screen. Dogra attacked the youth, roaring threats. Demon parried, dealt a crushing blow, saying bad, but still saw the bandit. Yuki's magic eye perceives mana flow, bewildering the attacker. Then he explained Dogra had an escape chance but missed it. He wiped his blade and faced the dragon. If the boy goes berserk, Leafy must stop him, even by cutting off his arms. She agrees. Nell realized Yuki's plan, tried to stop him, and warned him of the danger. He gripped the axe and it moved with perfect fluidness. Voices flooded the demon's mind, fueling his hatred. Yuki silenced them. He didn't care about their dying thoughts. Their damned souls served the demon lord. He silences the dead and uses them. Back at the castle, he'll reforge the axe into an epic weapon. Nell feared the demon had changed, but he reassured her that, as a demon lord, he understood darkness. Awkwardly, the hero felt she should be handling this better. The boy was fine, the curse hadn't consumed him. Li-Fi knew. The dragon only cared about Yuki calling her his woman, demanding its meaning. The demon hadn't looked so enraged in ages. He forgot saying it, but the hero confirmed Li-Fi. The guy apologized, explaining it wasn't the woman, but his companion, but Yuki couldn't finish. She didn't want his apology, she was actually glad. Nell wanted to leave and Leif backed her, but she just wanted more shashlik. The hero was stunned by the dragon's gluttony. Gamdia arrived with soldiers, warning the trio to stop or be branded enemies. Demon Lord and Knight Gamdia Loston recognized. Yuki hid his status and demanded to know why they visited. The demon wants a word with the local governor. Nell was surprised. The young man said nothing. The man asked why they were down. They tried to rob him, so he fought back. Gamdee's subordinate confirmed it. Every human is a criminal bandit, and the commander trusts the demon. Lost sent soldiers to handle the criminals. He apologized for the chaos and offered to lead the team to the governor's mansion. Heading to the mansion, Leifai craved shashlik. Soon they arrived, met Luvia. Yuki greeted Railer, who tensed at the demon's appearance. Fearing revenge for his broken promise and the forest invasion, the old man begged to die for his people, but Yuki calmed him, explaining he only came to talk. Railer confirmed they weren't seeking revenge and calmed, explaining he didn't randomly kill. He came with companions to find their common enemy. The boy figured the king pulled strings, so the governor demanded why the demon thought so. They can send an army, even force the church to summon a hero. That's top-tier power in the country. The old man loved heroes. Shocked the governor was clueless, Yuki sent him to Nell, who warned him not to exploit her status. Hero Luvia introduced herself, shocking the man who instantly apologized, recognizing her and questioning her presence with the demon lord, while Nell lost to the boy and Yuki's story exposed the church's lies. The girl came to town for answers, and the demon followed to handle his own business. The old man agreed, pitying the hero's recent struggles, shocked he was sent on this mission for a mere trifle. Railer fumed their greatest asset was used thoughtlessly. Yuki calmed the old man to find the mastermind behind the tyranny. Luvia stayed silent, so the boy unleashed his terrifying aura. Yuki threatened to level the city unless the governor talked. The old man fearfully insisted he was still the governor. Railer's anger wouldn't make him betray his country. The demon answered with frightening calm. This meant he no longer needed the old man. Yuki called Leifai back to town. The dragon didn't expect this, but a kebab offer silenced her. The old man questioned the boy's motives. The demon said Luvia wouldn't talk, so he lost. He'd just sightsee and head home. Yuki asked Nell's plan, but she's staying to talk to the governor. The demon suggested meeting tomorrow at the mansion. He still had places to visit. The girl happily agreed. Railer sighed in relief as the boy left without a fight. Nell noted the demon lord was definitely strange. Heroine saw the main character fight for the first time. His strength shocked her. Yuki doesn't use his power to attack, only to protect. The girl can't believe he's actually an evil demon lord. The governor finally reveals the truth. Prince Ryudo sent the army to seize the cursed forest, leaving the girl completely blindsided. The untouched cursed forest is packed with resources, and Luvia knows the prince plans to conquer it for wealth. Nobles unite, troops swell, but the king's oblivious. The governor could have warned him, but the army's elite dismissed the old man as a coward. The king is too kind to spot evil, making him a failure of a ruler. The lord was stunned that no one saw this incident would destroy the Alicia kingdom. Nell promised to consult the holy knight captain and priest upon returning to church. Luvia was happy, hoping the church would find the best outcome for the country. Walking through the food stalls, he suddenly realized something. Yuki overheard the truth. The prince is pulling the strings. The evil ear, a dungeon monster, hears sounds and words 10 meters away, sending them to its owner. Storing a charge, it works outside the dungeon and is hard to detect. He was glad the gear was worth the cost. Li Fane noticed her friend's weird taste. The demon packs 27 secret devices. The prince was trouble. Yuki considered striking back next invasion, but in the capital he'd have many guards. If the demon openly killed the prince, war could erupt. Killing him's risky, a replacement will rise, but the young man knew the dragon would keep them safe, even if war erupted. Yuki wanted Leafy to just lounge around the dungeon in peace. He's here to protect his friend's peace, but a demon-dragon war would destroy his mission. He must defeat the enemy alone. If Yuki succeeds, he'll tear down the entire system. The dungeon's demon lord had to act. Suddenly, a voice called him out. Leif tried to help by eating his food. He just laughed. The demon wouldn't return the food, but the guy didn't want to upset his girlfriend, so he promised her another kebab. Morning hit and the group set off. Yuki loved the hotel, but Leafy preferred home. The food was solid, but he still wanted another bed. The couple reached the governor's mansion. The demon spotted Nell, calling out. They spotted a tired Railer. He offered a walk, but Luvia refused. He asked about the cursed weapon and calmly pulled out an axe. Fear gripped all. The elder demanded the demon sheath the weapon. The governor worried, but the boy calmed him, claiming he'd tamed the axe. Luvia still urged Yuki to put it away. It unnerved Their silence made him think. Nella stayed calm while Leafy practiced her sword. Maybe it was their status gap. The last owner surpassed average bandits. Weapon likely boosted him, but he kept control, so Yuki figures he hadn't used it much. Their reactions confirmed this weapon's danger. This worried the governor. Railer begged the monsters to behave. Yuki craved city exploration. Luvia preferred returning to the forest. Leifsios saved the city for its elite food, so the old man rewarded every vendor. The demon didn't get why the hero walked with his enemy, so she decided to watch them since she's new to the city and its customs. Yuki wanted weapons and books, the dragon craved sweets, and the girl led them to the nearest shops. The company hit the gun store. Knights shop at the armory, so expect high-quality gear. Analysis revealed A and B rank axes on the walls, but he spotted the cheap gear. An ancient hero's blade. A nameless warrior once used it to crush countless foes, but now it holds only a fraction of its power, quality unknown. He unearthed an ancient weapon. Even the dragon admired the find. He dreamed of combining them to forge something legendary. Channeling mana into alchemy lets you fuse any materials into a weapon. Fired up, he tells Lefi to choose. She ignored the weapon. The dragon only wanted to eat. The demon played with the shield. His friend reminded him they had more to see. Yuki told the hero to move on, but she froze, staring at a weapon despite already having the holy sword. I had to drag her away while she tried to keep looking. Protagonist gave hungry Leafy money, then went alone to the store to look around. Shelves packed the tiny bookstore. He smelled the books, realizing their popularity in his new world, then found Basics of Magic in Magic Circles. These 3 volumes span beginner to advanced. The demon's enchantments were solid, but he couldn't form enough circles. Yuki's book crafts terrifying weapons: paralysis, poison, arson, sleep, freezing, but once opened, everything got harder. The demon reads the words but understands nothing. He's crushed at first, but knows his order won't fail, so he'll start studying the second he gets home. He tracked his allies through the system and rushed to them. The stranger kept pestering the girls, so Yuki jumped in to save them. The demon turned to the strangers, apologizing. These 2 were his companions, so find girls elsewhere. The hero cheered seeing the boy, while Lefi nearly snatched his meat. Yuki grabbed his meat, signaling friends to move. The stranger blocked them, but Yuki snarled, "What else do you want?" Boys ran terrified. The demon demanded gratitude for saving their wallets from the voracious dragon. Nell thanked him. He replied not to take such people seriously. They only care about themselves. She understood, but he seemed too soft. Using past life experience, he had Nell find a restaurant to relax, while Leafy agreed, and the girl wondered how they ate so much. The boy was always hungry in the city. The dragon explained, less city mana than the forest forces his body to compensate. The boy misses the mana shift, and human food can't fuel his demon body. He demanded the governor's intel on the cursed weapon right now. A similar case exists. Kind people often snap, turning cruel, killing, or destroying everything. It's no coincidence. Cases spiked this month, leaving the governor baffled until rumors of a cursed weapon surfaced. Questioning revealed every victim got the axe from the same person. Nell worried for the dragon as the demon warned Laficiosa to be careful, but she wasn't overeating. She just wanted a giant poisonous snake. She picked it for its colors, expecting a tasty dish, but it was awful. She asked where they wanted to go next. Done with his tasks, he looked for local tourist spots. Crowded with travelers, it's no tourist city, but the girl gets an idea. The team breached Alfiero's walls. 2 guild quests hunt 3 giant spiders and 5 orcs. Yuki takes both to test his skills. She knew the demon was strong, but his disastrous monster choices left her terrified. He calmed her, thinking they were weaker than his forest's weakest monster. Hero gets a training chance, but the girl only agreed to solo fights, and the needed monsters only move in groups. The young man spoke arrogantly, enraging the dragon. The dragon already spotted nearby enemies. They found goblins, and Lefi instantly torched them with fire magic. Yuki barely stopped her before the magic torched the entire forest. The dragon suggested a pressurized water ball, and just as the demon calmed, a massive explosion thundered. This magic wiped out all life in its path. The guy scolded her for comparing her water ball to his dragon. She indifferently explained she uses compressed water, creating a high-pressure vortex that explodes on impact. Nell was stunned by Lefi's magic, but Lefi boasted she could level the city without it. Now, the hero demanded to know her race. Leifsio's ancient dragon. Nell's mind reeled. Yuki reveals she's the supreme dragon, and as a child, the hero never noticed. Lefi threatened the man to explain, such a character, forcing the demon to panic and praise her incredible power beyond words. Nell wondered why the supreme dragon followed the demon lord. He tried to tell the truth, but Lefi silenced him to protect her reputation. The young man turned on the fool. The girl instantly challenged him to a duel. Everything's fine, no worries. The dragon promised protection. Lefi won't protect Yuki. The guy mocked her, saying it was ruthless. The heroine laughed at the picture. Nell finally understood the duo and chose to rely on them. 4 hours later, the quest failed. The boy blamed the dragon's magic for scaring off every monster but the goblins, but she refused to apologize. A secret meeting reveals the cursed weapon was stolen. They blamed the governor, but a tourist did it. Then came the question, what about the last axe user's fate? Don't blame him for losing. That cursed weapon drives anyone insane. He stayed a simple bandit, but now they're plotting to brainwash the tourist. He heard the sword didn't faze him. Impossible. He's strong. Forget that weapon. Plan changes, no holding back. The ritual starts as they chant for their land's sacrifice. The monsters waved goodbye and headed out, noticing Nell was finally comfortable. Too bad the others stayed home. It would have been way more fun, but Yuki never expected her to say that. The Supreme Dragon was disappointed they didn't show, while the demon admitted he loved their walks. The young man thought it hadn't even been half a year since they met, but he felt like they'd lived together for decades. So much happened, even with the dragon often idle. Leafy saves energy for emergencies, skipping housework. A woman screams as a girl bolts in terror. A vile spirit roared. Yuki didn't grasp what happened but hated the mood. He hurled a stone at the spirit, but it did nothing. Guy used his magic eye on Lefi's advice, seeing opponent wrapped in threads. Girl explained he was dead, but magic controlled him. She suggested using young man's analysis, and she was right. The girl fought the necromancer, burning all zombies in the caster to defeat him, but the guy searched for the caster, who wasn't nearby. He realized magic could stop the controlled corpse. Yuki's mana shatters the caster's control. No caster is nearby, so these zombies are either remote-controlled or rogue. Either way, necromancers are never the good guys. Necromancy is magic, but the dragon despises anyone who desecrates the dead as tools. Yuki suggests security, but a blaring bell sends everyone fleeing. The man urged the boy to run, emergency evacuation. Last time the bell rang, dragons attacked the city. Exploiting the chaos, the demon scouted from the sky and ordered his allies to stay put. The hero's spell purges the undead. Regretful dead exposed to mana become undead, haunting combat zones or dense mana areas. Undead exorcism, sacred magic fights them. Zombies don't just show up, someone's pulling the strings. Nell regretted leaving her squad right before the chaos hit. Heroine changed her mind. She must act independently, her duty, save people. Gumdia barked orders to his soldiers near the estate. The mansion became an impregnable fortress for evacuees, where a soldier found a surviving girl. Rayler demanded an update, and Gamdia promised the knight would soon reclaim the area. After evacuating, the governor sends them to the city center to stop the trouble, and Luvia is heading there too. Lord Rayler rallied his troops, reminding them of the monsters, bandits, and enemy armies their city had already survived. This city never fell. Alfiro's homeland won't fall now. They must retake the city from the undead. Lost in thought, Luvia praised the governor's speech. He hadn't seen battle in ages, a soldier himself. The old man knew the prince started this for revenge, but none of that matters now. The governor must fight now for his citizens. Hero spots zombies roaming the city, horrified, as they chase passersby with outstretched arms. He sees the adventurers holding their own against the undead. He sees them severing limbs, dousing with holy water, realizing it's a reliable zombie fighting method, and they'll cope even if left alone. He needs answers, who and why. He believes zombies are the only monsters, so he's not here to conquer. He thinks the necromancer's nearby, watching, to buy time or because he's human. Inside his mind, he finds a lone tree and 5 dark figures. He's finally found it. She shreds the zombies. She commands lost souls back as zombies swarm. Her sword slashes, blood splatters. Yuki jumps in to help and asks why she hasn't escaped. She can't leave, she's guarding the shelter. He threw a bottle at her, demanding she drink it. Nell's shocked by the luxury mana potion. Yuki tells her to wait while he calls Lefi, but she asks what'll happen to him. Hiro tells her he found the culprits. He's beating their faces up. Now tries to follow, but Yuki can't leave and tells him to handle it. She agrees, offering anything in return. He wonders what she means. Nell's baffled by his reaction. That's not what she meant. Yuki asks if the hero lied on purpose. The embarrassed girl begs the hero not to mess up. Yuki strokes her head. He doesn't understand her. He just wanted her to show him the city again. Nell blushes, calling him an idiot. Laughing, the hero warns her to relax and takes flight. 5 silhouettes wait under a lone tree on the hill. Dark hoods conceal their faces, fewer than Yuki thought. He flies straight towards them. The young man slashes his sword at them, but one dodges. The cloaked man demands why Yuki's here. He warns dodging won't save him, he'll die. Stranger repels the next attack. Blades clash as the stranger asks why Yuki's blocking them. His answer, they ruined his day. The necromancer's spell forces the dam from the underworld to obey. Zombie animals swarm from the portal, eyes glowing and rotting flesh hanging from their exposed ribs. Stranger threatens the young man. This is his grave. These undead dwarf city zombies. The zombie wolf snarls, bares fangs, and Yuki realizes Lefi was right. Necromancers are vile. A zombie wolf lunges, but he kicks it back. Next, a ferocious zombie bear charges straight into his blade. Yuki leaps at the next monster, burying his blade in its flesh. The necromancer is stunned. Calling the kid a monster, he fires his spell and rips open a portal. Yuki lunges to stop him, falling straight into the trap as the necromancer smirks. The hero knows exactly what trap lies ahead. The boy casts a spell that shatters magic structure. Yuki spent massive mana on the spell. The hero impales the necromancer, ending it. Locals clear rubble to rebuild, while farmers hit the fields. Nell checks merchant papers. 2 days since the undead invasion. Noel calls the city resilient. Houses she blasted are being rebuilt, and they've already cleared the bodies and treated the wounded. The girl asks what the man he nearly killed told him after healing. Nell needs the black-cloaked guy. He traded it for a promise to report all info, believing the governor is perfect for the job. The girl thinks they're lucky the magic circle he found summons undead. Nell agrees. Despite the city's fun, he misses home. Lefi backs him. She asks why he's staring. She points to the treat, says it's hers and won't share. Nell apologizes. Nell hesitates, then reaches into the portal. Leafy gasps. The boy offers his fist, saying it's for her. Confused, she slips her hands beneath the young man's outstretched hand. Yuki hands her a ring he found, saying it suits her and won't break when she transforms into a dragon. Lefi thinks he wants her wearing the ring 24/7, but he tells her to wear it whenever she likes. She returns the ring, and Yuki panics, thinking she's taking it back as sweat pours down his face. Leify asks him to slide it on her finger. Holding hands on the bench, they lock eyes. Yuki slips on the ring, admiring it. They turn away, sitting in silence. Lefi catches the light on her ring and calls the boy's name. The girl's overjoyed, thanking him. Clouds sweep over the mountains. Yuki and Leafy announce their home, met by a little girl. Iluna's thrilled they're back and pulls her brother into a hug. Yuki beams seeing Leo, Layla, and Iluna. Yuki asks the girl in the frilly dress who she is. She sways. The boy realizes it's Sha. She jumps for joy. Leafy sees her appearance is entirely to Yuki's taste. The hero asks what she thinks he likes, while Leafy asks if Shay evolved. Iluna admits wanting to transform, told her to try. It worked. Iluna tripped and injured herself. Touching the painful wound made her body glow, and the cut vanished instantly. Yuki sees Shia's stats exploded since last meeting. No surprise, Layla told him monsters evolve faster than other races. Lefi suspects her stats skyrocketed because she kept feeding her mana. Shiai calls mana delicious. Yuki gets it. Leafy's mana is denser. He asks how strong her magic is, comparing it to rare Pokemon candies. Leify just calls him a weirdo. She asks the hero if he's happy with her evolution. Yuki's thrilled, saying she's grown. She cheers, thrilled to finally look normal, but the boy watches her with sympathy. Leafy calls his smile idiotic. Yuki pats her head, retorting, "So are you." The hero calls it the fearless smile of the strong. He senses something changed, even though they've only been gone for days. Yuki remembers his shock seeing monsters when the plane opened. The girl asks if he means Fenrir's monster servants. He warns her this cute legendary beast outclasses her stats. It commands hundreds of servants, and he plans to hunt with it soon. Yuki stretches, laughing. He heads home to chill. Relaxation is the demon lord's middle name. Yuki and the girls forge a new weapon. Grab the materials, prep them, then pump in your magic to trigger the skill. Behold the final product, Demon Lord Yuki's katana-like sword of condemnation, unforgivingly hating and judging all sinners. Yuki says this sword destroys sin and judges. Best of all, it grows with you. The boy thinks it's perfect. Surprised by its size, the girl asks, "Is that a cutlass?" Yuki corrects her, "It's a katana." The girl asks again, "Is it the same katana from the east?" She asks for the sword, ignoring Yuki's warning because of her wolf blood, but the blade is just as heavy as he said. The hero tries the sword, hunting with first Freya. He promises to return for dinner. This blade slices straight through trees. The sword met Yuki's expectations, lightening his body. He found it an amazing quality. He eyes the sword, declares it the best. Hero thinks the sword likes praise, calling it adorable. Yuki believes a magic circuit could burn enemies to death. Layla finds the owner in a weird pose, lying on the floor while adding a magic circuit to the sin. She offers help, and Yuki is thrilled. The girl reminds him, magic basics are filling spell frames, then pouring mana to activate them in circuits. She explains primitive magic drawings reveal every imaginary part needed for activation, and Yuki's finally catching on. Layla explains fireball magic involves creating, controlling, and throwing fireballs, plus variations like changing their form. Yuki realizes a bad outline ruins the flow, and too much volume slows it down. It's actually simple. Hiro asks Layla if a more compact, three-space circuit would solve magic circulation issues. Her eyes widen. The owner's genius idea blows her mind, and Yuki's stoked. Layla excuses herself. Urgent matters call. Conversation later. The hero steps into the yard, spotting Iluna and Zai playing ball. Exhausted from the game, the girls crash on the bench, heads on Yuki's lap. Yuki falls asleep, mouth open. Girl enters Layla's room, hears her pen scribbling. Yuki and the girls fish at the pond. A young man lands a big fish, then brags. Leafy rages, instantly snagging an even bigger one. Yuki never expected to lose, but Leafy laughs, saying his ego and rule changes saved Liu while fish sizzles on the grill. Lefi declares the loser fries the meat, teasing Yuki that he'd miss out on his own delicious cooking. The girl feeds him a bite from her chopsticks. Yuki devours the whole thing, calling it delicious. Leafy screams for him to spit it out. That was the last bite. Iluna ends their quarrel, feeding her brother and asking if he likes it. He says it's better because she fed him. The girl offers him more, then runs away. Lefi says don't spoil Yuki, he's the loser. Iluna and Shia will feast on delicious food together. Yuki calls it kindness, and she agrees. She feeds the young man baked vegetables, so quickly he barely swallows. Lefi won't complain. Yuki gave him all her food. He asks why not meat. She runs, he chases. Layla offers her portion. She refuses, calling it a loser's job, and hands Layla her portion. Yuki confronts Fear, asking why he's so cruel cutting fish, then jokes and asks him to take her meat. Girls show Layla how to cut the fish from its back. Yuki feeds Leafy vegetables, promising meats inside. She asks, why eat grass? As twilight deepens, the glowing heroes rest. Layla's group sits on a log while a fur-clad girl stands by and Yuki feeds Leafy. Bad news, the prince rebelled. She tells Yuki the king and princess vanished. The hero's upset he forgot him. He sighs, lamenting his dropped guard. She thinks the cursed sword and undead were just distractions. The rebels tried to kill the governor, but Yuki ruined their plans. Nell felt they'd achieved something. The soldiers held their ground after the riot, and among cities opposing Yuki's castle attack, Ulfira boasted fierce fighters. Hiro asks if the cloaked stranger gave it to them, but the girl says despite serums and magic, the necromancer never talked. Nell reveals the prince's men seized the capital in a coup. They must save the king, attack the city, and overthrow the traitors. Yuki knows once the August offspring takes the throne and commands the army, a larger army will immediately appear at his castle gates. Thinking, the young man asks Nell what the church will do. She fears the crown's rule if the aggressive princes seize power. Now explains the church wants to rescue the king. Yuki agrees it's worth the risk, even if he's dead. Hiro vows to save the king, leaving Nell thrilled. Yuki knows the king belongs on the throne since he opposed the forest invasion. He considers killing the prince directly, but vengeful minions won't let him rest. Better to let the resistance handle the rebel. Nell wonders who'd ally with a demon lord, so Yuki offers to hide his identity and play her masked, pushy squire. The girl insists the mask won't fool detection crystals, but Yuki reassures her he has a plan. Nell and Yuki begin their journey. Layla wishes him luck while Iluna and She beg for his return. He pats their heads, telling them to behave, then hands cup his face. Lefi warns Yuki to ignore other girls. He promises to stay loyal, leaving her happy to guard the dungeon. Lefi pushes hair back, revealing a magical cheek glow. Yuki counts on her. Yuki and Nell hop onto first. The hero asks him for a ride to the capital, but Nell's afraid and insists she'll walk. Fur bolts as Nell's screams shake the forest. Yuki leaves and the girls head out. One asks if their master's energy is why they feel so good. Lefi confirms it, noting that every being has unique magic. She says Yuki naturally draws people in, claiming only a master womanizer could lower Iluna's guard so fast. Layla spots the ring and asks Leafy who gave it to her. She reveals Yuki gave her the ring. Everyone congratulates her, asking if their master proposed. Leafy denies it. They then ask who he is to her, seeing their closeness. Leafa's clueless since this is a first for her. Every man she met tried to kill her or fled, and she'd never lived with anyone this long. She'd never had such fun, but no one to compare it to. Lefi admits she's unsure about Yuki, but the girls understand. Their master is anything but normal. The girls grill Levi on his life with Yuki, asking if it was love at first sight. Meanwhile, Yuki and Nell trek through the forest with aching backs. They finally reach Arsal's capital, a massive fortress where guards monitor every soul from the watchtowers. Heroes wonder how to get inside. The task isn't easy. Nelsa didn't expect so many soldiers. Yuki points to a grate at the impenetrable wall's base. She reveals this grate is a secret entrance hidden by magic, where they're meeting the church knight. Yuki says centuries exist there, it's hopeless. He asks if she's decided what to do inside. She answers yes, then screams in surprise. He cloaks Nell and scoops her up, ready to fly over the wall. She struggles, but he warns her to stay quiet or she'll bite her tongue. Yuki launches up, wings spread, charging the wall's peak as Nell screams nonstop. The young man scolds her, demanding silence. The girl looks down in horror, saying it's easier said than done. The guard hears the invisible noise, wondering what it is. Guards scan the night, certain something is lurking in the sky. Yuki blames Nell for getting them spotted. Nell argues he should have warned her pre-takeoff. Relieved to be unseen, Yuki warns Nell he's landing. The boy craves the speed while she shuts her eyes in terror, a perfect duet for the heroine and demon lord. Back on the ground, Nell snaps at Yuki for being reckless. He apologizes, claiming he warned her, but Nell calls his warning trash. He chuckles, suggests talking later. They're being met. Pounding footsteps as guards charge, she yanks Yuki to follow. The hero's shocked by the empty streets. The girl agrees it's usually packed, figuring the locals sensed danger and fled. Magical light flashes, a mask appears on Yuki's face. Nell asks what it is. He replies it's a disguise. He hides his face from the church with a cool mask he secretly found in a catalog. Nell doubts hiding her face works. She warns Yuki the mask might get him banned, but he tells her not to worry, he'll handle it. He gives the church victory over the rebels, only wanting new information. Nell calls out, but he just brags about his mask. She snaps and points to something terrifying, looking worried. Stinking zombie hordes block their path. Yuki finally gets what stinks, declaring them too many. They need a new route, but that way's blocked too. Nell asks if Yuki senses undead. He confirms, angry the guards just sit around. She agrees, noticing the guards are ignoring the zombies. Yuki knows it's intentional and warns Nell of the danger. Cast the spell and banish the zombies. Yuki's delighted. The girl reveals sacred church knowledge, thinking it might work on the wily demon lord. He'll stay away. Yuki wins in disgust, filth dripping from his hand. Nell orders the zombies to obey God and return to the earth. The demon lord realizes stronger spells pack more power. He's shocked coward Nell isn't afraid of zombies, but she snaps that unlike ghosts, you can actually slash them. Yuki gets it. Nell fears her sword is useless, even if magic can still win. The hero assumes clergy always hunt spirits, but she says she protects the streets. Ghosts aren't her problem. They reach a large, shuttered house. Nell knocks and hears half the exit password. She immediately adds the second part, Strand. The door swings open. A voice welcomes them back, ordering them to wait for someone who recognizes her face. Yuki laughs, thinking it looks like a secret organization's base. Neil shushes him. The door bursts open. A girl runs out, hugging the heroine. Kalat was worried sick and relieved to see her again. Nell's face sank. She begs her mistress's forgiveness for failing her orders. Kalat tells her not to worry. It was madness anyway. Kalat just wants her safe return. Nell realizes she hasn't introduced her companion. She can't introduce him, as Kalat and Yuki just stare. Nell then declares him her servant, claiming she met him on the road and he's strong, useful. Yuki calls himself Nell's lackey. Kalat suspects the masked man, but Nell swears he's an ally. Lady Kulat tells the girl every warrior counts now, then asks them to follow. UK enters an odd door, sensing energy and hidden magic. He asks Kalat what it was, and she praises his strength for sensing it. Passing the door proves Yuki isn't an enemy. She tells him to relax, since they can't let just any stranger into their shelter. Mrs. Kalat checks his status, sees he's human. His mask isn't enchanted. Yuki says he's just helping. The trio walks down a long hallway, and the girl tells them to enter. The hero celebrates upgrading his pretend skill, changing his name, race, level, and class to become human from Demon King. Nell asks how he did it. Yuki says he used status magic to dodge questions. He reassures her it's fine, and she realizes she worried for nothing. Hero listed stats worse than Nell's, keeping only common skills. Yuki knows he must hide the act. Higher-level foes will quickly see through his disguise. Mrs. Kalat leads them down the hall, heels clicking on wood. Girl reaches the wall, extends her hand, and casts path to the Lord. Light explodes, revealing a materialized door. Yuki beams at the secret door, finally living his dream. The door opens, heroes face the dungeon's impenetrable darkness. Kalat warns the road ahead is bumpy, so watch your step. What awaits them is unknown. Lefi sits in her room, certain her feelings for Yuki will win, no matter the distance. Yuki and friends use a hidden passage. He asks Carlotta when the dead first appeared in the capital. She replies they first appeared 2 weeks ago, as the prince rebelled. He asks if the prince is behind this. Carlotta agrees, pointing to how the soldiers are fighting. Yuki thinks even if the prince controls the dead, the elite shouldn't do it. He cannot understand the prince's plan. She screams they're overwhelmed. The scouts failed to find the lair, so Nell begs Yuki to hunt them down, but even he has limits. Hero promises later, heroine thanks him, then they reach the hidden exit. Heroes enter a huge church, high ceilings, stained glass. Yuki's stunned. Seeing his awe, Nell admits she felt the same way. The church is watched, so Carlotta holds secret meetings here and invites them to join. Carlotta starts the meeting, introducing herself as captain of Faldian's Holy Knights and taking charge. Yuki's impressed, this girl is no amateur. Nell confirms Carlotta masters sword and magic, supporting the entire Knight Order. She admits status won't help her win, and Yuki realizes Carlotta is on a whole different level. The hero checks Demir's status, finding elite weapon skills and insane proficiency. He recalls Lefe's warning, raw stats mean nothing against experience. Without training, a genius is destined to lose. The captain warns the country is collapsing, and the capital is in chaos. She demands unity to free Alsel and restore peace. Carlotta opens the meeting, presenting the plan. Demir's plan is to rescue the royals. Yuki sees the king as captive, and to get his help, he must save him. The girl declares they start tomorrow at midnight, with the church bells. She dismisses the meeting, calling for luck and victory. No praises Carlotta's amazing work. She thanks her and asks if they're tired. She leads them to a resting spot, but alarms blare as a growing undead horde infiltrates. The captain asks if the attack was accidental, but the soldier thinks the undead simply heard fighting near their secret sewer exit. Nell explains the shrine links to other sewers, but finding the exact route is tough. Carlotta wants to find and destroy the lair of the dead. She tells Nell, fight, Yuki's ready, he's the hero's partner. The heroes crush the zombies, but Nell's shocked by the boy's weapon, he just calls it practical. Yuki asks how the dead return. The captain lists several ways, suspecting a magic circle is the key. The girl says that's why they missed the lair, but they likely hid it elsewhere. Yuki senses a demonic sword's aura from the dead and sewage. He wonders if following this trail leads to the magic circle. Hero tells Carlotta he found the magic circle. He can't pinpoint it, but senses the flow, leaving Demir deep in thought. She tells Nell they'll check out a potential lair of the dead. Yuki admits he's unsure, but she insists any light helps, even a dead end. She pushes them to check it out. Nell and Yuki arrive, totally stunned. Carlotta agrees, the magic is thicker here, even she can feel the surge. Yuki says no way forward. Captain Demir turns to the soldiers. Your turn to work, they stand ready. The soldiers spot a keyhole. Carlotta praises them and tells them to step back. She swings her sword and smashes the wall. A hole blasts open. Nell's stunned by how easily Mrs. Carlotta smashed the wall as they step inside. The darkness stares from within. Captain Demir covers his nose with his sleeve against the foul smell from the hole. She commands soldiers to guard the entrance. Carlotta asks the heroes to join her, and they instantly agree. She warns them to stay alert as strange sounds echo from the darkness. These rotting corpses scream through the dark, unaware they're about to be destroyed. Liefa and Aluna brush teeth, waiting for the demon lord's return. Surrounded by the living dead, the group scrambles for a plan. Carlotta believes currents bring corpses, turning them undead. Yuki sees the prince's group is cruel. Nell asks if the magic circle causes it. Glowing pillars appear, and Demir spots the hexagram, pull out 2 pillars to shatter the circle. He asks how to break them in the dead crowd. Yuki replies he'll handle the dead and the pillars. He blasts them with water, telling them to enjoy the slide. Perlotta praises him, then tells Nell to take the left. The girl understands. They keep fighting. The undead finally dropped, littering the stone floor. Nell cheers they did it, while Carlotta thanks them, shocked it was so easy. Yuki smiles, noting how effortlessly they crushed the pillars. Some zombies still move. They've been like that too long, turning into monsters. Carlotta suggests ignoring them since the problem's source broke. Yuki declines, and the captain apologizes for the delay, promising to find them a place to rest. Shocked his circle broke, the necromancer thinks the dead finished their job and triggers the final phase. Sun blazes over the capital. Yuki scares the kids with demon lord threats, sending them scattering as one girl trips in the grass. He helps her up, asks if she's hurt, then tells her to promise the demon lord to run more carefully. The boys grab the game, shouting they'd crush him with the sacred sword. Nell sees the boy having fun, while Yuki laughs that he's outnumbered by heroes. He invites her to join, offering a mask. She smiles and refuses. The hero promises joining him will make her popular with the kids. Carlotta apologizes for arriving unannounced at the Fernie orphanage. The woman replies they're church ministers, and helping in hard times is their duty. Franny's frustrated she has no food. A hungry child approaches. She asks him to wait. Yuki says they're at war. Nell realizes the shelter gets no donations, and food is scarce. The hero asks for her help, rips open a portal, and struggles to pull something out. Yuki pulls a massive ham from the portal, declaring lunch is on schedule. They cook a giant stew, and Nell assures the hungry kids everyone gets a share. The meat's ready and orphans line up. Yuki keeps order while Nell directs them to the masked brother for their food. A girl Yuki knows calls his mask cool. He compliments her beautiful eyes, then treats her to 2 pieces of meat. The kids thank him, calling him amazing. Demar asks if it's monster meat, while Fernie wonders who used these expensive spices. Yuki answers their questions, saying he easily hunts monsters and makes his own spices. He offers this as gratitude for resting there. Impressed by his childcare, Carlotta asks Yuki if he's a father. He says no, but cares for a girl like a little sister. Meanwhile, the street fills with a delicious smell. The smell of spiced meat hooks passersby, making their mouths water. Yuki spots the approaching crowd and tells the others to leave them to him. Smiling, he asks them if they're hungry. They agree. Yuki asks if they want meat, and the people roar for it. Yuki vows they'll get meat. He has one condition: carve him up. The crowd obeys, slicing 20 portions as more plates arrive. Yuki eyes the ham under the light. Too lazy to cook, he promises the workers more meat if they keep pushing. Everyone feasts and plays music. Nell says it feels like a festival, and Carlotta agrees. Demar's never seen the capital this happy. Who is this masked man? Questions interrupt their conversation about the gathering. Guards claim all food belongs to the state, asking the girls if they want to be rebels. Guard claims they feast while soldiers bleed on the battlefield. He demands the rebels hiding food, but Captain Daymare warns them to retract their words. Yuki's in trouble, but the castle stays peaceful. The girls have fun, awaiting their master. Carlotta claims she hunted the monsters alone, demanding to know the guard's problem, as Yuki listens silently. A guard asks if the law hurts her, but another snaps that ignorance is no excuse. She admits she's hurt, but points out they never feed the people. The guard notices her gift of speech but no honor. They arrest her for lawbreaking. Carlotta protests, backed by angry villagers demanding why the army needs so much food. They refuse excuses and don't trust the guards. The girl looks closely at the guard, saying they should taste him too. His body suits this job better than knighthood. Yuki doesn't get why Carlotta lets these freaks talk to her like that when she's stronger. He spots watchers on the map, provoking them with soldiers. He thinks they want them to attack first. Suddenly, the girl bumps into a guard. He swings his sword, yelling at the girl to watch where she's going. Yuki kicks the guard's head, dropping him. Livid, the soldier demands how they dared attack. The guards resist but get crushed. They weren't ready, even though Nell's side started it. Hiro apologizes for leaving Nell with guards. She asks his plan. He must find their watchers, fearing their successful plot. He says goodbye, then orders more meat for the girl. Carolina tells Nell he's talented and worth the lie to recruit as an ally. The heroine is stunned she understood, while de Marie reveals he knows Nell has no brother. Girls promise Carlotta Yuki won't harm the church, though it's strange. He earned Nell's trust, so the lady believes her and strokes the girl's hair. Carlotta always worried about Nell blindly following orders, but she's finally grown. She asks if Yuki fights for her own reasons. Soldiers report in, the commander triggers the plan and orders the word spread. Carlotta announces to the palace. The girl finally acts. Inside the demon lord's castle, Liu hatches a plan and rushes to Lady Li-Fi. She tells the girl to approach the guy. This sudden idea stuns her. Liu notices Leifi's confusion over Yuki and decides to bring them closer. She offers to close the gap while he's gone. Indignant, she asks what Leo means. She already has an advisor. Aruna arrives, demanding Lefi cast a spell on her little brother. She pauses, asking Leo what bewitch means, explaining it's when a guy goes totally crazy for a girl. Aruna's amazed, but Lefi scolds Liu for what she's teaching the kid. Knowing her brother's favorites, the girl's thrilled to tell him. Aruna tells Lefi Yuki loves fluff, and her brother's obsessed with Riura's. Leo laughs, tells the girl she's wrong. Aruna suggests he loves his sister's wings. His face changes when he strokes them. Leafy thanks her, but that's not all. She reads the master likes their fun. Aruna knows he gets happier seeing it. Leo thanks her as an exasperated Leafy mutters she never knew he was so persistent. Layla claims zero psychology knowledge, yet still offers recommendations. Layla tells Lefe to admit she was lonely when the demon lord returns. Outraged, Lefe can't believe she's actually expected to say that. Layla, ignoring her indignation, explains how to get a guy. Subtle touches work. Lefe stutters, touching. Leo loves Layla's advice, finding her tips super useful. Layla wants a long, happy life for Lady Lefi and the Lord, so she's implementing Leyu's plan. The girl asks if Lefi's ready. Confused, Lefi looks visibly worried. Everyone wonders if the invincible dragon can survive Lela's training. Perlotta tells the crowd they've seen the capital's ruin. The captain reveals a rebel prince captured the king, and if he wins, the country is doomed. She declares the church will free the king, reclaim the capital, and rallies all with weapons to join. Carlotta's certain god ensures their win. Yuki chases the suspect through the capital. Hiro activates stealth. He wants to catch him, but the suspect's heading to the castle, so he decides to follow to free the king. Yuki hopes the church doesn't wait for dark. Too many people saw the fight. He sprints past guards at the palace entrances. The hero nearly catches the suspect as he ducks behind a door. He pulls the door, it's locked. A voice behind the door asks the guard what happened. Yuki drops the man with a heavy blow, then scans the entrances for the king's dungeon. Captain Carlotta gets word. Western Gate and barracks taken, soldiers detained. The gate is 70% done. The girl asks about losses. 5 are dead and 6% are down, but the plan proceeds. Carlotta knew they couldn't suppress so many enemies, but the soldier reported civilians rebelled and losses were low, so she sent citizens to the rear to rest. The captain asks for anything unusual, and the soldier reports unknown mages, possibly necromancers. The soldier explains they weren't warned, freezing in horror as they saw the dead rise. The girl realizes the capital's dead are the prince's doing. She realizes yesterday's circled destruction prevented catastrophic losses. Carlotta thanks the masked guy. The captain recruits the tireless Nell, and they head for the next target. Yuki can't find the dungeon entrance, so he checks the virtual map. He's sure the secret passage must be on it, even if guards don't know. Yuki inspects the fallen soldier, suspecting magic stopped the castle invaders. He searches the soldier for proof of his allegiance. Hiro finds a magic device and learns its owner is immune to magic. A maid bursts from a door. The girl screams, terrified by his mask. He covers her mouth, demanding silence. He won't hurt her, he's just here for the king, and the soldier is still alive. Yuki asks if she'll scream, pulling his hand from her mouth. Maid asks if he's here to save the king and Lady Arrow. Hiro confirms, clarifying her identity. The girl begs rescue, promising to lead him to the dungeon and revealing its entrance. Yuki finds the outside entrance, thanks the maid, and warns her to flee with her family before this place becomes a war zone. Girl blesses boy leaving. Yuki rages into the dungeon. He walked down the stone steps, finding the king useless yet charismatic. If he were prince, he'd kill the king. Is he being kept for execution, or does the prince actually love him? Yuki stalks the dungeon when strange sounds echo. Inside a cell, a guard beats a girl in rags. He pins her down with his boot, raising his whip for another strike. The guard sneers, blaming her father for her pain, then beats her while the king begs for mercy. The king clutches the iron bars, demanding the guard stop, but he laughs, drool running down his chin. The girl can't resist, tears stream down her face. The demon lord looms behind the villain, freezing the guard in terror. Hiro impaled Yuck, now he must save the violated girl. Aruna knows their demon lord guards their smiles. The guard thrashes the girl before her father, leaving her in agony. The princess steps up to help her father, sure that everything will be fine. She hopes if she endures the beatings and abuse, everything will be fine. They'll come save them. Suddenly, the girl's pain stops. Surprised, she musters strength and raises her head. A stranger appears in her doorway, promising it'll be fine. He says she tried hard. Yuki grabs the princess. She hails him a hero, but the king demands his name. The boy greets the king, who spots his demon form and furiously orders him away from his daughter. The demon lord calls him cruel after all his effort, mocking the king as a failure who couldn't raise his son. Yuki tells the king he's in trouble because his foolish son wants his forest. He promises to help, but demands the king never touches his forest. The king asks if that's the demon lord, and Yuki confirms. Admitting he failed his son, the king says he can't guarantee a thing. Yuki vows his people will pay for his sins, and he'll kill anyone entering his territory. The king meets the threats with silence. The boy asks if anyone still trusts him, thinking of the townspeople and the maid. Hiro says the church will save him. The king's stunned. Yuki blasts the king for sitting caged, awaiting fate. The king holds parents accountable for their children's actions. The demon lord frees the king, warning him, "Regret your words, and he'll kill you, everyone near you, and your future children." The king rushes to his daughter and finds her safe. He asks if the demon threatened to kill them for disobeying, but Yuki is confused. Leaving the cell, the king thanks him for saving his daughter. The hero lunges at the guards and tells them to flee. One screams in pain as another calls for a medic. Yuki hates their bad acting, certain they're trying to get hurt just to escape the battlefield. The demon lord laughs, telling the king they like him. The boy tags along, despite needing no help. The guards, outraged, order his capture. Yuki figures a little kick is no big deal. With their captain crushed, the royal guard retreats. The young man seeks the prince, noticing few princess soldiers. A soldier confirms prisoners also help. He figures the prince is in his office or throne room, while the guards ignore the chaos outside. Yuki asks the soldier about the commotion, assuming it's the church. He confirms, making the young man realize they're not wasting time. The soldier offers to handle the remaining guards. The hero agrees, escorting the king to safety and warning him to stay sharp. Yuki tells King the plan's working. The church moved fast, so he must hide. Clutching his daughter, the king asks about his son. The demon lord vows to kill the boy personally. The king understands and joins the team. He promises peace. Yuki agrees. Captain Demare salutes the king, relieved he survived. Nell's stunned to see Yuki with the king, but Yuki admits he freed him without knowing he was royalty. Carlotta asks the king to hide, assuring soldiers will keep him safe. The king agrees, but insists they take his daughter instead. Demare warns the king that if he falls on this battlefield, the kingdom dies with him. The king's sorry for the trouble. He must see it himself. Yuki's danger detection activates. Carlotta begs the king to reconsider. Higher levels expand the detection area. A stranger lunges, but he parries the strike. Shocked by Yuki's block, the man gets called out for his backstabbing. He laughs, mentioning rumors of a hero and woman aiding the church. He's lucky the demon lord spots a strong fighter. Leif wants Yuki to recall her face when lonely. Nell asks if he's okay, but he warns the fighter is dangerous. Swinging his massive sword, the man tells the bugs to stay back. The demon lord knows he must face him, and Carlotta de Meyer offers her help. He refuses, he'll handle it alone. The captain orders the princess to safety as his soldiers prepare to die for their king. Carlotta warns Yuki they've gone to the prince. "Don't die, I have questions." Nell tells her brother, "Be careful." The boy swears it. Demon Lord asks the fighter why he spared the king. He responds, "My orders target only strong opponents, and you're the strongest." The stranger feels lucky. He didn't expect people like this. Then Yuki tells him to rest. Battle rages. Carlotta asks if she's worried, while the girl doubts his adamantite rank. The captain confirms it, adding she thought the guild would stay neutral. The fighter's called Warfin. She says he's a battle-crazed maniac. Despite his skills, his toxic reputation and guild drama trap him at Orchalak rank. The captain pulls her troops to let the masked man fight unhindered, trusting his strength. He hesitates but agrees. The fighter laughs. Yuki's strength and counterattack speed amaze him. The young man snaps, "Shut up, stop making that face." Yuki scans the fighter and finds a beast, equal stats but better skills. He didn't come for death matches, he just wanted to hunt monsters and pet Rear's fur. Fighter asks why Yuki's so calm. They're here to fight. Demon Lord punches his stomach hard, making him cry out. He blasts a water stream to drown the fighter, who chokes as it engulfs his head. Yuki realizes the battle isn't going his way, lacking real combat experience. He needs skills he doesn't possess to win. Hero lunges at fighter. He deftly dodges the blow, then unexpectedly attacks, surprising the man. He skewers him and pulls his gun. Yuki fires, the weapon blasting sparks. Unbreakable, he strikes again, stopping his blade inches from the demon lord's face. He catches the blade with his palm, spraying blood everywhere. Yuki deflects heavy sword strikes. He finishes the fighter barehanded, and as he collapses, the man admits it was fun. He sighs in relief. Hiro recalls Lefe's cute face, thinking she's 1,000 years younger. Younger than his only rival. At the Demon Lord's castle, Liu asks Layla where Lady Liffey is. Layla replies she hasn't returned. Layla often leaves to be alone. She has her own problems, but hunger will bring her back. Leafy sits on the hill, deciding to tell Yuki how lonely she was when he returns. The dead man is finally ready to strike. Hiro washes his wound, wincing. Without the enhanced potion, he'd be doomed by a broken bone and immobile fingers. Yuki wants no part. Boy praises Lyle's wonderful magic circuits. They gather mana in the blade, unleashing a bright red flame that burns everything it cuts. Yuki admits the guy was strong, winning only through racial traits. He thinks the fighter rivals Nell and could become a great hero. He flies to the castle roof, scanning the heights, and spots the prince through a window. De Mayer accuses the prince of treason and demands surrender, but the prince brands them traitors and orders their arrest. Guards rush to their masters, but Nell blocks them as the leaders watch with glazed eyes. The prince's eyes are strange. Ignoring her doubts, she focuses on the fight to avoid capture. She can't wait. Yuki is battling an adamant-ranked warrior. Nell must help him immediately. Suddenly, a window shatters, shards exploding outwards. Yuki swoops in, attacks. The girl recognizes him. The Demon Lord attacked too early, but he crushed the item, blocking his skills. A necromancer appears, blindsided by his analysis skill. Yuki turns to the prince, seeing the black-cloaked figure. Everyone stares at his highness, his eyes darkening. Captain de Mayer orders, protect the king, no retreat. A soldier stabs his sword through the prince. He warns everyone he's already dead and to stay back. The prince rises, morphing into a black shadow. He transforms into a monster, attacking Yuki. The demon lords, terrified the necromancer, will escape. Necromancer crashes through the broken window. Young man watches him. Nell calls to him. Yuki reveals the necromancer controlled the dead prince, and shattering the ring changed his status. He explains the ring of truth and Lie's fake status, then reveals the prince's magic matches the guy in the stable. Yuki asks Snell to distract the others so he can fly up and catch him. But huge stomps disrupt his plans. They face an artificial dead man, whose name must not be spoken. No time for rest. How can they fight this massive beast in such a tight space? A massive beast named Deadman confronts the heroes. This forbidden spirit-class monster has insane strength and regeneration. Yuki had enough. He swung his weapon and, screaming, he rushed the giant. Swiftly, his black katana severed his hand. The severed arm thudded onto the floor. Unwilling to surrender, the enemy roared alien words, swinging his remaining hand at the offender. Spouting strange words, the monster attacked. The demon lord barely dodged, leaping back. Yuki realized the monster was incredibly fast for its size. The masked guy spotted it, grinning with excitement. Fibers sprouted from the giant's severed hand. Fibers stretched, connecting to the monster's hand, pure regeneration. Grinning wickedly, he studied the nameless spirit's power and planned his next move as a worried girl watched from behind. The demon lord pointed his hand, chanting the spell. The boy blasted the monster with magic to purge the undead, engulfing it in light. The monster didn't even flinch. Yuki stood by the girl, noting the magic had no effect on the giant. Nell questioned the reaction. Realizing the monster was artificial, he asked Nell for a stronger spell. She agreed, but warned she needed time to prepare. Raising his sword, the demon lord held off the monster, burning it with his blade. Soldiers behind him joined to help. The girl whispered glowing magic words. While the others attacked from behind, Yuki charged head-on. He slashed the spirit, but it healed instantly. It's slow, so Ford needs one powerful strike. Even Red Flame failed against the nameless monster, leaving him hopeless. The demon lord saw his helpless people couldn't scratch the monster. Under bright light, he roared a retreat order. Nell's magic lit her sword as she attacked the enemy with her spell. Magic slammed the enemy. The monster flew across the hall, slammed the wall, leaving a hole. The demon lord stood stunned as the commander instantly ordered the attack. Everyone rushed the risen enemy, while Yuki swung his katana to sever his arm. The spirit grabbed his sword, spun him, then hurled him skyward. He slammed the ceiling. Shaking in pain, the demon lord begged Nell for a break. The girl cheered she'd try again. Sadly, Carlotta and the protagonist dissuaded Nell. The commander stressed her magic was strong, but with a catch. She revealed Nell's spill barely scratched the monster, and its healing hadn't even slowed. Yuki hatched a plan. He handed her a drink, asking for one more spell, and Nell agreed. The boy explained the plan to his team. The demon lord suggested the girl hit the monster with magic again, then once it falls, he'll quickly cut it to pieces. Charlotte's squad must secure these units fast. Move these pieces apart. The woman found the plan strange, but decided they had no choice. The elder leaned over the wounded man as the commander realized they couldn't kill him. She didn't know how long he'd keep regenerating, but maybe the guy was right. The forbidden spirit wouldn't return this way. Leaving Nell to prep, Carlotta and Yuki charge in to distract the monster. Demon Lord struck the soldier. The impact floored him, and the MC stomped him in rage. Yuki raged at the soldier for refusing to fight, warning the coward and others would suffer if they didn't. The crowd behind buzzed with excitement. Someone called out to the masked guy. Carlotta saw the giant charging. The demon lord realized her holy magic enraged the monster, so the boy rushed to meet it. The hero instantly appeared before the nameless spirit and sliced its leg off. The enemy crashed down. Carlotta watched, growing serious. The woman struck the crawling giant, provoking it. The monster crawled after her as she fled. Inspired by their captain, the knights and citizens rallied to her side. People distracted the monster as Nell recited magic words, sword ready. The masked guy noticed the spell's end. Light slammed into the roaring giant. Exploiting his weakness, Yuki leaped and sliced the nameless spirit in half. The monster's two halves fumed as the protagonist circled him. The demon lord suddenly senses something. Suddenly, the monster's severed hand grabbed him, crushing him in its fist. Yuki angrily threw his hands up. The boy pried at the spirit's fingers, cursing his defeat while cut in half, his weapon lying right beside him. Carlotta offered backup. While the demon lord struggled against the giant, Yuki agreed and left the rest to the commander. Fed up with his enemy, the main character slowly advanced. Cursing, he hauled the monster to the hole. Noticing this, he thrusts Yuki, his katana. He broke free from the monster's fist and snatched the weapon. The demon lord instantly shredded the spirit to bits. Ditching his sword, he cursed and leapt through the wall's gap into the night sky. The girl ran to the masked guy, asking if the enemy could regenerate there. Yuki replied, with small pieces it shouldn't. Stepping on a piece trying to reform, he spotted something. Soldiers threw a piece out the window into the street. The other commander met it, sword ready. The protagonist thought, finding something important. The crowd cheered as Yuki announced they'd crushed a powerful foe. While the ruler fought, they feasted in his castle. Princess soldiers quickly surrendered. With many lord allies, reorganizing the country took time, and the church filled vacant positions. The king aimed his rifle again, realizing a demon was controlling Rada. A masked guy sat next to the old man, his problem solved, his business done, but he tired of the demon's hidden games. His mask and hidden skills kept his identity safe, but if they found out, his forest was doomed. Yuki feared they'd use Lefei to crush the country, until a voice suddenly hailed him as a hero. Little girl approached the guy smiling. The demon lord checked on her but blanked on her name, so she happily reminded him, time to roll. The princess and king sat on the sofa, delightedly thanking the hero. Yuki gloomily faked sorrow, declaring he was an evil demon lord, not a hero, then spread his wings, shocking the girl. The hero was stunned, only his wings managed to graze Iroh. Confirming he's a demon lord, she gleefully begs him to kidnap her. Yuki awkwardly asked if she was sure, leaning on the table, but she would wait for him. The king kindly asked her to play in another room. She agreed. Protagonist asked the king to discipline his spoiled daughter, but the king apologized, explaining she'd always been too sheltered. The guy recognized her strong spirit. The king worriedly confirmed the news. He apologized for the poor thanks and offered help anytime. Beaming, the demon lord crossed his arms, warning he'd demand whatever he wanted for his work. They earned proof the forest was safe and IDs for everyone. Yuki smiled, picturing them all walking the city together. The king promised to hide their demon's secret, and Yuki agreed, knowing his friends were special. The monarch offered a delicious dinner, but the demon lord refused, claiming people waited, yet only wanted to go home. King proposed inviting them too. The boy beamed and reached for the giant wolf, stunning the king and princess. The girl rushed to hug the beast as the king recognized him as the legendary Fenrir. The wolf blushed at the princess's affection, so the hero cheered him on. The king registered him as Yuki's companion for safe passage through the capital. The demon lord thanked him. Meanwhile, I'll just pet the wolf. Her father smiled in relief at the sight. Back at the house, the king told guests to make themselves at home. Nell marveled at the stunning chambers, while the hero behind her stared in awe. Carlotta bowed and thanked the king for the invite. Flustered, he told them to skip the formalities and thank them instead. Commander smiled, agreeing. The princess dragged Yuki and the girl to show them their places. Nell heard the girl call him Demon Lord, then skeptically asked the protagonist if that was okay. He reassured her Iro was a child, no one would take her seriously. Amazing dishes dazzled guests. Nell and Yuki loved the food, and the royals were thrilled by their reactions. Fighting back drool, the girl realized she'd never tasted anything like it. I'll laugh, their chef did a great job. The monarch raised his glass, thanking them for their work. Then he called everyone to drink, beginning the celebration. Everyone had fun, chatting. 2 hours and many drinks later, Nell started pestering Yuki to join her. She started pouring, but he watched in confusion as she overfilled it. Nell saw this and cut him off. She had no choice. Blushing, the girl grabbed his neck, pulled him close, and offered a mouth-to-mouth drink. The demon lord awkwardly noted the hero was too drunk. He shared a drink with Nell and downed the glass. Please, Nell forced him to eat, jabbing his cheek with a meat fork. He hated it. Yuki squirmed as Iro drooled on his chest. She giggled, loving the demon lord's scent. The butler carried the sleeping princess to her room, leaving the MC relieved. He spun around, something catching his eye. Yuki found the king asleep behind a chair. Remembering his struggles, he chose not to touch him, like Carlotta. Drunk, the commander petted the embarrassed wolf. Its softness made her regret it didn't serve the church. Carlotta sheepishly promised Rear good food for life. Meanwhile, Yuki, discovering them, was surprised by the sight. Night fell, he led his beast away, embarrassed by the mess but glad he had fun and scored free wine. The demon lord spotted Nell asleep on the chairs. Thinking of the girl, Yuki realized one thing was still missing from this paradise. He remembered loved ones. Home was better. Hugging the wolf, the boy gets his answer, and they head into the dark. After the fighting, the demon king finally goes home. The night castle called Yuki. With the commotion over, it was time for the hero and demon lord to part. Castle girls braided the reading leaf eye's hair. Nell called out, gasping for air after her frantic sprint. Stopping before him, she woke up and laughed while gasping for air. The demon lord cautioned her to be careful, especially when drunk, when boys get wild. Nell insisted Yuki wouldn't. She warned she'd immediately tell Leify everything if anything happened, and the thought of the enraged dragoness horrified the protagonist at his friend's cruelty. Patting her head, he invited her to bathe and socialize anytime. Nell nodded, determined to become a hero the demon lord would fear. Yuki promised he'd look forward to it, making the girl happy. To Nell's shock, he opened a portal, grabbed a knife from inside, and gifted it to her. The demon lord forged Moonflower, a white blade that slices through pure darkness. Too weak to handle it, the boy gave it to the girl as a backup. Nell beamed, gripping her new blade, thanking Yuki as stars twinkled, lighting her figure. Touching the weapon, she swore to protect it. Full moon hung above them. At dawn, the demon lord crossed his threshold, met by overjoyed loved ones. He patted their heads, glad they bonded while he was away. The kids cheered as Yuki revealed he brought gifts. He thanked the maids for their work. Thrilled he was back, they rushed to prep a bath and food. Girls happily clung to his hands as he told tales of thieves he met. The children begged for more, and the demon lord cheerfully laughed, unable to refuse. Protagonist spotted Leafy, silently standing away from the merriment. He approached, but she pointedly turned away. Confused, he leaned in and shouted he was home, snapping her back to reality for a quiet greeting. Suddenly, clutching Yuki's shirt, the high dragon awkwardly muttered she was lonely without him. Lefi was fine, probably just sick from eating another toxic forest plant like usual. She shyly refused. He accused her of breaking something, but she loudly denied it. Lefine steeled herself and finally asked him the question bothering her. The high dragons just wanted him near, her condition pure longing. Yuki instantly blushes as Leo and Leela, watching, beam, silently cheering their friend. Confused by what happened while he was gone, the guy couldn't help but notice how cute she looked. She turned back to him. Agitated, he reached out to demand answers, then suddenly realized he was covered in filth. The story stirred, recalling the supreme dragon's form. The dragoness fumed, smelling a feminine scent on the boy, not just the heroes. This enraged the demon lord. Drenched in sweat, he blamed the smell on a kid, but they still called him a lulakin. Aunt Leify suddenly shifted, remembering something. She shook her head, clearing intrusive thoughts. She spun around, trading her rage for mercy to ask if he was hungry. He fidgeted and nodded. The high dragon ordered him to wait until she brought food. The protagonist was perplexed by her sharp mood change. Next morning at Yuki's, Leify spotted something in the boy's hair, pulled it out. The demon lord thanked her. The girl sat beside the MC as he stared at his sword. The guy didn't get her sudden clinginess. Checking his stats, Yuki cringed as the high dragon looked totally bored. She tried to lave, demon lord refused. Leify shadowed him everywhere. This move humiliated him. He pinned a Meiju against the wall. Yuki knew why Leify's acted strangely. Even the demon lord could be pushed to the limit. The master's harsh tone terrified the girl. Leo stared at her master's hands, trapping her. Her heart raced as the demon lord pinned her, demanding answers about Leify's. The girl insisted the mistress hadn't changed, but Yuki countered. She just stayed in bed, eating, playing, talking, a far cry from now, never leaving her side. The maid called the light cute, and the flustered guy agreed. Leo yelled she knew nothing, questioning his approach and telling him to ask Layla. Furious, he always blamed her. The demon lord ironically remarked he still had to think about a maid who didn't do her job. You protested. The guy was right about the maid's involvement in Leify's changes. She stayed stubborn, so he used blackmail, reveal the dragon's fate, or Rear never sees Leo again. The argument worked perfectly, and the maid swore Yuki to secrecy. Then sighing, she revealed the lady worried for him. Remembering the quiet girl reading on the ottoman, it confused him. Leify clearly had more on her mind than just the book. She lived alone before him and can't express her feelings. Now attached to Yuki, she wants to show she cares. The demon lord considers this deeply. The maid explained they only offered advice on getting closer to Yuki. Then, the protagonist found Leify deep in thought at a floor table. Bottle in hand, he offered her a drink. Liu prepped for bed, humming happily. Layla asked what was bothering her friend. She smiled, nothing special happened. Maid credited her good work. Layla doubted her, yet praised her, while Leo tried convincing her it worked. Under the blanket, she noted her mistress' worries, glad she dispelled them. She noted the master was no stranger to the supreme dragon, while the demon lord warned that drunk dragons often raid cities. Leify hates bitter alcohol, but this sweet scent tempted her. Yuki poured a glass, calling it smooth but warning her not to end up like Nell. The girl declared herself the strongest dragon, no need to worry about her. She warned the main character to take care, as he disliked alcohol. He replied he neither loved nor hated it. The demon lord excitedly vowed he wouldn't lose to the dragon's drinking brag, and the girl cheered his confidence. Toasted and drank. After slamming several drinks, Leify's condition looked grim. Drunk and hissing, Quake insisted everything was fine. Noticing her strange mood, the guy noted with surprise she was even weaker than Nell. Demon lord hands her water. The high drag greedily chugged the glass, then pulled back, exhaling loudly. She lay on Yuki's lap, blissfully smiling. With Leify on his lap, he mockingly asked if it was over, but she wasn't done yet. She needed a break, and he just smiled. He stroked her head, facing Leify. He shocked the girl, telling her not to push herself. She rose, excitedly arguing the opposite to the demon lord. He smiled, knowing they'd known each other 6 months, so she couldn't deceive him. Yuki doesn't know Leo's crew, but he knows her well. Leify is just a lazy slacker who only plays. Smiling, he admits he watches her closely to see when she's forcing herself. As the pair sat together, the demon lord stroked her face, admitting he enjoyed the teasing without explaining why. Leify interrupted, saying she doesn't force herself and is aware of her actions. The high dragon swore she'd never do it, but now she's choosing to. Embarrassed, the girls admitted she liked spending time with Yuki. He just blushed silently. Leify jumps back, stammering excuses, quickly redirecting his attention to their fight. The high dragon vowed she wouldn't lose, but the demon lord smirked. She then revealed she'd been letting him win this whole time. Shocked maids found them by morning. Ryu enjoyed yesterday's fun, and Layla was glad they finally spoke. Leo asked if they'd clean it. Layla confirmed, but they needed to be quiet and quick before Arun woke. Layla told her friend to start and headed back to her room, book in hand. The maid woke the mistress and master. His eyes snapped open in shock. Leo grinned down at him. Yuki hesitantly returned her good morning. Leify sleeps while the demon lord's armor grips her waist. The supreme dragon awakened. Sleepy, she woke inches from Yuki's face. He sheepishly mumbled good morning. She blushed, so Leo shielded her eyes from the awkwardness as Leify made a request. She begged for freedom. He rushed to fix it as the sun rose, closing the distance between them. Yuki and Liefa's bath was suddenly interrupted, reminding the demon lord the danger of messing with a dragon. Checking his stats, Yuki realized the human heroes were insanely strong. Past ruling battles made him fear another encounter with brutes or demons would mean defeat, so he urgently needed to raise his level. Leaving the girls, Yuki saw the lesson's dual purpose: level up and test new abilities to strengthen his dungeon's defense, then vanished into the dense forest. He controls traps and entrapments. The second summons and controls monsters. Third, managing plant poisons. Yuki realized he needed a team to win, so he trained with his loyal wolf while searching for 3 more allies. He devised an unbeatable dungeon. 4 powerful bosses would appear behind anyone crossing the threshold, terrifying intruders into flight. But a lack of DP for so many creatures forced him to scrap the grandiose plan and return to leveling. The big turtle fell first, gun down. Yuki stroked the wolf after its attack, pleased. He warned Ruru about his own traps, active for any target. The demon lord mounted the giant wolf, racing his companion for more levels. Yuki defeated the chained, flying monster. The rest fell fast. Yuki's chains made it easy, but his map showed a deadlier enemy lurking nearby. Towards the threat, he spotted a giant winged lion's silhouette in the trees. A level 96 Manticore loomed, a beast with dragon wings, a scorpion sting, and a lion's head full of fangs. Such power unnerved the demon lord. He braced for a brutal fight. Inside the capital's royal chambers, the king received a report detailing demon weapons and their origin. Evidence proves the Rogold Empire built this weapon. At his table, the king pondered the human-demon war, Rogold's record feud. Could they ally with demons? Seeing the Rogold Empire, small states, Alicia, Demon Forest, and Demon Lands, he knew Rogold was a warring country. Since demons weren't allies, their alliance was clearly for profit. As Yuki and his wolf fought, the king knew they needed more power to protect his people, grateful he'd finally found help. The king knew help was a long shot, but if he fell, he prayed someone would protect his daughter. Meanwhile, Yuki triggered a trap right under an enraged Manticore's claws. Passionately, he raised his katana for the decisive blow. Meanwhile, in his silent office, the king still hoped. He hoped his chosen one would be a worthy ruler. As the monster fell, the demon lord's triumphant grin confirmed it. Yuki sighed in relief, wiping sweat, and waved to Ruru, whose tail happily whipped. His katana, Flame of Sin, darkened. He questioned the blade, and doubt washed over him. The sudden telepathy stunned the demon lord. He'd never had a weapon speak to his mind before. The sword claimed they were always linked, but Yuki shut it down, arguing with the blade. He called it a so-called promotion. Yuki raised the katana, demanding answers, but the confused Flame of Sin begged for time to think. The protagonist waited. Noticing the sword's confusion, Yuki relented, suggesting they talk later. Relieved, Katana agreed. Realizing weapons had personalities, the demon lord felt guilty, fearing his katana hated how he used it and had become sentient. Confused, the boy forged a sheath for the Flame of Sin, wondering what she'd like. Yuki's powerful katana revealed its characteristics. Back home, he eagerly grabbed a sword scabbard. Sin's flame hated the black scabbard. The patterned ones failed too. Annoyed, she told him to stop, disliking everything. The demon lord got an idea. After endless trials, they finally found a design the katana loved. The bright red sheath had a blade in its tip to withstand heavy loads. Admiring the bright design, Yuki realized the Flame of Sin looked like a masterpiece, not a weapon. Laughing ominously, he declared the cute look would make death more horrifying for his foes. Katana called him strange. He leaned over his sword, asking to call her in. Katana remembered being the Flame of Sin, fueled by the rage and despair of her wielders. The weapon fed only on her darkest emotions. Yuki, unaware, became her shield from darkness, giving her new purpose, a reason to live. Flame of Sin realized this was a fateful meeting. She prayed the demon lord would stop questioning her and let her serve him alone. Katana faced determined Yuki. She reached for the light. A tiny girl in a dark kimono suddenly materializes on Yuki's lap. He froze, amazed, as a system message for a new skill popped up: weapon anthropomorphism. Another mysterious girl suddenly appears in the demon lord's domain, eyeing herself with childish curiosity. Girls loved meeting N. The new girl responded coolly. Yuki was thrilled with his 3 girls, but Leifi instantly shattered the peace, demanding answers with a dark glare. Despite their clashing backgrounds, the kids bonded instantly. The dragon, eyes fixed on the kimono girl, demanded Yuki reveal where he stole her. Outraged, Yuki explained, she's the embodied soul of his katana, Flame of Sin. The weapons clearly changed. The demon lord explained his katana was sentient, so he spent DP to give it a human form. Leafy shook her head at his perverted fantasies. 2 girls weren't enough, so he turned his sword into 1. Liu excitedly exclaimed the master misbehaved, quickly swearing loyalty. Leela, nearby, mentally echoed her, ready to die for him despite his specific tastes in girls, which clearly annoyed the protagonist. His face darkened as he squatted, insisting he wasn't a lulakan, just that he liked cute girls, nothing weird. She cautiously approached to check on him, but Yuki insisted he was just misunderstood. En's expression went stern. The weapon girl mentally vowed no abuse of her master. Fragile but determined, she hugged Yuki and stood as a human shield against the others. The protective gesture touched the protagonist, who smiled warmly. Arjuna quickly clarified they weren't mocking her brother, to avoid misunderstanding. The girls smiled, calling them all friends, leaving Katana deep in thought. The kids finally made contact. Seeing their effort, the boy waved his hand, letting the girls do as they pleased, so long as they were happy. Leify snorted from the side, mentally noting he'd finally admitted his perverted nature. Girls led NA, she turned around. A faint smile cracked her blank face. Clear, sunny day under shady trees. Aruna grabbed her friend's hand, asking what she liked. He considered her favorites. The cheerful girl listed things she might like. The katana replied it loved to move. Yaruna loves a warm bath after a long day, then sound sleep. She asked her friend what she likes. Mouth open, she couldn't answer. Katana didn't know, so Aruna suggested they go find something she'd like. Aruna spread her arms in the clearing, smiling that loving things makes her happy and eager for tomorrow's discoveries. En's eyes lit up at the speech. She'd always found the world terrible. Katana believed he bound you with chains, trapping you in a dark castle. Holding hands, Yaruna suggested they find something together. The blade felt the weight of that gesture. Yuki watched the kids play while Lefian loomed behind. Even the maids smiled and realized the world was different. Afternoon sun shines on her new family having a picnic in the country. Deep in the mountains, a brutal thunderstorm hammers the rocks with nature's fury. Caves' darkness vanished. Rope-wrapped stalactites and stalagmites appeared in the dark. An ancient dragon slept on a massive stone platform, its pale mane and wrinkled skin revealing its extreme age. Suddenly, the old man's blind eyes snapped open. He turned, sensing the intruder in the dark, and his voice boomed, asking what Kyoko was looking for. Before the platform stood a young black-scaled dragon with cold, calculating eyes and a huge ruby blazing like a third eye on his forehead, unfazed by ancient skaze. Kyogre stayed calm as the blind old man reminded him of the. Ignoring the rebuke, the black dragon challenged back, asking how the elder, rumored to bend the world, hadn't done it yet. The blind dragon growled, anger finally in his voice. He retorted the Kilga, who never left their village or saw the true world, dared not reproach him. Wings spread below the platform, he questioned ruling a world that bored him. The elder laughed, reminding the brat the village raised him. He was too young and blind to understand. Kyogre summons the dragon, but it mocks him as a pathetic old man with no ambition. The cave filled with inhuman roars and clanging claws on stone. Blood poured down Koga's face. The black dragon spread his gigantic wings, filling the cave with shadow. No roar came, but a thunderous, victorious laugh echoed off the walls. Jubilant, he'd finally killed the pitiful old man. He declared himself king of dragons, a black cry that would shake the world. The girls welcome AN to the Demon Lord's research room. Yuki stepped out in a white coat to introduce his assistant, but she and Yaruna found the outfit weird. Leify wore an oversized robe. She demanded 4 chocolate bars, but the main character bargained it down to 3. Layla asked what science was. He struggled to explain, so he showed. He struck a match. He sparked the jar's candle. The demon lord put a candle before the audience, asking why it burned. Aruna claimed it was magic. Yuki smiled, expecting that answer, then ordered his assistant to scan the yawning dragon's magic. Leafy peered into the jar, confirming it was the simplest flame. Kids gasped, then questioned. He covered the jar with a plate, snuffing out the candle. Layla questioned if the candle powered it. Why did the fire go out when closed? She believed the lid's magic snuffed it. He asked for an expert opinion, but Lefi insisted there was no magic. Demon Lord explained fire needs oxygen. Fuel, oxygen, heat. Fire's 3 keys. Cut oxygen, the flame dies. Yuki thought magic changed the rules, but this world's physics are just like home. Gripping Jarny's hands, he made the candle roar under the closed lid. He demanded an explanation, and the answer was magic. The guy realized they know more than just magic, citing oxygen, which lets them breathe. Aruna liked the new info, but she and N wondered about the statement. Touching Shia's nose, the demon lord remembered she lacked lungs. Her body was just one giant stomach. He wondered if she breathed through her skin or if some creatures didn't need air at all. Yuki checked with N. The katana didn't need to breathe either. The girl questioned him. He confirmed it. The little ghosts don't breathe. Unsure what to do, he bit the hand. The boy screamed, startling the girl. Throwing him onto her shoulders, the demon lord playfully declared he was hers, an evil scientist who'd show them true fear. Smiling, Yuki chased the children's laughing, faint screams. The katana across his shoulders set a chilling vibe. Laughing maniacally, he grabbed Lefei and claimed her. He brainwashed her to be his second evil scientist, and though she protested, she joined the dark side for the cookies. Lefei smiled, joining the game, promising to catch and experiment. Horrified their sister turned evil, the girls summoned good scientist Layla. The maid smiled tenderly, deciding to protect everyone. She turned to researcher Liu for help. Surprised, Liu agreed as the girls surrounded Layla. They played until lunch. Someone yells Yuki's name. Glued to his book, he answered. Leaning on the table, Leafy asked him out. The demon lord calmly nodded. Reality finally hit him. Yuki gasped. Lafayette asked him out. Embarrassed yet eager, he hesitantly agreed. Leifai suggested the mountain behind theirs. He happily agreed, but the dragon insisted they fly instead. He didn't get her idea to fly, so she explained an amazing beehive was on the mountain. Lefei praised their delicious honey. The demon lord realized. The dragon begged Layla for honey treats, but Yuki realized the date was just a front for her sugar cravings. Happy, Lefei rushed him, but he suddenly turned on his pillow and changed his mind. The refusal stunned her. Tracing the floor, the demon lord indifferently stated he hates honey and sweets. Lefei jumped on the guy, shook him, screaming, begging Yuki to save her partner. He calmly replied she just used him as an excuse for the bees. Embarrassed, the dragon offers to sleep with him to win the argument. The demon lord remained adamant, shocking the girl, asking why it interested him. Speechless, Leify went awkwardly silent. She awkwardly confessed the real reason. She wanted Yuki all to herself. He finally cracked a relieved smile. Walking outside, he vowed to sleep, cuddle, and hug the dragon. They flew to the spot Lefei pointed, revealing her old home. He was hyped to check her den and see how she lived. His companion, blushing, agreed. They reached the mountains. Yuki gasped, realizing even the air here felt different. We find our old home, shocked. Leaves and scattered bones littered the flat, bare mountain terrain. The girl said nothing to see, but he was glad he looked. He pointed, asking what it was. Outside the lair lay a giant pile of weapons, shields, armor. Leafy revealed they belonged to fools who fought her, letting Yuki take them since they weren't hers. Yuki thanked her, then exchanged them for DP. Annoyed, the girl revealed people once hunted her blood for immortality. The demon lord mocked her fun life. He spots something far off. Yuki briefly thought her parts seemed strong, then turned to Leify. She allowed the dragon to take her scales and parts from the lair. He'd always planned to forge blades for Aruna's crew, just in case. Lefai's particles were perfect, and the demon lord wanted that power for himself. Flustered, the dragon bragged her scales beat divine steel, and only she could break them. She let him take his fill, and he thanked her. Next, a sun-drenched lake with a meadow and trees, a small cave hiding behind it. Yuki admired the view, and I had to agree. The demon lord was confused by the golden water. Then, his hands slowly reached for her hand. Boy smelled a sweet scent, curious. He couldn't grab Lefai's hand. She threw hers up, thrilled they found honey. Something finally fired him up. Aggressive bees swarm the lake to build a hive. As the guy panics, the dragon orders Yuki to kill them for the honey, but the sweetness is a trap. Lefai blissfully licked honey, but Yuki froze in terror as monstrous, motorcycle-sized bees swarmed from the thicket. Stunned, the protagonist gripped his katana, demanding its full power. Behind him, a thundercloud of enraged insects approached. The sin blade flared with light, humming with power and ready for war. He struck the enemies lightning fast. Steel screeched against the bee's sting. The demon lord laughed hysterically, realizing his weapons were useless against insects. Drooling over her meal, the dragon warned that the sting easily shatters metal. Bending over the prey, the girl explained the stings were poisonous. Yuki had 5 minutes to regret. The protagonist, under attack, raged she hadn't shared that critical info now, deep in the nightmare. Leafy calmly munches honey, explaining her past raids forced these bees to evolve into elite warriors. She smiles, thanking the guy for distracting the swarm while she feasts. The demon lord fumes, realizing he's just Lefai, turning to Yuki, nonchalantly told him to move. He was dirtying her honey. Still fighting, Yuki furiously shouted to get ready, because when they got home he'd take advantage. Amidst fallen foes, he gasped for breath, questioning their numbers. Lefai stood up, mocked the demon lord, and teased him by threatening to quit. Exhausted and fearing more enemies, Yuki begged her to unleash the supreme dragon's true power. He convinced the girl, and she unleashed the roar. A dragon's ultimate magical beam shattered rows of bees and carved a giant cliff kilometers away. Dust flew from the impact as Leafy bragged about her powerful scream. The boy, annoyed, thought she should have done it sooner. That evening, the girl lay on her bed, groaning and convulsively clutching the blanket. Blushing and gasping for air, she tearfully begged Yuki for mercy. The MC enjoyed stroking her sensitive wings, ignoring her desperate pleas to stop. Ignoring her protests, the demon lord buried his face in his wing just to torment her. He wondered if her long tail felt as soft as her wings. The dragoness just shivered, her pleas useless. He retreated to the wings, leaving Leaf Ice screaming in rage. The battle raged until morning. Next day, Demon Lord's castle. Her blank eyes widen in awe at the structure. The former Katana stood stunned by the massive castle as girls swarmed her. Seeing her interest, one girl proudly revealed Yuki built it himself. Yoruna grabbed En's hand, pulling her along, eager to show her new friend the castle's wonders. Inside, pure luxury. She spotted 3 ghosts. Rei, Rui, and Rui introduced the ghost to En, welcoming the guests with big smiles. En gave a cold, silent nod, her calm reaction leaving the ghosts stunned. Iruna shared her castle intel and asked the ghosts for a full tour. Mischievous Ro, the group's most playful, tested the newcomer. She lunged through En, hoping to scare him, but the weapon's soul ignored the trick, making Iruna shudder in fear. Ro bolted away, stunning the kids. Yuki ran to the girls and called them to eat. He stepped closer as she declared a game of hide and seek. The guy bent to the girl, smiling, asking if she made friends. Katana nodded. The demon lord smiled, patting En's head and brushing his fingers through her dark hair. Others emerged, hungry. Yuki called Rei and Rui, then worried they'd devour everything. He pulled his hand from En's head, ready to leave, but Katana's small hand shot out, clinging to his palm. Seeing the eloquent gesture, Yuki scooped the girl up. Profuse was pleased. Iruna noticed and grinned, calling the girl lucky. She nodded as the ghosts, kids, and boy retreated from the castle. Cards littered the floor. Demon Lord Leffen played cards. Dragon challenged him to draw a joker. Yuki asked the point. The girl boldly replied she'd make him her servant, but he refused. Something caught Leaf's eye. She shot up, eyeing the door. Yuki looked at her questioningly, confused by the sudden change. A map appeared before the main character. He stared, shocked. Recognizing her old friend, the dragon went to talk. The demon lord stood up, insisting he walk with her. At the threshold, Leafy warned Yuki the dragon was hot-tempered and unpredictable, but he interrupted, insisting she couldn't go alone. She told him, no worries, she's the supreme dragon. He refused to back down, reminding her they were partners. Seeing his grit, Leafy gave in with a tired smile. Noise erupted in the forest. Yuki and the high dragons readied for battle at the cave, as a massive shadow loomed over the rocks. Dust exploded as a black dragon with a diamond forehead slammed down. It was Kyoga. He glared at the pair. A new opponent appeared. Leifai and Yuki looked up as a massive dragon plunged toward them. Hero and girl stared at Jirodio Jiuoga, usurper king of dragons, as he told her he'd found Laphysios, the supreme dragon. Confused by Leifai's human form, the dragon faced the girl who asked if he was just showing off his new dragon power, as the boy stood ready with his katana. Leifai asked why, warning the old dragons wouldn't serve. Huogha simply killed them, and now they obey him. He roared, crowning himself the king of dragons. He shouted his goal, world domination. That's why he came for the high dragon. Leifai was confused and irritated. Dragon King wanted her to join and rule the world, but she just laughed. The demon lord cut in, demanding he shut up. Sick of his world conquest rant, Yuki asked who this dragon was. He grumbled that world conquest is too much work, so he's out, leaving the girl stunned. She cracked a small smile. Leifai confidently confirmed his words, telling the punk to go brag there and maybe find a girl. Guagu snapped. He menacingly declared she wasn't human, so she chose death. The demon lord raged. Leifai turned to her partner, ready for battle. The dragon called himself a fool, but since Yuki wasn't an idiot, he'd survive as they returned to sleep. He grinned, asking why she was roasting him, but Leify claimed their history proved her right as their enemy laughed at the bickering. Guogu chose. He slammed the demon lord, who, surprised, barely blocked with his katana, but it didn't hold him. He flew back, wings spread to regain balance. The usurper would crush the boy like an insect. Yuki, wings spread, sword drawn, cursed the dragon. The girl panicked for her partner, but Juogu mocked her weakness, declaring that as a human, she no longer belonged. Lefi spun around, cursing, ready to teach him a lesson. Yuki suddenly appeared, telling her to stay calm while he handled the enemy. The dragon tried to object, but Yuki vowed to protect her. Lefei's hand brushed his. She let him step in and walked past, telling him to try. The demon lord thanked her for the trust. From afar, Lefei warned Huogui against the boy. Ready for battle, he told her to trust him. Dragon confidently stepped forward, certain this bug couldn't make him kneel. He laughed defiantly, telling the man he'd never succeed. Scowling, Yuki told him to shut up, finally fed up. Opponent's blow sliced nearby pines in half. The protagonist already regretted his words. Facing the fierce, toothy enemy, the demon lord assessed his odds. The dragon's level was 5 times his, a 1% chance of victory. Yuki realized Grijai didn't see him as weak, his demon lord body barely letting him dodge. One mistake, he's mincemeat. Then a panel revealed all his stats boosted 5x. The dragon lunged, laughing at the demon lord's cowardice. The strike nearly landed, but he dodged. The man struck fast. Smiling, Yuki mocked him for being cut by an insect, but something suddenly shocked the boy. The blow seriously wounded him, launching him skyward. Recovered, the demon lord watched Gyuogui fly away, screaming for Lefios to look. He approached the watching girl, declared the man a weak loser, and said he was more suitable. Lefi faced the dragon. Gyoji was too powerful, so Yuki targeted her while he recovered. Suddenly, he spotted it. He dodged the sharp spear. The sight thrilled him. Suddenly, dozens of copies aimed right at him. The demon lord's terrified shriek pierced the grove. She didn't budge. I scanned the distance. Who are Olga grinned evilly. Gasping, Yuki gripped the spear and tried to pull it free. Badly injured, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Opponent saw his resilience, never thought he'd survive the attack. He just smirked. Sunlight still gripped the mountain. The demon lord stood, cackling. Hwoga saw his pitiful madness. The dragon landed, confronting Yuki. Smiling widely, he confidently told his opponent, "Don't speak, look at my feet." Suddenly, the ground vanished, plunging the shocked dragon into a deep hole. Spikes lined the trap, but Huig struggled upward only for magic signs to trigger a surprise attack. A blast thundered overhead. The charred monster, grinning, thought the man was smart for an insect. Yuki mocked his wasted DP from above, telling him to just stop clinging to life and die. The hero remembered planting traps while dodging, but the demon lord hoped to bridge their strength gap. He approached the dragon for a rematch, but Olga immediately snapped, declaring another dirty trick wouldn't work. A pentagram appeared, slamming the enemy and snapping his head back. Furious, the dragon charged energy in its mouth. He dodged the dragon roar, but Yuga wouldn't let him escape. Magic flared again. A massive blast erupted. Seeing fiery smoke, the protagonist was glad the dragon fell into another magical trap. His strength and speed matched Leafy's, but Quelgo was way ruder. The demon lord only regretted his lack of combat experience. Meanwhile, Leif looked up. She worriedly told Yuki not to be careless. Setting the value on the panel, he seized his chance. Suddenly, his opponent appeared in the sky with a deafening roar. The dragon sped at the calm man, jaws wide, making him lose vigilance and freeze in fear. Jabaka wounded him deep, and the demon lord slammed into the rocks, hacking up blood. After that hit, the dragon charged for the kill, but the demon lord leaped back just in time. He flew away as dozens of spears studded his previous spot, luckily missing. Looking back, he realized he'd enraged his opponent. He barely breathed before Hu Yang's fiery tongues flew at him. The fire enraged Yuki. Flying higher, he feared the dragon would turn him into coal. Realizing his speed, he shot into the sun, forcing the dragon's eyes shut. Realizing this, the demon lord lunged at Yagu from above. Another fire blast failed, so he zipped sideways and struck. The dragon roared from its sin-flame face wound. It swung its tail and the man cursed, trying to dodge. Yuki realized the horror about to strike. His opponent's tail slammed into his back. Blood sprayed the sky as he screamed, while the girls and maids inside solved puzzles. Liu and Layla feared for Master. They remembered the demon lord's warning, stay put until he and Leify return. Layla felt many earthquakes outside, and Liu grimly confirmed it. The girl wrung her dress. She sobbed for Yuki, but Aruna promised En would keep him safe. She smiled, noticing something. We stopped crying. Aruna's knew her siblings were safe, while the demon lord lay broken, missing an arm with shredded wings and his katana dropped. The kids fell asleep, huddled together. End called her master, he lumbered. Katana was relieved Yuki lived. He blinked open his eyes and stared wearily at the sky. The main character painfully stood. The nearby weapon warned the wounded boy to stay still. The demon lord weakly laughed, apologizing to En. He couldn't. Blood gushed from Hugh's mouth. Yuki stepped onto the battlefield, shouting he wasn't finished. Gasping, clenched the flame of sin in his teeth. Missing an arm and wings, he gripped a katana with his teeth, ready for battle. He knew no rest until victory. The dragon screams, bleeds. Lunging at Lefi, it smashes into the rock, losing coordination. The high dragon stared him down, calling him a fool. Gwoga snapped at the girl to stop, reminding her he killed her man. Leif smirked over his kill as the demon lord blindsided the dragon, leaving a trail of blood. Gwoga turned, surprised, seeing the protagonist stand before him, determined despite pain and tears. Fed up, the beast roared and slammed Yuki back with his tail. The boy rose again. The dragon roared, warning him to stay down and not approach. Opponents faced off. HWO Gas excitedly shouted, "You're worse than dead." The dragon charged a roar to crush him into dust. It failed. A mysterious force slammed him down. The demon lord grinned, bearing his blade. His plan finally worked. Swang, Yuki remembered the owner, controlled his domain, a power Yuki helped enforce. Carbon monoxide vapors filled the air. Tasteless, odorless, lighter than air, but enough causes severe headaches and vomiting in 10 minutes. Worse, this element poisons at just 1% in the body, so the protagonist used wind magic to create a pure air shell, avoiding further magic use. Leifai backed away, but the brainless Jiaogu stayed put. The demon lord closed in on the trembling dragon as it struggled to speak. The enemy begged him to stop, but Yuki already moved the katana from his mouth to his hand. The battle ended, but he suddenly blacked out. Eventually, he woke up. Leifai's calm face towered. Yuki called her name, and she saw he was awake. He lay on the supreme dragon's lap as she cradled his head. He asked if he blacked out. His opponent lay lifeless in the distance. Leif agreed and gave him a lap pillow, demanding his thanks. He cheered, calling her the best and praising her soft lap while thanking her for everything. Rubbing against the high dragon's lap, the demon lord claimed he was just evaluating her wings as pillows, unable to pick. Leafy saw Yuki was back to normal. He stopped moving and checked for wounds but found none, asking if the girl healed him. Smiling, she said he'd owe her, even though healing him was easy. The high dragon dispersed carbon monoxide, letting the boy breathe freely. Li Fane gratefully noted the demon lord's healed wounds, but he was still weak after protecting her, needing rest. Yuki worried if he truly protected the girl. Leifai stroked his head, proudly confirming the enemy was dead. He felt her reward was worth it, but she sadly confessed her worry. The demon lord laughed, asking if she was next, and the high dragon fumed. Sunlight pierced the trees as Yuki faced the high dragon. To her shock, the MC confessed he liked her. Leaf blushed, surprised by the words. He knows he's not worthy yet, so he trains daily to reach her level. He reached for her face. The demon lord asked if she'd be with him forever. Lefi approached, smiling. Yuki, you wanted it. She leaned in, eyes closed, for the kiss. Lefi vowed to stay until the end, taking their deal to a new level. The girl, embarrassed, didn't know the dragon clan's oath. Yuki smiled, asking again. Eventually, Lefi agreed. He eagerly asked if she was his wife now. High Dragon struggled with her new status. The guy smiled blissfully at this new meaning, confusing the girl. Still ashamed, she ordered the demon lord to stop. Yuki told Leifi it was time to have kids, but she nervously admitted he was scaring her. Now the couple unites forever. He frowned, staying silent. The main character apologized to her. He kept apologizing. Sitting on his lap, she confessed her worry, while he excitedly apologized again. Seeing him near death, the katana rushed to save him but found a couple kissing instead. To apologize, the demon lord promised her a full day together and let her pick the activity. She only wanted to sit with him. Yuki was shocked. Her friend turned, calming her worries. Aruna remembered her brother, hurt or exhausted, would crash for days. She worried and just wanted to hug him. She reached for the main character as three ghosts rose behind her, mirroring her intent. Lefi approached, condemning her husband's behavior, but he saw no issue. The demon lord loved being called husband. Checking his tablet, Yuki finds fortitude. Below 20% HP, damage is slashed and stats jump 1, 5x if he keeps fighting. He also unlocks Monarch's Intimidation, an aura that slows nearby enemies. The MC gained Monarch Intimidation from his Lord of Demons and Dragons title, plus his past murder of the Dragon King. Confused by his new status, he didn't want to lead the dragons, while the girls nearby watched his every move. The Demon Lord earned the title, Consort of the Supreme Dragon, meaning only a man strong enough to marry her, fearing nothing. Yuki wondered how titles appeared, assuming local desires created them, while a girl sat on him and 3 ghosts. He'd figure out why later, but his main goals were leveling the dungeon, turning the dragon's corpse into DP, and hitting rating level 10. He checked Lefi's status to find the level 987 dragon was now the Demon Lord's spouse. Yuki was shocked by his wife's insane strength, but glad he could finally see her stats. Yoga pose, kids asleep on his lap, he watched, pained by lost DP with Lefi, yet the outcome felt right as Layla approached. Maid carried sleeping girls, you grabbed a blanket. Lei grinned at Yuki. The maid praised him and mentioned the ring, but he laughed and pinched her cheeks as a joke. She quickly apologized. This wedding ring was made for Supreme Dragon Lefizios. In bed, the girl tells Yuki not to overdo it while he recovers. I snapped awake. Leo caught the couple making love in the bedroom. The Demon Lord had joined the dragon in bed. Meanwhile, En steps in. You grimly hold the katana and material. Boy fuses his sword with Lefi parts to boost magic granting. The Demon Lord checked the explosive flame roar stats. He offered An new magic, and Katana didn't hesitate. The upgraded Flame of Sin now maxes out magic and physical strength, keeping its top-tier magic sword quality, unique telepathy, and vampirism, plus An, the sword, earned the Dragon Slayer title. Yuki was glad the katana hit legendary class, the highest weapon rank. With Lefi's ring and self-healing, he's now invincible. His HP hit 20,000, making him unkillable. He tests his skills, and En the katana obeys instantly. Empowered, the Demon Lord instantly killed the Madiker, who watched his madness with concern, then used En's wind magic to boost his flight. Grinning like a madman, he was having a blast with his new power. Yuki ordered the wolf to slaughter the entire forest daily, leaving Rear ecstatic. Embarrassed, the main character admitted his haste. Evening came. Lounging on the ottoman, she read Happy Leaf and dreamed of the massive, unexplored world. The girl saw her husband return with En on his neck, and Yuki boasted they won the Manticore in Alachorn today. Remembering her acquaintances, the dragon knew only the main character taught her to truly live free. Without the Demon Lord, Lefi would just idle on the mountain. The boy smiled at his wife. She flashed a warm, genuine smile. She saw the world's beauty approaching loved ones. Dawn pierced the foliage. Protagonist shot Dreer. Ready, he barked yes. He stepped through the panel and claimed the pets as his. He summoned the general. The hero declared himself their ruler and welcomed them. He wants them to live in the dungeon, hunting monsters and intruders, but monsters are too strong with many traps, so he puts Rear in charge. They must follow his orders. He's counting on Rear. The girl stood out, so the hero asked why they sought him. He figured they wanted his new comrades. She feared he'd pull another stunt and bring home another daughter. Aruna called everyone big and strong before introducing herself with a friendly greeting. The girl named one monster Smooth and Shiny. She asked the monster for a ride. He nodded. Aruna says he hoisted her sky high. The hero calls her brave, but she insists they're alike, leaving him embarrassed. She told him to learn manners from her. He asked, sleep all day then. She yelled to drop the girl, ready to catch her below. She vowed to destroy the monster if he threw her off. She called them late and claimed the ball. He flew, she cried unfair. He countered it was fair, it's otherworld football. He asked why she spoke so eagerly of defeating them all alone. She claimed the game just started and she'd still win. Fans screamed to defend the goal, eyes glued to the score. Girls said his cruelty knew no bounds. Hero asked her plan then. She barked, hold on tight. Interviewing the Demon Lord about his days, he revealed he now lies with his wife, using her as a pillow. His generals and traps repel all forest invaders. The attackers are finally thinning out. Hero asked what the royal guard from Hell wanted. He recognized her instantly, but she expected no less from the Demon Lord who crushed Alicia's devil tribe. She just wanted to talk to him. The girl told him her words mattered. She had intel on the enemy attacking soon. The hero demanded the price, knowing nothing's free from a girl straight out of hell. She proposed an alliance to crush their common enemy. The girl brought their tea, the guy thanked her. Demoness recognized Layla of the Sheep-Horned clan, a demon of knowledge. Layla called it her childhood nickname. She reportedly left the demon world for human research and vanished. They asked Layla why she'd sink to becoming a lowly maid. She said a lot went down, and despite the constant questioning, Layla wouldn't budge. The girl asked about the demon lord's business with the main character. The woman wanted to talk about the king's lands. Guy warns the underworld seems on the brink of civil war, and he won't interfere. Girl says assume the enemy already knows about him and the dungeon. Considering their past alliance work, she asked, why not ally with them? He asked for Layla's take. She said hell hadn't changed a bit since she left. The hero wouldn't like it if they came for revenge. Them to weaponize the Leaf Eye. She begged for help against their shared enemy, but he demanded to know his reward. Except this, they'd monitor your movements, reporting everything to him. The girl apologized. She only had intel to offer. For real answers, he'd have to follow her and face their kings. He asks why the king didn't show. She says he won't leave the country while she's like this. Hero asked her to wait, he'd talk to his wife. He offered her to stay overnight, so the maid prepped a room. The girl refused. She said she didn't mean it, and she didn't want to go there. The hero believed only a solo journey with her could heal his heart. He apologized, believing she'd like the compliment. The maid asked how long he'd stay in hell. He didn't know but guessed 3 weeks. If he hated it, he'd return instantly. The hero knew he had an emergency return to the dungeon. She asked if he was sure, figuring he'd easily charm the king and settle things. He told her to stop worrying, the girl would handle the dungeon. He named his loved ones, vowing to keep them out of the fight. The hero vowed to protect his wife above all. He said love confuses him. The maid says he's gone, but the girl knows they're safe since Layla's with him. She thought the hero's power wasn't too dangerous, yet she worries. The girl asked why he helped every girl. The maid laughed, saying she hated him looking at others. The heroine snapped that maids should clean, not chat, but the maid promised to handle everything, including Layla's chores. She warned the hero she'd tell Lefi everything if he stepped out of line. They stay at a hotel today. Tomorrow they head to another city. Hilaria demands he rest. He asked if his pet's speed made her sick. She said yes. The maid explains that monsters pull every cart in the city. He asked if Anne liked Layla's stories. She loves Layla's stories and promises to tell even more on their journey. Hilaria apologized for the wait. Naya spotted the guy and called him out for staring, but the hero immediately denied it. Girl called him bad boy. She asked if the girl was hers, they were lookalikes. Treating her like his own kid, he asked if she liked it. She was absolutely thrilled. Naya asked if they were relatives, but was told asking was bad. The hero spotted the girl's massive staff. She held a list for Lefi, calling it their tool, which witches always carry into adulthood. It helped her control magic. The hero asked if she was an adult. She asked if he was calling her a kid. He asks her age, and she says she's 15. Hero said she had room to grow. The girl's list included details about the guy. Louise says witches stay small, but she finds it cute. The hero said to get out. Robbers were behind the carriage. He insisted it wasn't what she thought. The carriage was pushed, she fell, and he caught her. The hero called them pathetic, weak bandits. She asked to transform, but he ordered her to guard Layla. The boy magic blasted the earth dragon. He revealed a powerful spell to Layla. She praised him. She's shocked he cast massive magic without a chant. When he asks to learn more, she admits she'd definitely date someone this powerful. Guy claimed bandits made hell unsafe. Girl countered they just appeared. The hero knew he couldn't let this continue. His mission, make hell safe. The boy wasn't bored thanks to the bandits. The girl called it fun. He asked if she'd seen the capital. Layla had been there many times for research. He asked her major. Layla said a lot, covering broad research in science. Hero didn't know she's a scientist. Layla was just curious, so she researched. He asked if she'd leave them the moment she lost interest. Layla shared just one secret. She wasn't there for games. He suspected the guy was a demon lord. He introduced himself as Final, Lord of Hell. Final's glad to meet you. He figured the hero knew their situation from Hilaria, so Ada, seeing his travel fatigue, got right to the point. He's a master of schemes and stealth, but physically useless in a fight. He wants the hero as a symbol of their military power. He claims they're framing him as a scapegoat. He asked why they thought him strong and how they knew. The hero asked what he'd gain from the deal. The demon claimed question one's answer was simple. The appraiser he sent said she saw nothing, so their level difference was huge. He said since the guy defeated him, he's strong. Question 2, he gets the intel first. Born in a labyrinth, the hero knows nothing of the world, so he'll give him the truth and everything else he desires. The demon offered him any wish. The boy demanded gold, silver, treasure. The ruler nodded. He'll arrange tour and a guide, knowing the newlywed would love a honeymoon there. Demon offered girls, heard the hero's loving, but his wife strict. He expected the demons to attack, but soloing was pointless when the pay was huge. Finally, the hero asked if the capital's demons served the Lord. The demon denied giving those orders. Even if he had, he'd never know his plans. One suspicious move meant death, so the hero agreed to help. He consulted his maid on the nuances. The ruler agreed. He's glad to have a hero. The man kept them waiting, so the hero apologized for the long talk. The guy still refused to help, claiming his demon kind was too rare. He introduced him to the mountain lord and the dwarf king. He introduced the forest's elf queen, beastmen ruler. He introduced him as the dungeon master and demon lord. The man refused to welcome the greedy, worthless demon lord. The dwarf agreed, refusing to trust him either. The king says exceptions exist everywhere, and he's special. She calls the rulers fools, fearing only what she can't see. She'll follow his orders if he says he's reliable. The king recalled her appraisal skill, as the MC realized her level 9 rank exposed his every stat. She wanted the demon lords and the dungeon to move to hell. The boy knew he wouldn't go. Hero calmed them, his wife holds it, it's safest with her. They spoke of the legendary Supreme Dragon. The girl offered an elven alliance, the dwarf agreed, and he marveled at his wife's monstrous strength. The man laughed, saying he seemed unlike himself. The king then asked to befriend Yuki. He said friendship is exchanging fists, not easily accepted. He demanded a competitive fight. With everyone gathered, the king started the meeting. The elf queen gave her this token of trust. Show it to any elf and they'll be honored. He handed elixirs to the elves and dwarves. Girl said he agreed at the meeting to be the dungeon demon lord, providing military aid for the hell demon lord. They'd meet again soon to settle details. Layla asks if he'll use his army, but he refuses. He's tired of demon surprises and wants them wiped out now. He gifted her a dungeon return device. Surprised by the teleporter, the girl learned she just needed to pour mana to activate it. He called N beautiful, ordering her to ditch him if danger struck, turn human, and use her necklace to teleport home. Layla needed the item too, and wasn't about to refuse. Girl said keep it secret from Mrs. Leffi. Layla earned them big money negotiating. The girl told the hero to lean on others more. He wants Layla with him for negotiations. She saw him and beamed. He warned her that her ID gear was failing the check, but she said the church gave them to her. Hero recognized her from Capital Business. Nell introduces her friend, and the hero greets her. Girl warned Ronia's rude, so don't take offense. Ronia denied it, claiming people just misunderstand her. Nell denied badmouthing them. Ronia blamed them. He found her stubborn. Happy to see Layla, she asked about the girl nearby, and he introduced his daughter. He reminded her the girl is a spiritual weapon. Using a leaf eye to modify her, she's now her indirect mother. She'd never heard of that weapon. Hero admits her wild idea worked, but the girl calls it her usual stupidity, making Nell think she's crazy. He questioned why they always make him look bad. Anne insists he's a good guy regardless, shocking him since she hated him until recently. Nil handed him the letter. She asked how he was as the weather warmed, thinking of him every single day. She even escaped the castle to confess her love, but her father's guards caught her. She'll reach him eventually, but begs. Nell's staying longer, asking me to write back. She warned if he won't write, she'll force him, leaving the girl heartbroken. He asked her what she forgot. She said she thought no one would be angry if she told, but he must keep it secret. They sought the mastermind behind the capital's dinner chain. Few in the capital move freely in hell and are trusted, so they sent her. He believed the hero was sent straight into the enemy's heart. The demon lord invited him to the capital to help wipe out the demons he'd spotted. Nell knew Hell's factions had a strange bond, but never thought he'd join. Heroes declared the ruler's enemies are their foes, so no problems. The girl asked the guy to share info then. She questioned his intel, but he wasn't Hell's spy. The finale revealed everything. He trusts her, so he spills the whole truth. She thanked him. He wanted her to call him handsome brother. She refused. He told them to meet there next time. He gave them a warning ball, calling it useful. Shocked by the strange tech, she never knew he was this capable. He explains, white is for talking, red signals danger. Nell noticed the ring and asked its effects. He said Leify gave it to him. Marrying her. Shocked N is a sword. She braces as the boy warns that something's coming. He'd seen this before, just like back in the capital. Layla said after using it, he kept absorbing mana. It enhanced magic and strength, increasing mana capacity. Once consumed, they can't stop absorbing mana, overflowing past their limits. A similar case struck 10 years ago. They swiftly fixed the tenderness and substance production. The Demon Lord Bandit. The guy claims the substance grants insane healing and strength, with no other side effects. He claims these monsters should be level 1, but she snaps that there's no time to talk. Hiro asked how they fought creatures 10 years ago. Layla said they chopped and burned them. Since the monsters were human, they shared the same weaknesses. He couldn't just kill them. The girl wielded dark swamp magic. The hero froze as the gap closed. The undead finally stretch. Asked about his health, he claimed he was fine, but was shocked the monster stretched its limbs, snapping bones. The girl found it harder to hurt him each time. He saw the creature's leg defense against the girl's magic. It evolved, adapting to the battle. The original host couldn't do this, and he feared the monster was still adapting. She used magic to save the undead. He used magic to win. He called fighting him without Nell madness. Her regeneration was failing, but the hero told her she did great. Someone screamed he's crazy. Hero told Lila to chase him. He claimed he was fine, but wanted to break up. She agreed, then panicked about the bill, but Layla had already paid in advance. Pleased she met expectations, they suggested parting ways. Nell warns the hero's incredibly strong, stronger than before. They'll lose even fighting seriously. She couldn't believe he was stronger. He knew her, proving he was the clown-masked warrior from the Civil War. She finally saw the face of a real demon. Girl said the king would utterly avoid that person. She trusted him but feared his next move. Nell insisted he was an ally, and talking would prove he wasn't their enemy. She handed him a report detailing everything she saw. He promised to spread false info on the elven forest. It'd help her temporarily. The man noticed the hero's massive list of titles and grew intrigued. The girl said the Dragon King title bothered her. She questioned his past knowledge. The bishop claimed no evidence. He noted she couldn't see their full traits. She agreed, admitting it had been ages since she met anyone like them. She wanted to stay close long-term since he's still useful. The stranger had a report for the demon, ordering him to tell the story and ignore the girl. The man said Yuki contacted a hero who defeated the artificial undead. He asked if the girl from weeks ago was a human hero. They confirmed. No special meeting, just an accident. Since they crushed the artificial undead, he knew they'd be useful. He isn't targeting the hero's party, only the rival faction, so he's leaving the hero to Yuki. Realizing the machine was lifeless and about to strike, he positioned guards to buy them time. Send a special squad to different places, but the enemy must not know. She's shocked he learned so much from one report, but the king claims mental work is his specialty. He said it was tiring to just sit on the defensive and not show it. Exhausted, Leify asked how much longer. He said they were close, but she joked he sounded lost. He just laughed. Hiro called her Agatus. She was glad he acknowledged it, but he dismissed it as imagination. They reached the spot. She recognizes their old hangout, but he's already changed a few things. Hiro said they took the dragon's oath, but those were just words, so he decided on a ceremony in his own style. He asked the demon lord to take Laphysio as his wife, to be with her through joy, sorrow, sickness, and health until death. He vowed to love her until the day they died. She's scared he blames tradition, then calls his second voice awful. Leafy ditched the formalities to finally speak his truth. He says they mess around daily and bicker over nothing, making it hard to get along. He strives for peace, promising they'd live and keep loving. She admits they always fight, measuring strength, but swears to live with him until death. She'd keep their family peaceful for life, making him swear to the world it would never change. He claimed she copied half his vow. She countered they were sincere, then asked what's next. The heroes said that since they had rings, they needed to finish with a kiss. The king asked if the boy was exhausted from yesterday, but noticed he looked perfectly fine. He slept soundly and had a perfect dream. The lord heard he refused to help with the succubi. The hero was surprised he was called only for this, expecting to discuss yesterday's events. The king said he'd talk later, but first, he had a request for the hero. He told him to join the tournament. Their traditional event measures demon strength. This year, the alliance of 4 races meets, making it extra festive. The demon floods the tournament with followers to build support, ordering him to crush the competition. The hero felt mocked by the powerful demons, doubting he could win. The king told him to relax, he'd checked, and no one there was stronger than him. The boy accused him of abusing power, but the man offered to detail his opponent's skills, style, and weapons, making the hero pity his subordinates. Knowing this intel meant losing was unforgivable. The king enjoyed the reveal, but the boy wished he'd refused. He said the meeting's in 2 days, tournament in 5, but it's already packed. She said the capital's celebrating, so she should have fun. He said he didn't want her always working. Next time, he'd bring the whole crew along. The hero warns her 3 steaks are too many, but she disagrees. The meat is just too delicious. And offered food, she loved it, eating tons. She then proposed friendship over their shared love for meat. Mel found a friendly contact who promised cooperation for a meeting soon. He warned her to be careful, hoping to join their side. She wanted to see him fight in the tournament. He told her not to worry. He'd win, his name spreading through hell. He stole her meat, so the hero offered 70 points. He promised they'd meet later, but if trouble strikes, she must find him. Thinking it was the lady, she was just relieved she was safe. Layla said it had been ages. He was shocked another person knew her. She saw her as a little sister and learned everything from her. Hero urged her to calm. She accused him of stealing her sister's innocence, ruining her honor, and even scolded him for being a maid. He called her insulting. Layla scoffed, rich imagination. She realized he was the dungeon's demon lord. The hero questioned her sanity, but Layla was just worried about her future. She claimed she wasn't Layla's child, just a friend. The girl thought she was the lord and lady's child. She said only a principled fool could keep his senses against Layla's beauty. Layla calls out the rudeness, defends the MC's kindness, and you apologize for her. They called her baby, telling her not to worry. Outraged, she vowed to be as beautiful as Leela. She'd never seen this before, making her nervous, while M called the pain an outrage. She asked if Layla was returning to the academy. The girl's tired of it. The closed place isn't suitable for advanced research. She wants to research for the main character. The girl vowed to handle the elders, telling them to trust her. He urged her home, fearing someone worried, but she brushed it off. Their sheep's horn clan, she remembered, always rushed forward with curiosity. If she wanted home, she'd have talked to Lou first. She fled home and got snatched, leaving her parents terrified. He'd never heard she ran away, and Layla realized she just broke her promise to stay quiet. Layla assumed the girl came for the tournament. The girl said everyone called this year's festival amazing, so she came, but seeing Layla made her happiest. The girl asked if she came alone. MU said she came alone but took good luck charms. Layla called the master's talismans amazing, as always. Since they'd live in the castle, she offered to help if they needed anything. Shocked to mention the demon lord's castle, Layla claimed she was just tagging along with the hero. He spots Nair at the festival. She's alone, claiming her friends don't need to be together 24/7. Naya spotted the MC's companion and called him a heartthrob. She asked why he didn't go with her. He said he was married. She tried to sway him, but the hero refused. He was still working, and his wife's sharp nose would sniff him out. Naya said she'd ask his wife first, but he quickly told her not to, so she admitted she was joking. Layla thought the guy liked her. Hero said he didn't. The demon lord blocked their vision as stats skyrocketed, finally hitting their target limit. He wants more tests, but the demon lord is ruining their plans by strengthening the guardian. They know he's dangerous. The man asked if he'd commit everything to the plan. He replied it was his only way to help. Wanted more combat research, but he must hand them over, regretting their incompleteness and wishing their leader the best. The monster yelled he had to hurry. Time was running out. The king says it instantly changes his eye and hair color, so fearing recognition, he orders him to wear it. Hero thanked him, saying it needs mana to activate. Surprised he liked it, and Lela giggled. She said he resembled his wife. The hero claimed it was an accident. He just wanted a splash of color. In one day, he destroyed 24 demons and 12 artificial dead. The enemy stormed the castle with over 20 artificial dead, planning a full assault on the castle and the lord. Finale predicted everything and ordered them back. With the castle's power, they crushed the undead and captured the demons. They had to survive for their comrades and rise again even stronger. Leaders ordered survival at any cost to control the army. He heard the finale revealed someone controlled the dead from shadows. He made the right call after looking around. He said fear makes people weak and stupid, letting the masked one thrive. The king hid in his castle, calling his plan brilliant. He was shocked the enemy hadn't caught on, but the man asked if he knew the others went wild while he sat it out. He claimed he only did mental work, insisting rulers have no place on the front lines. Prisoners say the passages are empty. The Lord plans to strike soon and needs the heroes, so the guy tells him to rest. He needed to build muscle, eat meat, and train. Demons were strong, but he was frail. The girl feeds him. Leela tried the food she wanted the hero to taste. The girl said food tastes better shared, suggesting Leela try it too. He asked if she was his daughter. She looked just like his own, same age. He says kids are pure, their presence warming the soul. She called herself Sinful Flame, but he asked if it was real or just a lie to look tough. He asked if she liked meat. She said eating it made her happy. Divorce said even a kid knows meat is life's foundation, building muscles. The man said eat well, exercise, rest, and you'll grow strong. The girl called the fluffy-bearded man uncle, telling him to eat and grow. The dwarf laughed. The man saw her potential, and the boy bragged he'd raised her. The woman questioned why she needed such muscle. She looked her in the eye and called her the perfect woman she aspired to be. She announced the MC is joining the competition. He enters the arena. A random opponent awaits. The preliminary competition is a royal battle where 40 people fight at once. 40 people seemed like a crowd, but with so many entrants, he'd easily pass the prelims. Some management staff slipped in. If he needs anything, ring her bell. He warns if things go south, return to the dungeon immediately. He tells the girl to protect Layla. She saw he joined on the bishop's recommendation. She told him to touch the ball and pour mana to register. He went to a waiting room, told to take anyone, and wait for the moment. He liked the atmosphere. The registrar told him 40 fighters per match, so he'd have 3 fights. The girl warned the final lord arrives this afternoon, and now they just have to wait. He never expected both faction leaders at once. She announced the first fight, calling the participants to the arena. End admitted she was stronger, but he warned her never to underestimate an opponent or drop her guard. The girl often told him the guy was losing his guard. She announced the third match, calling the fighters into the arena. He claimed it was impossible to stand out, then suggested dinner with Lala. People asked about the masked guy. One man said he got called to the final days ago. Another man praised his incredible power. He's the one the tree mentioned. They questioned his arrival, fearing he'd come to destroy them or had a secret motive. He had no ideas, but it already stumped analysts, who awaited their report. Another said if he got in their way, they'd eliminate him. She asked if his madness was fake. He asks what went wrong after trying to lay low, but she says crushing everyone in a minute made him stand out. The girl says he put the entire enemy in motion, but the king foresaw this and already acted. Short-staffed and buried in work, the king's orders baffled her. Dying for him was an honor, but she wasn't about to die from overwork. The hero apologized to her. She said apologies wouldn't help and spoke out. Their plans progressed, so they accelerated to destroy the enemy. The king sent a special warrior and expects a win. Speculation, it quickly ended the fight. Everyone craved the next fight. He told them to enjoy the tournament, promising massive surprises. He thought he looked like a demon lord, irritating him since he couldn't see his features. The man claimed the finale changed nothing, but the king mocked his stupid face and told him to hide it. He laughed, claiming only he allowed such treatment. The king retorted he had few friends, seeing everyone as comrades who communicated freely. The man said no one respects him because he's the ruler's laughingstock. The king said he has loyal staff. The man doubted it, hiring random nobodies, but the king refused to talk, seeing everyone as mere pawns. He was livid they dared mock him. The girl suggested shaking hands before the competition. Gajam's dying to see his total suffering and humiliation, while Final is just as eager to see his face when it's over. One side has the guy who shouted opponents down, weaponless, the other fought 10 times. Palgro asked for his last words, but the hero's heavy breathing was so loud he had to ask him to repeat it. Everyone asked who he was. He destroyed his opponent in one blow before they could even get close. The presenter called the main character a formidable opponent. He feared nothing, even competing with the audience. Yuki eyed his item and activated it. Seeing it in action, the boy instantly grasped spatial magic, and the man praised his sharp perception. Hiro eyed the demon guard, sensing surprising good traits. He sensed the demon's strength. When asked why he called him, Yuki remembered his purpose. He ordered him to scout the crowd and eliminate any hidden attackers. He sat 3 rows in. The hero spotted his glasses next to a group of kids. He blanked and apologized, but the man had enough info to handle everything from here. The demon smiled, dark aura swirling. He noted the protagonist's keen eye. He says Final's crew is weird. The girl announced the main character won again. She said Epsilon instantly won again. Some cheered for him, while others prayed for his instant downfall. He saw the two factions but didn't care. He just cared the killer did his job. The protagonist asked her about the tournament. She called it noisy, making Yuki laugh in agreement. Anne hated those mocking him, but he told her not to worry because he didn't care. He told her he was playing a role there. She told him to act like a real demon, and the hero agreed. He still couldn't reveal his true identity. The hero was summoned to the arena. They pressured him to sign, but he refused. Anywhere questioned the demon lord's look. Protagonist said yes. The girl comments, one side's a one-hit killer, the other's a killer with excellent ball handling. He asks if the man knows Neil. The man nods, asking if he's the demonic helper he mentioned. Shocked, the man knew everything. The boy listened as he claimed he'd only heard of the sword. The man regretted the hero still stood, but thanked fate for such strength, then unsheathed his sword. Yuki had no reason to fight, but his opponent replied that's precisely why it's a shame. He knew he shouldn't fight him in the tournament. His level 10 sword skill was the highest, and he held many titles. Unsure if his foe was human, the hero reflected on his past. Yuki suspected a distraction and fake stats, but he might actually be the strongest. The hero had to win. He turned to finish it, and she understood instantly. The girl noted Epsilon finally drew his sword. The hero landed a heavy blow, stunning the man with his speed. Boy attacked, but man expertly sliced stone. Yuki gasped he cut magic. He claims carelessness is his greatest enemy. He dodged, exhaling in relief. He couldn't win with simple swordsmanship. Despite lower status, he needed a strategy. He unlocked his wings. He ordered Anne to use magic, and she obeyed. He unleashed red flame. The man grew irritated, but the hero stayed silent. Anne asked how hurt he was, but he brushed it off and checked their mana levels. 1 minute left, they warned. He protested, not enough. He'd never seen a weapon like this and asked if it could think. The boy guessed, the man corrected. He felt a connection to the blade. That sword was a true treasure. He declared this his treasure. He won't dare touch his daughter. He asked to come down, but the guy called him crazy. Letting him down meant instant defeat. The old man said he'd force him down. Hero thought max sword mastery enabled ranged attacks, but questioned if his foe was even human. The boy barely dodged, clearly pushed to his limit. Old man stunned MC, parried attacks instantly. He has to pick his moves carefully. He just forced magic through his blade, and he can't do it again. Every attack missed as the enemy used foresight to dodge them all. He knew he lacked battle experience, but had more mana. He unleashes a massive barrage, knowing the old man can't dodge them all. The hero ordered a spell to kill the old man, already 1 foot in the grave. The man demanded respect for his elders. She called the battle amazing, wondering who would win. He struck again, hoping the man couldn't dodge. He thought his only chance was basic attacks. He summoned an earth dragon. He laughed, realizing he couldn't dodge the magical Amina. He swore he wouldn't lose to this man. He pinned the man's chest and declared victory. Defeated, he admitted it all started so well. He knew younger he couldn't have one. The hero reached out, glad he was old. He learned a lot. Humans are weak, short-lived. They constantly hone skills to compensate. Their advantage, generational knowledge. Demons and demi-humans are strong from longevity. That's their edge. He claimed skill and knowledge prove strength, not status numbers. Exhausted, he told her it felt like a nightmare. She agreed the old man was a beast, and he confirmed the guy refused to die. Girl asked hero how he felt. He said he was fine, he'd recover. He saw her and asked what happened. She just got an urgent message from Layla. He questioned her urgency. She said the ball glowed red. Nell's backing them but staying neutral. Manwing leader Ares called humans weak and asked why he'd ever agree. Girl heard demons always follow the strongest. The monster respects the stronger and will listen if shown respect. Nell asked to be blunt, but Ludicreel was totally lost. The girl boasted she was stronger than him. A monster belittled her, accusing her of making fun. He mocked her confidence, asking if she could take them all, and she didn't hesitate to say yes. Nell warned that in a fight she'd spare no one, not even herself. She said that's why they must accept her proposal. The girl knew Wings loved duels. She declared if she couldn't win, nobody else could. He asked if she knew she couldn't win fairly, but Nell was ready to die. That's why she came. If she wins, she demands neutrality. Manwing laughed at her guts. Respecting her fearlessness, he agreed to neutrality. The man called the leader insane, but he snapped back to shut up. It was his call. The leader warned, don't lay a hand on the girl or her friends. They're family now. Luduin offered a room and a feast. The girl thanked him. The leader sought understanding. With only her comrades as family, she understood him. She collapsed onto the bed, claiming she was exhausted. The meeting was a hit, and she'd given it her all, despite being a total nervous wreck. They can now slow the demons. The girl declared neutrality, limiting the war between factions. That's huge. Nell insisted they keep pushing. She praised Nell's work, but Nell admitted she'd never survive a real duel. Makina doubted his power. Nell claimed only Romero could beat him. He's old now, but he was once the top Oracle.com adventurer, and she's still miles behind him. Mechina wanted to be useful in battle. She admitted against demons, she was just a helpless burden. Nell's grateful they handle what she can't. Leader declared girl won. She thanked him for the fight. He's losing ground, but Ludicoral calls it a good experience, surprised by strong humans. Nell swept 3 for 3, thanking Romero for the training. The leader called her a human girl who finally proved her power. He said this would convince others, then the feast starts, so they should rest. Nell wouldn't hold back, she'd thank him. Girl used sleep. Good thing she planned ahead. Nell thanked her while Makina hailed her as a savior. Rania credited Makina for their success, but she insisted she only knew detection. Ronia told the heroine she drank too much, reminding her they weren't there to relax. The girl just said it was delicious. They stared at the attackers, wondering who they were. Those wings weren't human. Makinas confirmed they were demons, then suggested asking the leader. Girl looked out the window. Something was happening. A massacre erupted in the street, and Makina warned they weren't the only killers. She apologized for missing the other area, but Nell leapt out the window, yelling that action beats words. They offered her the calm ball, but Nell insisted she first help the leader. She hoped the leader was safe, but his strength calmed her worries. She told them to stay down, but to abandon her and run if things went south. A winged man asked if they attacked. Nell denied it. The leader cited their peace pact, denied the hit, and demanded to see the attackers. They offered to join, but the rejection marked them for death. Leader apologized for dragging them into this. Nell declared they're allies now, so they'll solve this together. The leader backed her. He said night hides everything. She asked for light or magic, but they had bird vision. The girl stepped up to handle the problem herself. She invoked the sacred glow. The leader shocked. A mansion loomed ahead. She turned to face the leader. Suddenly, a winged man ambushes him, piercing his back with a sword. The girl and another monster rushed them. Nell turned to Mechina, who instantly understood. Ludicril then demanded why he hurt his father. Ranius recalled he was hostile during their first meeting. Bajurus declared his father wasn't in his plans. He told the girl she annoyed him. The leader realized his son led the killers straight to them. This is it, these aren't killers, they're brave comrades building a true demon nation. His father is unfit, so he'll lead the winged people. The leader called him his foolish son, saying demons tempted him with sweet words he believed. The leader vowed to teach him another lesson. She turned to him, but he told her to grab her team and go. This wasn't their fight. He's counting on her, calling her a human hero. The leader ordered his men to get the others to safety, and they quickly obeyed. Leaders pleaded for survival, hoping to reunite peacefully. Nell yelled they'd hit their limit, demanding to know where the backup was. Girl urges Ronia to use calm stones. The girl commanded the sacred arrow to pierce enemies. Followers rallied, blocking their path. Ronia warns they're doomed now that the stone is shattered. Nell asked about the red and white stones, but the girl said both were broken. Makina said he's strong, he'll handle it. She called the next. They asked Ronia about the stones. She could fix them, but needed 2 more hours. The girl offered help if you need it. Nell asks about the enemy, and Rigri confirms his barrier and confusion spells left them behind. They'd understand soon, but they'd be found long before reaching the nearest town 2 days away. She knew they were doomed without outside help, but Ronnie was fighting to restore contact. Leader asked if they could trust their contacts. She said he'd rush in the second he saw their signal. She said he was way stronger than her, they just had to hold out. The leader asked if only one warrior would come. A wingman declared him a powerful warrior if true. The leader then challenged him to a training duel later, and his subordinate quickly agreed. A scout reports enemies closing in from the southwest. They're 10 minutes out. Shocked by the speed, she asks for a place to hide. They told her of a valley hours away for hiding, but their many wounded meant slow progress. The guru created an unbreakable barrier. Asked her goal, she ordered the leader's men to handle the rest. The girls turned to Nell, telling her, "Don't do this, don't be stupid." The girl told Rainia she's the only one who can fix the ball. She promised the girls she'd survive and ordered them to run. They couldn't kill her. Nell just wanted to be sentimental for a moment. The demon asks about the barrier, but she warns no one will pass. She believed she failed. Her single attack didn't finish the commander, too many foes. Cornered by arrows, she didn't think, she just moved to strike her enemy down. She dodges every slash, but her mana's drained. Now the demons have backup. The girl was gravely injured, bleeding heavily. The barrier vanished, but demons weren't chasing the others. Luckily, their tracking skills made the interference barrier useless. Run, hide, escape. She should have survived. A hero like Nell can't die like this. He greeted her and warned that the girls were in deep trouble. She scolded his lateness. He called her ugly, then a ruthless killer. She snapped, "Shut up." Rania was fighting back tears while the others panicked, but she was just relieved everyone survived. He reminded her, "Call me if you need me." Nell replied there was no time, apologizing. He said to heal her, he must pull the arrow, but it would hurt badly. Was she ready? She was a hero, ready to endure it all. She laughed, noting his hair matched Lefi's. The guy enters the tournament as a masked, silver-haired demon. He handled the girl. She thanked him, ready to fight. He mocked her, explaining the potion heals wounds, but won't restore stamina. He told her not to worry, he'll handle it. He told the hero to rest, handed her the mask, and praised her, saying she could become the demon lord. She thanked him, beaming with joy. Protagonist apologized to Anne. She'd be in inventory for a while. She agreed. He warned they'd all die in agony. Nightmare unleashes powerful nightmares on nearby enemies. They writhe in agony, crippling themselves until the spell breaks. The girl announced only a couple fights left. Next up, the semi-final. The squad snapped. Worms ate everyone but the commander. He was a beast, and the hero's rage wouldn't stop. He wished he'd made him suffer more. Girl declared a winner. Guy panicked. Now an evil demon lord, he dyed his hair, wears a mask, plays the villain, and holds nothing back. Crowds called for Gajima. He was told he could refuse, but he already knew. The ruler laughed, enjoying the view. Gajim asked if he was responsible, but the ruler denied everything. Shocked, he found the spectacle intriguing. The ruler asked if he'd flee again, but he just didn't want to get hurt. Jim got upset, thinking he was running, and told him to stop. He said his tricks wouldn't work on him. He swore no trick, just regular smoke. He's out for revenge for his friends, but the hero already knows the truth from his people. He warned him, pick performers carefully. The man thanked him, but mid-sentence, the hero attacked. Jim called him impatient. He called it best, he was the same. The cursed sword outclassed his own, so he kept his distance. The man grinned as the boy noticed his living weapon. It was already begging for blood. The boy thought he was tough, so Gajim challenged his willpower. Hero blasts him with magic. Go ask Jamas about his magic. Jamas was stunned to see his grade, finally proving he was actually trash. He'd defeat him without magic. Hero saw blood, but not from his strike. A curse. If so, Gojum was a poor magician. He had to force an opening in his defense. He loved the pain. It was proof he was still alive. Gajim had enough. The guard demanded the main character's capture. He tried to run, but was stopped. Gajim regretted meeting this way, but still had to face him, so the hero demanded a rematch. A subordinate asked if the chief was hurt. He replied he was fine, more annoyed by the interference. The subordinate apologized for his arrogance and accepted his punishment. Fighting too long with that sword will cut his life short. Gachim ordered him to clean the mess. The subordinate obeyed. He swore to keep her safe, no matter how far the journey. The man was glad she was safe, but frustrated he couldn't help her. Old man declared it impossible. The MC was busy. The boy said Nell's group arrived by pure luck. No one expected the winged people to join the enemy. He asked for the man's next move. The old man's group is heading to the demon land, but Ronia and Mekana must report their results home first. He said they asked him to thank the hero and to say hello to them when he sees them. The man thanked him for saving them, offering any help needed, but the hero just shrugged, saying he did his duty. He asked the old man to teach him the sword. He's Nell's comrade, so they'll meet again, and he'll start training then. The hero wanted to master his baby, so the man agreed to help. Nobody suspected she was a sentient weapon, the ultimate tool. The hero said they agreed and needed to return home. He apologized for the DQ, but the man shrugged it off, praising his effort. He had another request but saved it for later. The hero thanked him for the girl's care and hospitality. He saw her improving, but she hit him, demanding he knock. Lefi asked if he understood why he was kneeling before her. She begged him for a conscience, stunned that no one cared. Li Fei was outraged. He dragged another woman to the dungeon and didn't refuse their seductions. Nell said the hero was kind to everyone, then realized he meant her. He asked if he should play hard to get, admitting the Beastman chief and another girl seduced him, and he didn't refuse. He said he still only likes those in the dungeon, and above all, only loves his wife. He claimed he had zero interest in other women. Li Fei warned him about women. He promised to stay alert, and she hoped he got the point. She called him her precious, needing him brave and worthy. He vowed to obey, saying his flattery would make her forgive his marriage to Nell. She says it's not too late, but he calls it total nonsense. She asked if he sent her to the dungeon for that, shocking him. She thought everyone there was his potential wife since Lefi was confessed to, then brought a girl, making her assume. Girl reveals Nell loves the MC, then flees, yelling for secrecy. He asked why she married him. She said for the treats. He wondered what Aruna ate while he was gone. Leafy told him they survived the week alone, practicing their cooking every single day. Yaruna promised to show him her new skills next time. Lefi mentioned speaking to Nell before he arrived. She said Nell teleported to them days ago, tired and beaten. The girl was filthy and exhausted but unhurt. Lefi's potion worked, so he sent her there instantly. Nello apologized for the sudden visit. Lefi was surprised but told her not to worry. She's alive and that's what matters. She blamed Yuki for not warning her. Nell laughed, asking why she used salt instead of sugar. Lefi realized she'd swapped them again. She offered a redo but ate it all anyway since he saved her life. Lefi was glad her husband proved useful. Neil heard the girl married him. Lefi spoke of him smiling. She asks if she likes Yukim, telling her not to deny it. Leif said Nell always got excited at his mention. The girl countered the other always looked uncaring. Nell confessed he did so much for her, she fell in love. She apologized, knowing those weren't words for a wife. Overwhelmed with emotion, she stood there paralyzed. Left asked about Reese's 3 daughters, but Nell didn't remember. She only mentioned 2 other maids she barely knew. Other girls desired to marry the MC, and she sensed future rivalry. Lefi didn't mind, but she still cared about him and the situation. She loved him, enjoying life together. She gave her blessing for Nell to marry him. She surprised the hero wanted this. Leif, I thought so. She believed he deserved love, not that dungeon life. She told her to think it over, and they'd discuss it tomorrow morning. Nell thanked her, admitting she liked that side of her. Lefi said it's not about relationships. Living instincts always drew most to males. He asked Aruna if she was fine. That's their conclusion, but the final choice is his. She senses Nell's doubts, but she'll never stop loving him and vows to stay forever. She promised happily ever after, but Nell was human and a hero. Before meeting them, she didn't care what he did, but Nell's a hero. Her life could end anytime. He understands her pain because he was once human too. Yuki's wife is insane, and he's totally into it. Hiro loved her, needing only her, but didn't hate Nell. Lefi suggested talking to Nell, then waited. Boy returned her sword. She'd thought enemies stole it. Hiro told her not to cry, it was safe nearby. Yuki then asked why she fought. She thanked him for the dagger, admitting she wouldn't have survived without it. He called her dramatic, but she was truly terrified. She was ready to die a hero. But Yuki rescued her, a white knight. Seeing his face brought relief, but she realized she wasn't a hero anymore, and her feelings would only bother him. She thanked him, confessing her love was for her savior, dismissing Lefi's words. She'd just hide her feelings, as always, knowing she couldn't expect more. He said he didn't get it, yet was almost human, loving her confession. He didn't love her back, but he'd slaughter any demon that dared to touch her. She hid her failings. She was the hero, and he was the demon lord. The girl vowed to be with him forever. He asked her to stay longer. She agreed, free to stay as long as she wanted. The guy said he learned to talk well from the demon lord's example. He couldn't go home until dinner, but he was starving, and she felt the same. Leif, I let them return. She told them to close their eyes, promising they'd be fine. Nell called the food tasty. The guy was surprised Lefi cooked it, but she admitted she had help. She said nearly a year passed since they met, so consider today a holiday. He asked why she refused to join him at the demons for cooking. Lefi said she learned fast and now helps at home. He scooped her up, calling his wife the world's best and sweetest. He wouldn't let go, forcing her to prepare, but she begged him to stop. They were being watched. Lefi told Nell to stop standing around and join the celebration. The girl assigned Nell next to Aruna, then thanked them. The guy said they should toast their meeting's anniversary and next year. The girls asked Nell to play. He asked the girl if she ran away from home. Her chieftain father forced her to marry, so she fled and got caught by a villain, but she lied about it all when she met the hero. Hero ordered Leo home, but she insisted on staying. He agreed, then reminded her of her father's feelings. The guy vowed if Aruna was hurt, he'd bring the world to its knees, find her, and her father would worry. She knew it. Feeling responsible, he offers to see her off. She asks if she can return if forced into marriage again, and he doesn't mind. She asked when she became irreplaceable to him. He called her his valuable employee, claiming he'd have too much housework without her. He then told her to prepare. They leave next week. Regretting his inaction, the hero asked to leave. She was safe, so he suggested they part ways. He mocked their lack of safety, claiming the monsters were his because he's actually a demon lord. The chief concealed the hero was the demon lord who kidnapped his daughter. The guy said no bloodshed was needed, they could resolve peacefully. The man vowed to kill him now. He was relieved Leo was safe. He thought she was finished when the demon lord took her hostage. She said she was okay, and he rejoiced. Liu denied being kidnapped, insisting she was there by choice. She realized her father had already made a move. The man apologizes and thanks Yuki for watching his daughter. The guy said he was partly to blame since he missed her escape, so everything was fine. He forced the girl to apologize to her dad. Stunned by the demon lord's kindness, the man felt ashamed of his ignorance. He said they'd talked enough. Good thing all was fine now. His expensive potions left no scratches, even healing severe wounds. He owed him everything, even his daughter. With things settled, the hero invited Leo to stay since she'd bonded with everyone and refused to leave. He said that's different. Leo refused to marry. Her father called him the village's best, but she told him to shut up. She wasn't marrying anyone. They apologized for their showdown. He said it wasn't his business to meddle in family matters, but Liu was an adult. She could decide who to marry or what to do, and he'd handle everything. He snapped this was wrong. Werewolf men decide their children's fate, and he won't forgive her for running again. He knew Liu had no other choice. The hero apologized, but refused to hand over the girl. He claimed she worked for him and wasn't leaving, but the man thanked him and insisted on taking her. Leo pleaded, don't fight over her. He faced the hero and challenged him to a duel. The girl confronted her father, demanding his reasons. He replied she wouldn't understand, but only wanted her happy. Her father silenced her, demanding the hero fight like a man. Lil apologized to Yuki, but her father said the duel would convince him, so no apology was needed. The girl wished him luck, while Leif joked she'd laugh forever if he lost. Nell warned him not to overdo it, and the hero asked about their picnic. The boy stepped up, but the man refused to fight and wished Lennart luck. Grateful for saving comrades, but this was too much. He'd never forgive the kidnapping of his fiancée. The guy challenged him to a duel. The hero thought he escaped the game. Lin turned to the girl, telling her to watch him fearlessly slay the demon lord. I told Leif Leo was popular. Nell didn't like it. Leo yelled at him to stop calling her his wife, but the guy just called her shy and claimed the demon lord was begging for a beating. She rejects him, saying his stupidity is exactly why she's done. Lynette said the hero mocked him for his wooden sword. He expected victory, but the hero already won. He admitted Yuki was too powerful. The man said then he must handle it himself. The boy said Father Liu knew his strength. Was he suggesting surrender? He couldn't quit. For his daughter's happiness, he refused to back down. He thought he knew him, but the man never listened. Still, he was a good person. He asked if he understood. Lewis already approved, so he began the oath. He vowed to protect you, even with his life. The man asked if he was serious. The guy urged trust. Liu was irreplaceable. Swearing on his ancestors' blood, his oath meant more than his life if he failed. He'd vanish from his family forever. He declared this his final will, demanding she keep her promise. If he made his daughter cry, their oath meant he must die. The man promised to return in a year. Yuki said he could visit Liu anytime, and her father agreed to officially recognize him as her fiancé when the time came. He felt misunderstood. Lefei called it a proposal ceremony. Nell confirmed a proposal. The girl congratulated Lo. He just wanted her to keep working, not propose, and Leafy knows it's too late for excuses. Leo said she was happy because she knew Yuki cared and would never leave her. She wished she proposed first. He thought he was peak popular. He asked Leify her thoughts. She said her strong husband could take multiple wives by local law, and she didn't care if he chose Liu or anyone else. Nell admitted she met him after Liu, so she had no right to argue. Hiro surprised they didn't mind. He thought it was just like having multiple wives. The man thanked him. Yuki declared he wouldn't fear the forest. Father Leo found marrying Fenrir's owner unusual, urging her to live healthy, avoid quarrels, and greet everyone for her. He warned Yuki the neighboring country was collapsing. He doubted they'd enter his forest, but he stayed alert. She's skipping today's first marriage meeting. She declared everyone equal, demanding they live in harmony without ranks. Nell was glad Leafy said that, but she was the only legal wife. She told them to be happy, they're finally one family. Nell said it was written all over his face. Lefei said he rolled them on his shoulders. Liu said she'd ask him next time. She asked why he always watched her hair after baths. She replied if she fluffed her hair, he'd stare. He asked what was up, but the girls freaked him out. Lafayette helped him score enough cash to stop working for a while. The girls acted weird. He can't figure out their game, and his wife's strange too. His past life was worthless, but it existed, and only he knows. I asked Leaf about the guy's nightmare. His past life meant nothing, but he finally shared his birthplace. She called it delicious and thanked him. Nell realized she was a vampire, which the guy confirmed despite her human looks. She wants his blood too, since Aruna claims it's way better than juice. The hero knew she was a vampire because blood was her favorite drink, so he agreed to give her blood. He was speechless. The girl claimed she'd put 3 stars in his blood. He's flattered by her praise. I'll ask if she can try his blood. She wondered if she tasted as good as rumored. The hero declared they weren't human. He never expected this, warning her not to spit or puke even if she hated it. Lefei agreed, but they should have picked a more private spot. Nell was embarrassed and couldn't believe she took such a step. Layla, Eldegoria's sheeporn disciple, works as a maid in the Demon Lord's dungeon. She hadn't finished observing, but wrote the report. Her boss is the Demon Lord Yuki. He's only ruled for a year, but his skills and knowledge are elite. This proves the dungeon spawns an adult administrator to protect itself. His few familiars are all absolute beasts. One understands human speech, appearing as a little girl. Her living weapon also looks like a little girl, but transforms into a sword at will. 5 residents remained, including her, and 3 were the ruler's wives. One is Laphysios, a legendary dragon known as the ruler of all dragons. Layla forgot to make breakfast, then asked Nell why she was sleeping so late. She just couldn't sleep. Layla offered herbal tea for sleep, and the girl thanked her. The human hero, Demon Lord's second wife, feels uneasy. She asked Layla to let her stay forever. Asked about doubts, Nell trusted the main character's feelings, loving the fun and good treatment, so she wouldn't leave. Layla was only there out of curiosity. If the hero loses interest, she's gone. Everyone craves his attention, even her, but nothing can make her stay. They all carry haunting pasts into uncertain futures, making their story both tragic and thrilling. It felt so cozy, she wanted it to last. Nell was right, she should have loved herself and started living. Layla wanted to hear her heroic deeds next, but the girl called them boring. She was told they'd be interesting. He suddenly shrank into a child and screamed in total confusion. Lefei laughed, patting his head, and mocked him for acting like a child, yet failing to measure up to one. The protagonist snapped, telling her to stop insulting him and calm down. He remembers finding a mysterious potion while sorting his inventory before bed, one that could actually create a child. It was high quality, a shame to trash. He downed it, betting he wouldn't die. Hiro claimed he did nothing before bed, but felt off. Lefei insisted he did something. Liu called him cute, and every girl agreed. Our hero's finally himself again. Leif, it was boring. Layla said the potion only affected the boy's time. Glad to finally return without his body, he called them to bathe. They were filthy. Nail said Leify thought couples swimming was normal, but Leo still felt awkward. Leafy asked if he'd marry Layla too. Surprised, he wondered why. She explained Layla might feel offended with all 4 of them together. He claimed he loved them all. Leify claimed honesty awakened in him as a child, but the protagonist admitted it was hard to say. He was shocked she secretly infused magic into his research. She claimed she forgot and blamed him for drinking it, but the hero knew she was still at fault. Nell wants to go home. He asked if he was boring her, but she told him to stop joking. She sent the letter but wanted to settle things in person for her worried family. The hero agreed to go tomorrow. She was surprised he came, despite her managing alone. He also wanted to explain their situation. She thanked him. He offered fast transport. She replied it wasn't urgent, but he called it fun. Nell countered. A normal pace meant they'd enjoy the ride. The hero thanked his pet, promising they'd return using the device and telling him to guard the house. The guy said they'd take a cart to relax. She said it'd beat constant shaking. The hero met the commander, who realized the girl was clueless about the capital's chaos, so she demanded answers. The man said they couldn't discuss it here, go to the estate. After years apart, this hero and girl are finally married. His headache returned. The man took the boy's offered potion, saying he had nothing special, just wished him happiness. Since the MC is her partner, he's involved too. He told them to sit while he explained everything. Widespread rebellions erupted. Neighbors exploited their weakness, sparking border skirmishes and plundering trade routes as inexperienced officials, spies, and corruption ran rampant. She wished she'd stayed home, but he reminded her she was a hero doing her duty. Nell and her friends desperately wanted life to never end. He blamed himself for her month-long palace stay, admitting he should have contacted her differently, not just by letters. He said the hero's absence was secret, but people found out. They couldn't track the hero's every move, and explaining was useless. Worse yet, the weak government couldn't silence the angry masses. Rumors spread the hero returned. His subordinates confirmed it. She's now heading to the capital from the border. They argued the king's dog ruled the city, but he didn't care. His plan was already in motion. Before she returns to the capital, it will be gone. The hero asked if she felt better, but she stood there stunned. She felt awkward as he claimed the hotel looked rich, but compared to the castle, it paled. Van suggested sharing a room since they were married, and no one argued. The hero declared the room could wait. He warned that monsters are closing in and will arrive in under 30 minutes. He rallied his guards to storm the ruler's mansion. Nell asked where the monsters came from. He answered, from where we just came, yet no signs appeared recently. She vowed to protect the city. He had to help. He told her to trust him. He's livid. They interrupted their rest. Many races gathered but weren't united. Hero masks up, warning that if anyone spots him with the demon lord, things get messy. Monsters swarmed, mostly goblins but others too. They were many but manageable. He'll fight from the back, staying unnoticed. He urged her to show them her power. The hero warns an enemy is in the city, and it's no monster. He's watching him, so don't worry. He thought he wouldn't dare attack, but stayed on guard. The girl was terrified, but the hero knew her strength would protect her. Someone saw them fall, called for light, and threw open the gate. The girl offered protection, then erected an impenetrable barrier. He spotted the barrier, her unique skill. She said, "We can fight freely, the city's safe." He hands her a potion. She says thanks. He turned to his gun, apologizing for waking her. She replied it was fine. Asked what he was doing, the hero said it was enough and surged his magic into it. He said when an enemy appears, wave it and imagine magic hitting them. Recalling his orders, she knew a magic blade would launch. She felt the hero overdid it, its power immense.